Hello, 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 my darlings, and welcome in. Welcome back. Pass, please. Pass to start off the day. That's what everyone needs to start off a good day, is a pass. I need pass from this side, please. Yes. Yeah. Oh. Thank you for the pal attacks, my darlings. How are you all doing? It is so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing, cuties? Oh my god. Fuck. Thank you for the pal attacks. You guys are amazing. Thank you for the pal attacks. Awesome Ozzy, incredible Eugene, yummy Yuki, sweetest Shadow Gun, exceptional Engage, and lovely Liv. And sweetest Space Cat. Thank you for my little pal hat. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Also, beautiful Bublin. Thank you so much for the 15 stream streak. I so appreciate it, darling. Welcome on in. How are you doing? I am doing well. And sweetest Sailor Peter. Someone that we picked up from the wonderful Save File 17, who you guys should definitely check out if you haven't yet because he's awesome. With a 60 stream streak. Outstanding. Thank you so very much, amazing Peter. And then Swedish Shadowgun with a fucking mind-boggling 195. 195
10 months.
Stream streak. Thank
Time
you
really
so
flies.
much.
It's been an absolute joy being part of your community and getting to know everyone over the past 10 months. Thank you for always making your streams such a welcoming, relaxing place to spend time. You're genuinely one of my favorite people to watch on Twitch, and I'm looking forward to many more months ahead. Much love, Tal.
Oh my god, Ram, that's so sweet. That's so wonderfully kind and generous and sweet, and thank you so much, hun. Thank you so very much for firstly for the 10 months. I cannot believe it's been 10 months total. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you so very much, Radical Ram. What a pleasure it has been to have you around for 10 months and to include you in this wonderful community that you have also found to be absolutely a joyous experience, which thrills me to no end. And I still remember the day that I met you at PAX, and I was like, oh my god, hi, and you were like, oh, I'll just come check you out sometime, and then it's been 10 months. Wow, oh my gosh, you were such a sweetheart. You are such a sweetheart. I really do appreciate it, darling. Thank you so much for 10 whole months. Also, dearest Daniel, thank you for the 65 stream streak. Thank you ever so much, hon. I do appreciate it. Incredible. Thank you so much. Also, Daddy wants some ubbies. Yes. Good, Daniel. Drake! Hi, dearest Drake. Welcome back in. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. Another acquisition from the wonderful and fabulous Save File 17. The dearest Drake. Hi, lovely Drake. How are you doing today? Oh my god, I am so sorry, Lev. I, totally missed your, Valley Girl voice from, 2 whole minutes ago. I suck, bitch. I'm so sorry. 5 whole minutes of this, my bad. Sorry. Yuki, thank you for the 80 stream streak, babes. That's fucking amazing. Thank you. Putting this here, hoping for some uppies. Yeah, bitch, let's fucking go. Uppies for the cutest, yummiest Yuki. Yeah. Thank you so much, Yuki, for 80 streams. Let's fucking go. I'm so impressed. Thank you so much, babes. Okay, let me scroll up and see what you guys all said. Sorry, you get to deal with this for a whole 4 more minutes. I thought you were so fucking excited.
I'm glad that Tal can be a bright spot in what's been a pretty tough day.
Babes, I'm so sorry you're having a rough day, sweetheart. But at the same time, I am so grateful for 19 months with you. You are so sweet. Thank you, fabulous Frostbite. I really do appreciate your support and your generosity and your kindness. Thank you so much, babes. I'm really sorry that you had a rough day, but hopefully, yeah, we can make it a bit better. That would be fucking sick. Yeah? This voice will never get old. Ram, I'm so sorry. Lith totally redeemed it before I was talking to you all you know, sincerely and shit. And then I should have been responding to you with this voice. My bad. Totes my goats. My bad. Forgive me, yeah, bitch. Oh my god. OMG. Live. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Bitch. What the heck is? That's a fucking fetch. And so is the hype train. You went and fetched the hype train. That's so you, bestie. So you. Thank you so much. Fabulous Frostbite. Thank you so much for the 225 stream streak. Of course you can gloat about it. Thank you so much. That's fucking incredible. Striker. Thank you for the pallet tag. How you doing, babes? I hope you're doing well. Amazing Aussie out here with a gifted sub to 6'7" is not funny. And yet, it's so worth laughing about. Right? Ain't that right, bitch? Yeah. Thank you so much, Aussie. I super duper appreciate it. Oh my god. Oh, I'm fucking G. Yes. Okay. Well, now we're on like a level 2 fucking hype train, which is bananas. BANANAS. Yes. Yes, thank you for shouting out the wonderful SafeFile17. He's like so fucking sick. I love that guy. Oh my god. Oh, wow. You guys should definitely check him out if you haven't yet. Yeah, he's like bestie of the channel and like bestie of me. I mean, like, you know, like except for you, Liv. Like obviously you're bestie, right? Right? I'm really channeling this today. Wowzers. OMG. Okay. Sweetest Space Cat, how are you? Are the mobile prices still inflated? I think they are. Oh my god!
It be hard to remember the first stream now. It be 7 months. So happy to been introduced to the pouch and to be here for so long. I can't wait to be here for 7 more and have more amazing times here.
That's like so fucking sweet, Umbra. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Oh, I'm fucking G. Tier 3 as well. Oh, you are an MVP. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, babes, for a whole 7 months with me. And you've been tolerating me this whole time. Truly a saint, bitch. Really a saint. Thank you so much for the 3 months of tier 3 and a total of 7. Thank you so much, amazing Umbra. How are you doing, babes? I hope you're doing so fucking well. You totally deserve it. And Radical Ram, thank you so much for gifting that sub to 6'7" hand juggling motion. That's so kind of you to gift that to this lovely person. Yeah, look at them go. Thank you so much, babes. Super appreciate it. Level 3 high chain. OMG. You guys, what the fuckies? Absolute insanity. OMG, OMG, OMG. You guys are fucking sick. Thank you so much for you're like 3/4 of the way through the hype train. That's fucking bananas. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, you guys. That's so kind of you. Sorry, I have coffee in my system. That's my only excuse. The sole excuse for my insane valley girlness. But truly, thank you guys ever so much for this amazing hype train. I will scroll up and... Do you regret doing my hand motion? You know. So we reached the level where we are giving meme name subs. Next month, the revenge of Japanese brain rot. Just you wait. Yeah, Yuki can go gift subs to Japanese people and I will not have any clue what the kanji in the name says. Just a quick reminder, we do have a giveaway. Oh, thank you. Shit, I'm so glad you reminded me of that. I was going to forget. In fact, I did forget. I'm so sorry, Yuki. I must publicly apologize. Okay, hold on. Is it just one, Yuki? We do have a giveaway that is ending today. I'm just looking for it. Hold on one second. 21, there we go. Yeah, I think it's just the one. Sugar Dew Island, is that right? Amazing, awesome! Thank you so very much for gifting that sub to I'm a fire in my laser! Finally! Memes I understand. Thank you so much, Aussie. Thank you so much. It is just the, oh, all of the ones? Oh, no, it is just Sugar Dew Island. Okay, cool. I was gonna say, all of them? Okay, awesome. You guys, if you would like to participate in the run your own farm shop without any pressure, Sugar Dew Island, we only have 2 people in that giveaway right now. Are you sure that you don't want to elongate it, Yuki, until Friday? It's up to you, but there are only 2 people in it at the moment. Speaking of caffeine, tried Liquid Death's version of an energy drink. Not bad, but wasn't a fan of the flavor I picked. What flavor did you pick, hun? Hello, lovely how are you? Oh, sorry, have to, as the key expires tomorrow. Shit. Okay, totally fair. Totally understandable. You guys, there are now 3 people on there for that. Let me actually, sorry, I forgot to like scroll up in the midst of this absolutely outstanding level 4 hype train you guys have created. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That's so fucking generous of you. You guys have like, hold on, quick maths. You already have 3 chibi raffles for the week. You guys, I've been knocking these chibis out. If I have sent you a sketch or line art of your chibi recently, please make sure you check your DMs from me because I probably have the next phase or I finished it or something like that. I have like three chibis that I'm like simultaneously working on. Also Yuki's cute little kitsune is done. So I will start putting my eyeballs back onto Umbra's stuff and to Politely stuff. And then come August, I'll reopen commissions. Obviously, first people who are going to get in are going to be those on the Patreon, because that's one of the benefits of Patreon is you get early opening to commissions. I'll give you guys like 3 days probably, and then I'll open it up to the broader pouch. And hello, Mac. Welcome on in. How are you? All right. Let me scroll up and say hello to everybody. I'm doing good. Still have about an hour plus of work left. Hope things are going well on your end. Sweetest Struck, I hope that work's going well, and I hope that everything is all better after the fishbone incident. The fishbone incident of 2026. Precious Prime, thank you for the 110 stream streak. Much appreciated. Thank you, darling. Precious Prime, thank you for my thank you. Umbra, why would you do that? I'm trying to be cute. Thank you for the head pat. This is an abusive relationship right here. Thank you. But I won't forgive you for the yucky fish incident. I will remember it forever. Ooh, nom 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 nom. Yuki loves me. Thank you for the yummy Umbra betrayal corn. It has a different flavor when you've thrown fish at me. Thank you for the care package, sweetest Aussie. Oh. Yummy. Can't wait till that trend dies out and everyone that said it finds it cringe. Oh, but listen, I still say I'm a fire my lasers, so I think that's probably going to happen for 6-7 too. We reached a level where we are giving meme named subs. Yes. Okay, I know where we are now. Merc, hi there, magnificent Merc. Thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. Streaking through the woods. Let's fucking go. Thank you for the sing redeem as well, amazing Umbra. Please just remind me before we move over to our games. No corn, but I do have bits. It's not fish, and I very much appreciate it. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Valiant Valets, I so appreciate it. Thank you for the support. All right, let me see here. Oh, hold on, I gotta tab back over to Pocky. There we go. I had to make sure that I have Pocky and Neo Greg on at the moment. I would go for your butt, definitely, dearest Daniel. Okay. Thank you guys so very much for the level 4 hype train. As usual, I'm going to thank everyone who contributed. Thank you for the 100 biddies, Valiant Velos. Thank you for the gifted sub to I'm a fire in my laser. Awesome, Ozzy. Thank you for gifting the sub to 6-7 hand juggling motion Ram. Thank you for the tier 3 resub, amazing Umbra. Thank you for gifting the 6-7 is not funny sub, amazing Ozzy. Thank you, lovely Lith, for gifting that sub to the community. Fabulous Frostbite for the 19 months, and Ram for the 10 months as well. Thank you guys so very much. That was awesome. What a great way to start off the stream, truly. Thank you so much. Let me see. Why are you lightheaded, amazing Ozzy? Are you okay? 8 seems to be a lucky number for me recently, so had to share. Hey, nice! Let's go! Also, Merc wants some ubbies. Yee, good, Merc. I'm so glad you're on holiday. What you doing for your holiday, Merc? You just vibing, or are you traveling, or what? Also, uppies. Yes, good, lovely Lith. Awesome Ozzy with the uppies. Good, Ozzy. Oh, Barky Dog. Let me see. I know that I did all the ones that came with a stream streak. Ohayo, tsuyoi Tao-chan. Wishing you a wonderful day. It's already better for me seeing you and hearing you. And if that keeps up, you may just heal my migraine. I hope I can heal your migraine, sweetheart. You do not deserve to have these evil migraines. I, myself, will take them out. Sweetest space cat. Oh, what Ram said. Thank you so much, honey. I'm so grateful that you also shared those very kind and lovely sentiments. That was such a sweet message. Unfortunately, that is as far as it scrolls up. Damn, sorry, I got preoccupied. Let me see here. I just saw somebody. Star! Hi, see the Star, Jeffrey. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see ya. Gorgeous Gecko! Hi, Gorgeous Gecko. How are you? Corn is fishy. It's not fishy. It's not supposed to be fishy, but Umbra ensures it is. Nasty! I have sugar. No sugar. Wait, what? What? Shadow? What does that mean? What does it mean? Stop copying me. Don't have the same tabs open. No, I must. Lovely Lolbit, welcome on in. How are you? Communism. Surprise communism! Oh!
Dirty onto my lunch. Jesus.
Thank you for my song, amazing apparition. Welcome on in. And lovely Lolbit wants uppies. Good Lolbit. Oh, exceptional engage. Oh, now you forgot the uppies.
That was such a beautiful ensemble of redeems.
Wasn't it just? 1 second, my fucking interface. I gotta get my interface fixed or something. Every time the internal clock desyncs, it does this really annoying, like, everything's out.
Oh my god. What?
Velos! Thank you so much! That's so kind of you! We are encroaching upon ASMR streams. Thank you so much for gifting $40 for the free space binaural microphone, Valiant Valos. That is so generous of you. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you ever so much. I know some fresh ass pals who are very excited about our potential ASMR streams. Thank you so very much, sweetie. That is very, very kind of you. Far too generous. Thank you for the amazing generosity, support, kindness. Thank you! Thank you so much. I finally finished my 30 and 30 with Cassandra. I'm posting my takes on socials if you want to check them out. Absolutely, I will, see the Straka. On Twitter, or my grains are better than your grains because mine are homegrown. I feel like that's a quote or a song or something. Now the Tau race to the bottom begins. I will defeat you, my precious pals. And if I don't, I'll celebrate your awesome victory over me. I'm okay. Just woke up in an awkward sleeping position. Oh, I hate that, dude. Oh, one of the worst things to like well, okay, like one of the worst general there's a lot of really bad things you could wake up to, but general things that kind of just happen when you fall asleep and you're like, I'm so comfy. And then you wake up and you're like, ow, why does my neck hurt? Sweet Sam, look, a 3! Hi, cutie cloak, welcome on in. There are indeed 3 streaks. Thank you so much, lovely cloak. It's so good to see you. Let me see. Oh, laugh, lovely laugh. Uppies. Good laugh. Do they have cornbread in Australia? They do, but it's not as good as American cornbread. Sorry. It's kind of like up there with how I feel about Australian Mexican food. 2 thumbs down. Not a fan. But I also grew up like next to Mexico, so I don't really have a lot of flexibility in my palate for bad Mexican food, nor do I have a lot of flexibility in my palate for bad cornbread. So I make my own cornbread. Kind of like how I make my own Mexican food. Question, Tao, when was the censored song initially implemented? I think it was literally in the first, like month of streaming. It's been there since, since before you arrived, right, Strat? I think that as soon as, it was one of the, it was like, the very first stream that had sound redeems appear in this channel, that song was part of it. Why do you ask, hun? You deserve it. Thank you so much for the amazing chibi. My pleasure, darling. Thank you so much for supporting the wonderful, precious Pocky. I haven't gotten anything from her regarding other people, and I haven't had anyone else reach out to me. So if you want to go remind people of that, Valos, because I know you're also part of that wonderful community. I didn't forget time had passed. Not at all. It's okay, Cloak. You press pause on that clock, and then you hit play, and now you're caught up. I mean, what can I say? Hurry, write comments with substance to slow her down. That is kind of what it takes to slow me down. You all were talking about migraines. It felt like I had to chime in. Pro 100. Hello, precious Pro. Thank you so very much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing today, darling? It is such a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Let's see. Valiant Valos. Thank you for contributing the fighting game that I'm gonna scream my lungs out for. Yes, holy shit, I had that. Only difference is my head was halfway up the headboard. Ow! Ah! When you sleep like this, it's like, yeah, that's also pretty freaking bad. Although I found that at least there, when you do this, you're like, okay, for the rest of the day, I know that I can't really do much more movement than like this. But if you fall asleep like that, sometimes you forget because everything else over here feels fine. And then you just do this and go, ah! Amazing. Umbra! Uppies for you. Good, Umbra. In terms of the rough day, I found out that I will eventually need to have surgery to fully repair my injured right knee. Oh, I'm sorry, Frostbite. That sucks. But once you have the surgery, you will feel much better and you can really start to recover. Hi there, sweetest stuff. How are you? It's so good to see you. Next to Mexico, or as many US Americans call it, Spain. No, I don't think that, I would say that Americans don't confuse Mexico with Spain, but I would say that I have heard way too many Americans as I grew up saying, oh, you know, they just speak Mexican there, which is not the language they speak. They speak Spanish. But gorgeous geeks, how are you, gorgeous geeks? It's so good to see you. Welcome on and thank you for contributing to the movie night. It was after I joined. We did add the sound effects. Oh, redeems after I got here. Okay, but can you vouch for that, Strat? Do you recall? You have better memory than me. So, do you recall that when we added those redeems, it was in that very first wave, right? No reason except I was just curious. First year as a part of your community, I used it at least once per stream. Yeah, it's fitting for how much I curse. Although I wonder if I've gotten less cursy or if maybe I'm the same cursy and I'm just blind to it. I don't know. I'm gonna be joining one in-person D&D campaign. I was supposed to be laying an online D&D campaign yesterday, but the DM lost internet, and I'm gonna be restarting the D&D campaign I run online too. That is so cool, Cutie Cloak. Wow, I hope you'll keep us updated on. I love hearing the adventures that people get up to in their D&D games. I love to share it with you guys. I'll have, if you guys remind me, I'll have a tale on Sunday, right before Persona. I will share with you my notes from Geeks, Politely, Blue, and Cacto's session with us on Saturday night. It happens on Saturday night Aussie time, and I'm very excited because I've been told there may be a particular animal I am fond of, possibly if I'm lucky. Sup, Taz, sup, pills. Sorry, that's not really how British people say that, but anyway, it's cooled down so much. I was able to transition from shorts back to lounge pants. It is a good day. Now, it's a better day if you're wearing the TauTassieTiger lounge pants. Are you? Between the three things, I might end up with D&D every week. Very nice. I wish I could do D&D every week. I'm too busy, but that is an offer that Gorgeous Geeks has allowed. Let me see here. I did share it to Pocket. I'm pretty sure she reminded people, and one person asked about it. Okay, cool, awesome, excellent. I'll DM you in Discord with my socials. Perfect, thank you, Sweet Strike, appreciate it. One day, one of us will wake up contorted into the shape of a pretzel. I think so. I'm very flexible, so I do somewhat regularly fall asleep in a very weird way, but it's not like my upper body. What I'll do like, I'll sit crisscross applesauce, or whatever Australians call it, and then I'll lay down and I'll fall asleep like that. Or like butterfly, like the butterfly stretch. I'll do that sometimes. Sorry, I've been gesturing with coffee in my hand. Yeah. Or I'll sit like butterfly and then I'll sleep. I particularly do that if I'm really cold. I don't know why. It retains body heat better. When you watch Children of the Corn, did you root for the corn cult and He Who Walks Behind the Rose? Do you know what, Engage? I've never actually watched it, but I assume I would love it because it involves corn. That and the corn song were part of the first wave. Yeah. They speak Spanish there, so must be Spain, but you are right, I've heard the Mexican language too. There is a Mexican indigenous language, that's fair, but I am unsure if it's still spoken today. I think it probably is in like smaller communities. But as far as like what Americans are concerned about when they're visiting, like, you know, Cabo San Lucas or something like that, they'll wind up being like, oh, I don't know, I don't speak Mexican. Again, to be clear, that is not all Americans, but I have heard that an atrocious amount of times growing up there. Let's see, my character build for the in-person one is the silliest one I've ever conceived of. What is it, Cutie Cloak? Can I confirm or deny that Tao will get a specific animal she's talking about? Yay! Expect me to not participate as much because I'll be doodling horsies while I'm playing. No notes from me. Sorry guys, I'm just taking notes. No, I'm just kidding. I'm actually drawing horses. Thank you for the merch plug, Awesome Aussie. Cool down. What? Where? I'll book next flight ASAP. It's gonna be close to over 40 here all week. Oh, poor Yuki. I'm so sorry, hon. That sucks. Thought I would do a joke about a cornfield, but it's just too corny. Good job. Like it. Like it. Love it. Excellent. My knees scream thinking about sleeping cross-legged. Yeah, I'm pretty flexible. I did used to do like gymnastics when I was a kid, but then I got into like martial arts and horse riding and stuff like that. So I think that I wound up kind of retaining that. Also, I still do like yoga and workout and stuff like that. Lots of stretching. So I try to remain limber. Let's see. I've spent years figuring out how to a way to sleep in my chair without, for the most part, getting a crick in the back. Oh, in the neck. Man, I wish you the best of luck. Continue trying to do that, or just lay in a bed. A bed is preferable. Waking up with my feet pressed against my lower back and arms stretched behind me. Very pretzel, very ow, not a fun way. Hold on, I gotta visualize this. Waking up with my feet pressed against my lower back. Ah! That's what I do to stretch, but I couldn't fall asleep like that. Ow! Arms stretched behind me. Ow! Oh no, she's catching up. She even skipped my corn ranking question. Ah! I didn't mean to. Please resend. Let me see. My character build Armorer Artificer Fairy with the Charger feat. The goal is to reach level 15, become a kaiju-sized fairy, and tackle either a Tarask or an ancient dragon. Cutie Cloak, that sounds fucking awesome. I would love to see that. I am attentive again, zoned out for a few. That's all right, sweetest space cat. You're always welcome to enjoy the stream however you wish, darling. Is it time to start the buy Tau a Haunts fund? The problem is if we buy a Haunts, then we also have to buy like the property or start saving up for like the boarding costs. And then like, I don't know, you know, I'm already just so busy. I really do want a horse though. I miss my horse. I haven't had a horse since I moved to Australia. Oh, hi, nerd. Welcome on in. It's just too corny. Well, it's been a good run. Leaves forever. What? What? I love corny, though. That's why it's the badumtis. I had to accept that I am now old. I am not limber. In fact, I make dad noises when I attempt to stand up. Have you guys ever seen someone do a bridge? I do that pretty much every other day as well. Just gotta make sure that I don't break my back when I'm picking up my dog, who's 22 kilos. Also, don't lift with your back. No, I think that's the only time that I make dad noises because I'll... Thank you for the care package. Some Aussie, some water. Gymnasts like us do have an unfair advantage in limbo. Oh, limber, you said. Yeah, no, not the best method to stay limber into our old age, but martial arts sure are. Yeah, exactly. No, I have not done gymnastics since I was, I want to say like 10 or 11. It's been a while. It's been a little while, just a few years, you know. I'm caught up. Cutie Cloak, how that works is between the Armor Artificer Dreadnought armor model, setting my size to large, huge at level 15, and using the Fairy innate cast of enlarge/reduce to go up one more size, which for huge takes me to Gargantuan, aka the biggest size category in D&D 5e. That's crazy, Cloak. I wish I understood D&D mechanics enough to make a character like that. That's awesome. I do build bridges every other day. They are not reliable or well built. A lot of people are after this guy here. I hope you're just doing like fun little model bridges and not actually responsible for building bridges for real people. Oh no. Oh no! That's a noise I make whenever I stretch after noticing myself shrimping. Exactly. You posted a very relatable meme. All right, I'll have to have a look. I both miss and hate foods at this moment. What do you mean, Space Cat? What are you not eating, hun? I quote, "The day you realize you make sound effects every time you stand up is the day you know you're an adult." My back when I get older is going to be destroyed because I've fallen out of far too many trees when I was a kid. Ooh, I will say that a lot of my friends who were like incredible badasses in their youth are now really paying for it. And I'm like, I think I'm paying for it in some ways too, but I wasn't doing some of the shit they were doing, so. 10 or 11 is a good age to stop. Most of the damage comes in the teenage years. Yeah, because you can like, you're like, building your body's doing all the right stuff because I quit gymnastics and then moved into martial arts. My body is a temple. That temple is an ancient ruin housing an eldritch horror. Am I doing this right? Yes, geeks, that is exactly right. I do yoga at least once a week. My body aches right after I'm done, which makes no sense. Yay, old age. But that's good! That's because you're just a little bit tearing those muscles and then they're going to re-mend themselves and then you maintain your limberosity. Limberness. Liberty. For liberty and justice for all. The water slows her down. Get the buckets. No, just a gag. Oh, phew. It was fun and still is amazing. I'm only insistent for you to see it because it's still kind of in the bit. Oh, okay. All right. Hold on. Let me go look. Meme. True. Actually, very true, Ozzy. That is very accurate. Okay, why won't it let me? Okay, there we go. God, my computer's lagging like crazy. I'm kind of worried about it, but anyway. No snacks because I was on a trip and family didn't go to the store. So now I have to probably make the grocery list and any meal. I had a piece of peanut butter bread, but it was not very good. Oh no! You need some healthy like trail mix or like mixed nuts or something. You probably still have the flexibility, at least much better than most. I mean, I do try and maintain that. It's good for you to do that even if you are just hiking all the time. Who said it was the muscles? It's me bones! Oh, I don't have a whole lot of advice for that one.
What do you like about corn?
It's kind! Thank you for my song, Exceptional Engage. Let me see. My body might be a temple, but it's one of those forgotten abandoned temples full of traps and ready to fall apart at the slightest disturbance. I do think it's so funny how, like, people have taken the very, very well-known saying of, my body is a temple. And they're like, oh, yes, mine is a Satanist structure built upon debauchery and corn distraction. Good job, Engage, but not good enough. And the Dreadnought model's weapon can help me push enemies 10 feet if they are at least one size category smaller than me, conveniently opening them up for me to use a charger on them. Very nice, Cutie Cloak. Very clever. D's mixed nuts. Skins! Hi, Sita Skins. How are you? My body is a temple and my tattoos are the cool stained glass. Damn straight. So true, Skins. I could go for some cashews right about now. Cashews. Dude, your sister, does she cook with cashews? You are so lucky. Your sister is a banging cook. Ah, I want more Lil Bit cookies. No idea. When's the last time she baked you some nice goods? My body has a temple full of Italian food. That sounds pretty good. I bet it smells amazing in there. Never? No way. Really? Okay, what if I tell her that you need goodies? Will I be in the good books with you, maid? Do you not like sweets, actually? Is that why? Sweetest skins! Hi, Tao. Pleasure to catch a stream of yours. A pleasure to invite you into One Darling Skins. Thank you so much for making it in. If we combine the sayings of my body is a temple and you are what you eat, then my body is a late-night kebab shop serving mystery meat but run by the chillest boss man. And fucking bomb. Like, what is it with kebab joints and they're so fucking good late at night? Yet it! It's depressing. I love cookies. Main, I'm gonna do you a solid. The next time I send your sister a Snapchat, I'm gonna be like, hey, listen, your brother wants bickies. Please give him bickies on my behalf. He will appreciate it. Food is a great way into my good books. Aw, come on. Lil Bit's a great sister. I feel it in my bones. Honestly, it's crazy how much of a mental toll food can be. Ironically, my trip is probably the healthiest amount of food I've eaten. Not necessarily the best for me, but nonetheless. Like, you mean portion-wise, hun? I'm in a shape. Round is a shape. All right, you guys. We have a couple of things to do before we jump into our games. Firstly, I am going to sing this song for the very patient, kindly patient. Thank you for your amazing patience. Amazing, Umbra. Everything Stays, which I know is on behalf of the beloved Bublin. Everything Stays. And then we will do a raffle for the wonderful, generous Yuki, who needs to give that code today because it expires tomorrow. So, tell her to make the cookies with brown butter. I think she already does that. She's like Lil Bit is like a literal gourmet, like, baker. She's not like a home baker. She's like pro level. It's amazing. I've had the privilege of her cookies, once before, and I still dream of them. Shadow Princess, thank you for the care package. Oh. Yummy. My body is not a temple, as no one really worshipped it. It's more likely an old stone circle in a dark and forgotten forest. Honestly, aesthetics. I just ate some tortellini. Mix of beef and 3 cheese. That sounds yummy, Cutie Cloak. When's the storytime stream going to be? I really want to submit this time. Oh, please do. Good reminder. Hey, Strika. Good job. You guys, you guys have saved up enough channel points for our storytime stream goal. A lot of you know what this is, but in case you don't, it's when you guys submit to me. I am a technically professional voice actor, been paid, technically professional narrator, been paid, and you guys get to submit your writing, poetry, short novels, short stories, whatever. You guys get to submit that to this, to the Storytime stream channel, as long as you're obeying the rules on that channel. and I will read them in your choice of narration style or VA style, okay? So, if you have not submitted to that and you would like to, if you're a writer of any kind, please, 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 here's what you do. On the Discord, look for the writing channel. Click on it. Go to the threads in the upper right. Click on it. Go to Storytime Stream, or Storytelling Stream, whichever one it is. I think it's Storytime. Click on that, and then look at the pinned message. There's one pinned message. It's the rules. There's like 4 or 5 rules you must obey. If you involve AI in this in any way, you do not just get your story removed. You get booted out of the Discord. I fucking hate generative AI. Boo. So, everything else, as long as you are obeying the rules, my mods will go through it before we do the reading, which will be in early August. I would like if everyone could submit their stories before August 1st, because I'm thinking that we will either do the Storytime stream on the 1st of August or possibly on the 6th of August. But yeah, if you can aim for the 1st, it needs to be in there before then, ideally, okay? If we extend that deadline, because I wind up needing to do something on that Saturday or something, and we wind up doing it on the 6th instead, I will elongate that. But it's a good idea to try and get it done on the 1st, because that is my goal. That Saturday is my goal to read your stories during. Okay. Let me see here. She is a pro cooker. She is. And HM Nobody's an amazing. She sent me like a steak that he made. It was like midnight and I was like salivating over here. Damn, that is a power couple for food. Here for attendance while I'm at a restaurant stop. Oh, absolutely, Swedish Shadow Princess. Thank you very much. I was just about to take roll call. Just kidding. But it's so good to have you, sweetheart. I hope that you're having a good time at your restaurant. I miss Californian cookies. Ginger nut cookie with an almond in the middle. Used to get them every fortnight with my dad. Aw, Ozzy, that sounds nice. I don't think I've tried that. That sounds good. Magnificent mess. Hi, sweetie. Welcome on in. Just popping in to say hi because I'm working. All good, darling. No worries at all. I hope work is going well, and thank you for saying hey. Sweetest Storm, thank you for contributing to the movie night. Want to read my Icelandic erotica fanfic? Probably not. It's within the rules. It's still gotta be pouch appropriate, you know what I mean? Get the slap out! August 1st, plenty of time for me to procrastinate. Oh no, geeks, I can see it now. You are totally gonna be like, oh, interesting! Shit, I gotta submit that in the next 8 hours. Well, better pull an all-nighter so I can get that in and then drink a shit ton of coffee so that I can stay up for the whole stream. Don't do it. Don't do it. Stop. Get some help. Better have it in early so we can prep for the stream. Yes, ideally indeed. Question about that. I promised I'd post the first chapter of my book, but it's like 5 pages. Do you just want to snip it? No, 5 pages is fine, lovely Shadow Princess. I'm kind of drawing a line if something is really difficult to read, or like super long. Like I can't read like unless I've given someone special permission, please try not to submit anything over like 10 or 12 pages, max, unless I've given you special permission. Stardust memoir. Sorry, I have bad cough. Anyway. Listen, I just really want to read more of that. I love this. I love this world and this story. I'm kind of fucking obsessed. So I want that to be as long as possible. But no, I think that about 10 pages is probably and if it's all squished together and there's like no paragraphs or no clarity of who's speaking and no, like if it's not very readable, I might have to stop earlier. I can't be like, sorry, where was I? I'm on paragraph 78 of, you know, or what should be a paragraph, but it's just a block of text. Should be paragraph 78, but this is still part of text blocks 1. Ideally not that. I don't think that you would do that though, Swedish Shadow Princess. I had retracted my story submission due to checking it and noticing it needs more editing. But now my brain is made of D&D, so editing not happening right now. That's all right, Cutie Cloak. Hopefully you'll get around to it before our Storytime stream, because I would really love to read it. Let's see. I used to be a personal chef, and I'm glad to be done with all that. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I can imagine that'd be very stressful. You'd have to really love what you do to be a personal chef. I see you have figured out my creative process. I know you well, gorgeous geeks. I know you well, my dearest DM. How do I get verified on Discord? Am I dumb? You're not dumb, sweetheart. Just make sure that you carefully read the rules. I know there's a lot of them, but if you read through them, you will find a secret keyword that you have to put into the verification channel. And just so you know, it's not an automatic approval. Once you find the keyword and you put it into the verification channel, leave it there because myself or a mod will go in there, match up your handle and make sure that you got the right word. And then we can let you in. So as long as you've read the rules and you have found the keyword and then you put it in there, you're good to go. Just leave it there until myself or a knight of the pouch approves you, okay? Oh my god, I found the California cookies. They thought they were gone forever. If I try them again, I'm gonna cry. Oh, Ozzy, you should try them again. You should try them again. I'll do that when I get back from the convention. Please do say to Shadow Princess, that'd be great. Yeah, read the rules real carefully. Exactly. About 10 pages as I stare at the 3 words I've written so far and will likely delete. Geeks, please. I need my fix of Stardust Memoir when we're not streaming and we're not playing fucking D&D, please! I'm paranoid because I want to keep my stream streak. I saw the weekly thing pop up when I was yapping, but I don't know if my stream streak went up or not. I think it probably did. If it popped up, I think you do get credit for it, hun. Even if you don't share it, I think you still get credit for it. Yes, we do have a good number of submissions so far. Be sure to submit soon because we do go by the order of submissions. That is true, we do. And we're not there yet, but we are approaching it where the first several times that we did this storytime stream, we had like a good 3 hours left, right? So I was like, oh, what should we read now? Like, what about folklore or something? And so we did that for a while. But this last stream, we actually just like barely scraped by on finishing reading everything that was submitted. And this is like a 6 or 7 hour stream. So like it's a reasonable amount of time, but I unfortunately, there will probably come a time where, and I'm not saying it's this time, I have no idea when it will be, but I reckon there will come a time where we do this and I'm gonna be like, okay, unfortunately, we have done 7 hours of this and we're only halfway through, so I do have to stop or something like that, you know what I mean? Hey, Kira Karate, thank you so much for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Let me see here. We need to get to that song. My ears are desperate for it. Wait, really? I didn't know you were that big of a fan of that song, Strat. Damn! The first line of that erotic fanfic is the best sentence I've ever written, I think. Is it appropriate for you to just tell me what that sentence is? I'm very curious. We're 6 sessions deep, and they have yet to figure out that I plan nothing, and I just open my mouth and start talking, and somehow it becomes a session. Geeks, it's incredible that you do that, because everything seems so well put together, and like, I have trouble getting absorbed in stuff that's not like visual in some way. But I am like enamored with this story. I think about D&D when I'm not playing it or talking about it. I'm just like, oh, that would be really cool. The next session will be really cool too. That is gonna be so cool. Let me see. Adam, hi there, amazing Adam. Welcome on in. How are you doing, darling? It's great to see you. Are we doing more demos today? We are indeed, Cutie Crafty. If you would like to know what we are doing, you can either check out the pinned message or just do !demos with an S at the end. Jet, thank you so much for the 70 stream streak. 70 streams! Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, darling. Thank you for your dedication and support. I'm just gonna hope it's okay now and lock in on work. All good, lovely Muslim. Thank you for dropping in. I do appreciate it, sweetie. Best of luck at work. We'll miss you and be thinking of you. Let me see. When I run D&D, all I do is prep some overarching stuff and then go, what do you want to do, players? And if they choose to settle down and open a restaurant, that's what we do. I love that. That's so cute. How do we do that? I don't know, but I will make it happen. That's awesome. Okay. We do have to go on a break, but we got 2 things that won't take too long, assuming that I don't get caught up talking. We are going to sing this song for amazing Umbra / beautiful Bubblen, which is Everything Stays. Umbra, if you're still here, I'll give you like 30 seconds to respond, but do you want me to sing this in like my belting it out kind of way or in like a more lullaby quiet way? What is your preference? I know I forget to ask that a lot, but I do want to know because I can do both ways, particularly with this song. Wheeze with nibbles like obsidian arrowheads pushed forward through the steamy jungle. Wow. I be here, either or. Oh, okay, all right. Maybe I'll do lullaby-y. I feel like I don't voluntarily do lullaby-y very much, so let's do that. All right. And then we will do the raffle for Yuki's game, and then we're gonna go on a break, and then we come back. We will put the demo night starter demo poll up, okay? All right, first things first. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter when you turn it around. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes. Ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is rising. The water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing. The moon controls the tide. It can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes. Ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Okay, there you go. I hope that was okay. It was very... Oh, Zoe! Hello there, lovely Zoe. Welcome on in, darling. Thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Goblins, we got the goblins in here. Hi there, gorgeous goblins. How's everybody doing? And you are doing some Persona 5 Royal. Let's go. Please don't spoil anything, but what number of palace are you on? We will not spoil anything for you either in case you are further behind than us. You guys, this is the lovely Zoe Baskerville VT who have graced us with their presence fresh from the Royal Palace of Persona 5 Royal. Hi there, dearest Romdan. Welcome on in. Hello, motherfucker. How's it going? This goblin Vtuber bequeaths upon us bilingual banter and a dash of puppy girl charm. One cannot help but stand her queer Latina energy as she navigates the trials of the Phantom Thieves. Truly a vibe most excellent. Welcome on in, cutie queen Veldy. Welcome, welcome. And you love that version. I'm so glad you liked it, and I'm so glad you liked it as well. Amazing Umbra. Oh, almost sleepy time. I'm glad you liked it, lovely Yuki. Agate and Zealous Zoe, welcome on in. Goblin Raid. Hi there, dearest Dan. You're on Okumura. Okay, great. We're ahead of you then, but we will not spoil anything. Are you enjoying it, darling? I certainly hope so. She also really loves head pats. I also really love head pats. If you give me head pats, I'll purr. Lovely Zoe, would you like to let us know when your next stream is and what you might be streaming? Hello, everybody. Ooh, let's get some double head pats here. Thank you for the double head pat. Sweetest Storm. Awesome, Aussie. Let me see here. Nerd, thank you for contributing to the movie night challenge, darling. Appreciate it. Probably Wednesday. Haven't decided on game. All good, lovely Zoe. Do you happen to know what you might like? If you got like a top 3 possibilities, even. You guys, please do check out the lovely Zoe, who will be probably streaming on Wednesday. Welcome on in, you guys. It is a pleasure to meet you. If you haven't met me yet, hi there. I am Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also a professional artist and voice actor, so if you would like to help me come in on if you'd like to come in on Fridays, you can help me decide what we're working on art-wise, and also request some music. Any game that we have that does not have dialogue already voiced, I voice for you. And yeah, currently we are also doing our first playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy XIV Heaven's Ward. Please no spoilers on either of those. It's first-time playthroughs, like I said. Today, though, you have come in during our traditional demo day, where you guys, the Pouch Pals, this community, get to submit demos, and then we try it on stream. We got about 4 a day. We don't always get through all of them. If you guys really, really like one, we do continue with one. But yeah, we are just about to get into that. But first, we have a raffle to give away the game. Hold on, it's called Sugar Dew Island. We have 4 people who want to get that at the moment. It is free to join in. If you are a part of the Discord, you are welcome to go on in there and like it, react to it, and then we will add your name in. But that's going to be going in like a minute or 2. Once I catch up with you guys. Let me see. Thank you for the VA demo, darling. I appreciate it. Yeah, that is not appropriate, Dan. Please don't do that. And yeah, okay. You guys, please do check out lovely Zoe, who is going to be doing something on Wednesday. We're not sure what, but probably going to be streaming that. And thank you for the care package. The mods are on point. Strat is my like, yeah, he is incredible. He is the best mod that I think I've ever seen on Twitch. He's also my modager, mod plus manager. Incredible. Strat is the GOAT. He really is. That was fast. Yup. Strat is on it. Hi there, Magnificent Muted. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Mathemagical, welcome, welcome. How are you? It's great to see you. How are things going? I got a key for a game called The Rain Spirit Codebreaker, so I might play it because it's a sponsor. Nice, very cool. Well, you guys, please do check out lovely Zoe. And let's do the giveaway now. Let me see here. Hold on, I have to go grab the channel points from Neo, Greg, and Precious Buggy. Oh, also, I need to make sure. Hold on, let me make sure that we've got. Oh, fuck, that's not what I needed. Hold on. I need a notepad. I gotta put all of our names for the 3 so far 3 raffles. Gotta put those on there. And I probably won't pull up Discord. Actually, maybe I will put up Discord. Yeah, we will pull up Discord. 1 second. Boop. Aha! Okay, so this is what you guys could win. We've got only 4 people. You got a 25% chance of winning this today. Let me see. And then let me also pull up our raffle. Yep. Cool. Okay. Get rid of all those names. Alrighty. Let me turn that on. And okay. So like I said, this is a quick little giveaway, as this community tends to do because they're so incredibly generous and so very kind. We have a very special little channel here called Community Giveaways, where you guys, the Precious Pals, are able to submit, extraneous keys or beta testing keys or game keys or Humble Bundle stuff you don't want, things like that. Even gift cards, you can also put those here. You put them here with no expectation of any kind of like exposure or anything. It's literally just to give back to the community that is so very warm. And we are going to do this one today. The other ones we will do on Friday when we do our art stream, which will be Rogue Waters, which is courtesy of Yuki as well. Crisis 3 Remastered, courtesy of Yuki as well. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure that I don't forget this one. This has to be a calendar. Yeah, cool. I need to remind myself not to draw for this one until 2 weeks from now. But we have one from Aspen as well. This is a really, really fucking sick. Wow, look at those teeth. I love her art, dude. This is an adoptable. Another adopt. Oh, cute. I love. Oh, another one. Oh my God. There's so many of these. Oh, these are so fucking cute. Anyway, she's doing a giveaway for these. If you would like these on Friday, you are welcome to. But today we are just doing the giveaway for Sugar Dew Island because this is only temporarily going to be available. So like literally tomorrow it will no longer be. You guys, as usual, I'm putting the names on here and I will count down from 10. If that changes to 5 instead of 4 or 6 instead of 4 or 7 instead of 4, whatever, I will add you. But if we count down to 0, Iridius, perfect. If we count down to 0 and you have not joined, we are hitting the spin button, okay? So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Oh, lift. You got it, darling. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Spin. Who gets it? Looks like it's Labs! Congrats, lovely love! The lovely love is the winner! Let's go. If she misspells your name, that is your new name. Yeah, I did accidentally write Yummy instead of Yuki. Lovely love! Congratulations, honey! I'm so happy for you. I hope you enjoy it and will tell us what you think of it. Also, once more, thank you so very much for your immense kindness and generosity to the community. Darling, Yuki, I really do appreciate it, and I know that the pals do too. Thank you. All right, you guys, we do have to go on a quick break, but, I am going to put hold on, I just realized I haven't put these names on here for Friday when we do our little chibi style art raffle. Umbra as well. Ozzy again. Sorry, I'm just putting everybody's names on here because sometimes they get drowned out, which sucks and is really hard to go and find the other people who contributed. Ram as well. But yes, we are going to put a poll up so that you guys can decide what we actually start on today, what game we start on. All right. Do we get to look at the demos before the poll? I will tell you about the demos before the poll, actually, but we do have to go on a break. But we will... I'll give you the... We'll do the demo... I do want to make sure that we decide what we're going to do while I'm gone. So let me just read to you about these real quick, okay? The Boba Cafe. You're reborn, back at the beginning of your startup journey. In your last life, poor management led to your shop being crushed by competitors. This time, the sweet scent of condensed milk runs through your veins, and you're set on one goal. Turn Bing Bao into the top name in the industry. That sounds quite fun. So that's Boba Cafe. Okay, so that's a cafe, Boba Cafe sim. Then we also have Cat Mail. Cat Mail, the description on that is, run a cozy cat post office, sort and deliver parcels from the Daily Boat, organizing everything your way. At night, the moon reveals hidden truths about packages. Clear a strange backlog, help locals, and unlock new abilities and destinations. That's also very cute. That sounds adorable. We also have Griftlands, which is a deck-building roguelite where you negotiate, fight, steal, or otherwise persuade others to get your way. Every decision is important, be it the jobs you take on, the friends you make, or the cards that you collect. And then the last one is actually one that we didn't get to last week, and I wanted to make sure that if you guys did want to, if you guys don't want to play Alabaster Dawn at all, then just don't vote for it today and we will just drop it because that'll be 2 weeks where you guys have decided not to play it. But, Alabaster Dawn is break Nyx's curse and guide humanity's rebirth in this top-down 2.5D action RPG demo version from the creators of Crosscode. Battle enemies with stylish combos, wield multiple divine weapons, solve intriguing puzzles, and explore a changing world. Okay? So those are all of the ones that that we can play. I will let you guys vote. Let me see. Demo to start with. I'll put that up. Let me see. So we've got Riftlands. We've got Alabaster Dawn. We've got Boba Cafe Sim. We've got Cat Mail. Okay? As usual, how this works is you guys will be able to, we'll play one of these for an hour, and then I will let you guys decide if you want to keep on playing it or if you want to move on to a different game, okay? So just because the game you really want me to play does not get voted on first, just be a little bit patient and you can vote for it the next break or the next break. You know what I mean? All right, cutie pies, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and dogs. This is also your Mezzamanda in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will see you guys in just 3 minutes, and, then we'll come on back, and, looks like cat mail at the moment, but you got 5 minutes, so please do vote. Love you lots, miss you terribly, see you soon. Mwah. Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times and watch its color. What's this? Create like a double to quadruple decker pizza. Slice by taking like a slight aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Fuck. I don't know what that accent is, but at least it's slightly different from. You're not even on a bed anymore. Light, no. Roth, I'm a dog. Roth. Yes! Let's fucking go. Oh my god, I can't believe I did it. I'm I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway. One more time. Here. Lift this. Oh, there she is. Okay. No, don't do it. Is save a furry? Yesn't. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, the train's in trouble. I can't stop it.
Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. No! See that in an instant replay? Orders, Dondu, MLG. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ, dude. The 360 no scope edit. I will know it as soon as you guys say it too. Proceeds to accidentally shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No! Poor squirrel. I would never. Can you shoot them? Yeah, you can. We can use our imagination. Pew, 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 pew. That's how guns sound, right? Oh. Yeah, that wasn't very bright. Ouch. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest idea. Gonna pin the blame on you for that one. Did you really needle that money? Oh, well, it's a strat. Too store at 9:30 p.m., right? I mean, if you need something, then sure. Distract.
That's not.
Oh, that's amazing. Fixie! Hi there, fabulous Fixie. Let's do the save dance.
Hey, there's a button on.
Hello there, my darlings. I am back. I'll let you guys finish your words, and then it looks like we're gonna go jump into cat mail. So let me prep stuff for that real quick. It is really cute, isn't it? Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times and watch its color. All right, cat mail it is. Let me just open it. Look, you guys, nothing ever happened. Look, it's perfect once more. You don't even see. It's almost invisible. Hey, well done on your words, my darlings. Hi, lovely. Hi, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. All right, let's go gaming. Let's get gaming. Oh, my cookie. Hi. Sorry, you guys are in the middle of your stream. Oh, no, you're not. Hey, good job. You beat him. You beat him. Lovely la. Thank you so much for the 15 string. I so appreciate it. Awesome, Aussie. Some obbies for you. Yay. Good, Aussie. Yummy Yuki. Obbies. Good, Yuki. Exceptional engage. Obbies. Yay. Good, engage. So, I did delete those 3 words and replace them with 4 more. Progress. Good job. Good job. Keep it up. Good job. Keep it a good job. Cat mail is cute and fun. I watched someone else play it before. Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, I'm excited. I haven't seen it at all, but it's a cute style. I'm going to go into lurk mode until this pounding gets better. Oh, but I listened to your beautiful voice, Tao-san. Lovely Yuki. I hope I can help make you feel just a little bit better. Yay! Thank you for the care package, incredible Radius. Excuse me. Let me also get you your music. Very wholesome sounding music as well. Super cute. This demo is fairly short. It should only take Tao 3 hours. You guys can vote for that. We can finish it today if all we do is play this game. At Standing Up Tooth, how are you? It's great to see you, hun. Lovely la. Thank you for contributing to the movie night. Lurk, friends hosting an event that's starting nowish. Oh, good, lovely Iridius. Thank you so much for the support in the form of the lurk. I do appreciate it. Lovely la. Uppies. Good laugh. All right. Single player, yeah. I guess we gotta play the tutorial. First day of work. I hope everything will be fine. I heard the old postman retired. Too bad he couldn't be here on my first shift. Kinda strange to be on the other side of the counter. Sorry, this is the voice we've picked. It's the voice I got the vibe from, or for. Wow, the mess in here. There's one thing. One thing on, no, there's more than one thing. Do they want me to test all these? Yeah, they do. Call a customer. Okay, I'll just put that there. This is so cute. I love that that it gets, oh, is this customer? Oh God! Sup, it's for my wife, Winnie Hairball. It's a big box. I'm building a cardboard castle. Okay, it's a big box. Probably this one? Mathematical! Sweetie, thank you so much for contributing to the movie night. I appreciate it. He's gone. Look at the map. Okay, M is not map. Oh, this is a map. Inbound and outbound. Post office handles 2 types of parcels. Those for Cat's Island, which will be requested at the counters, and those for other destinations, which will leave the island. Port Windy. Cute. Gotta check the parcels for names. Oh! Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, noted, thank you. This reminds me of a game where you take care of a store. Kind of got the same vibes to it. This is super cute. I'm already getting like cozy vibes. We'll see if it gets more Heated. Hi, I'd like to send that. Okay, press the, open the stamp mode by pressing F with the parcel in hand. Stamp the correct destination. Oh. Wait, did he say where he wants it? Wait, sorry, where did you want this to go? I guess it's gotta be the windy place, right? Maybe? Do I even have the option? I imagine when a cat goes postal, they'll just knock everything off the tables onto the floor. Accurate. Hey there, Dawn. Welcome on in. How are you? This looks awesome. It's super cute. Drag with right click to rotate. Oh! Oh, poor Wendy! Look at me go! Ah, thank you! Thank you, Storm. I zoomed past those instructions. Classic Tau. Look at the weight on the board. Okay. The weight on the board. Ah, there. Stamp the correct amount of weight stamps. So we need 3? Oh, I see. Wait, okay. You need 4. You need 4. Each parcel requires a certain number of stamps based on its weight. Any stamps in the correct category are accepted. Only the number matters. Okay. I'll put 4 of them then. I'll put one on every side. It'll be beautiful. And then there's a 4th one, so that should be good. Okay. What's in the box? That's a great question. Frostbite. Okay. Stamp the correct amount of weight stamps. Did I not do it? Or do they need to be on the same side? Did I do something wrong? It was 4, right? I have 4 now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And it said 4 when it's got, right? That is a destination stamp, not a weight. Oh. How do I, where are the stamps? Oh, over there. Wait. You guys are so good at this game. Okay, I need, where are the weight stamps? Is it, oh wait, actually it said stamp mode is here, right? Are these weight stamps? Are all, oh, okay,
they made the save icon in real life!
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I did it! Yay, I did it! Sweetest, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I wonder if we can trust Tau with a store. Probably not. Not a good idea. Weight stamps, not any stamp. Sneaky raid attack at the start of the 2nd round. What? 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 What do you mean? You guys, if you haven't checked out the sweetest Safe House 17, he is a dear friend of mine and of the channel. Please do check him out. He is an outstanding streamer, whether you are a big fan of Yarn! Viperia! Hello! How are you? What could I mean? Hello, Raiders! How are you doing, Viperia? Welcome, welcome! Ligma, welcome on in! Sigma, welcome on in! Valiant Viperia, Incredible Erlo, welcome, welcome! How are you doing, cutie pies? Crunchy Miro, hello, Magnificent Miro! You guys, this is the incredible Viperia, who hath been gracing the realm of Twitch with their presence. Let's see, this anime Vtuber claims to be a guardian angel, but I suspect they aren't more of a mischievous sprite. They seem to be on a quest to play every Mario game ever made. How delightfully chaotic. Hi, oh hi, welcome on in. I'm so glad you're doing well, darling. Viperia, may I ask, when is your next stream and what might you be streaming? While you let us know, here's a little bit about us.
Vtuber, self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Best you love to yourself.
Confess, I tell you all the time.
Favorite food?
Corn,
Favorite drink?
TV static,
Favorite manga?
Norigami,
Favorite anime?
also Norigami,
Favorite game?
Witcher 3,
Favorite music?
glass animals,
Biggest fear?
water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! Welcome on in, you guys. Please do check out the lovely Viperia, who will be doing some Wario Land 3 on Wednesday. Fucking sick. Viperia, what other kinds of? Have you truly been playing all the Mario games? I'm so curious. I tried to watch Norigami a long time ago, actually. Did you not enjoy it, Erlo? Have you rectified this issue by not watching Norigami, but instead Link Click, which is even for me. I love both of those shows so much. I tried to do this intro one time and gave up. It's hard. It's hard. I actually had to rehearse it like too many times. Well, welcome in, you guys. Viperia and community, it is such a pleasure to meet you. Well, I mean, I kind of have met you in Save's chat, I think. But hi everyone. As you saw, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, you can help me decide what we work on and also request music. We're doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy XIV Heaven's Ward. Like I said, both are first time, so please no spoilers, but if you would like to join us for those, you'd be welcome to. Today is our demo day where you guys, the community, actually recommend demos, and then we spend the whole day playing them. It's a really fun time, and it's a good way to find some new games that you might enjoy. Let me see here. I do not remember what I thought. I was much younger, not really the same person back then. I feel that, hun. I feel that. But maybe try it again. Maybe try it again. It's a really good show. Also, Link Click. It's pretty interesting. I'm excited for Wario World on GameCube? On GameCube! I feel like I've descended back into the early 2000s. Let me see here. And yeah, Talia, I've been playing every Mario game starting from the original Mario Bros. On NES. That's amazing. You guys, clearly, if you enjoy retro gaming and especially like Mario Wario stuff, lots of the OG Nintendo IPs there, please do check out the lovely Viperia, who is playing through all of them, which is amazing. I haven't seen anyone who's doing that. That's actually so sick, Viperia. I hope you're enjoying all of them. Are you revisiting them, or is this like a new thing that you're doing? That you you're like, I didn't get to do these when I was younger, so I'm gonna do them now. You know what I mean? I haven't really watched anime at all since 2020. Oh, fair enough. What do you like to watch then, Erlo? Suggesting demos, huh? Tempting. If you guys, we also have some other really cool stuff going on in the Discord as well. I don't know if any of you are writers, but I am a professional voice actor, so I've been letting you guys save up channel points for channel point goals for a story time stream where you guys get to actually submit the stuff you have written. Absolutely no generative AI, none. Not even for editing. Do not use it. But if you would like to contribute something that you have written, I would love to read it in front of everybody. And don't worry, this is a super supportive and like safe, cozy space. So no one is ever going to be like, ugh, that was garbage. I'll ban them. But yes, we actually have a lot of submissions already, but if any of you are writers, please feel free to join the Discord and contribute to it. We'll probably be doing it in a couple of weeks, probably on the 1st or the 6th of August. Like I said, I am in Australia, so if you are on the opposite side of the world, you probably want to back that up by a day, which will be like not the 1st, the Friday there, and then or the Wednesday for you. I just remembered I normally hate TV static. However, I was given a can of Cherry's TV static yesterday by my mother, and I think I may be a convert. Is TV static a drink? I have never heard of this, geeks. I've never heard of this. The most impressive thing is not that it was even pre-recorded. Tao actually does that whole thing on the fly every time. She's just that good. Let's go, Engage. Lie to everybody for me. Thank you. I've met someone that's doing something similar with the Kirby games. That's super cool. Completely blind runs for me because my earliest game system was a DS, so I never played any of the older ones. Are you finding that you have more appreciation for today's games, Viperia? Because you're playing the games that precede your your time as a gamer? I mostly just play games and hang out on Twitch. Fair enough, lovely Hello. What kind of games are you enjoying? Precious Palkley, thank you for contributing to the Faudian Game Challenge. I'm gonna scream my head off for that. Remember at the time she accidentally said her biggest fear was waiters instead of water? Such a classic clip that definitely happened. Fuck! I read it out loud and Sam's gonna clip it! Fuck! Wait, if I say fuck enough, he won't. Fuck, 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 fuck. He'll probably crop that out. Damn it! Shit. I can't wait till you read mine. I'm so excited to read yours, lovely light. Precious Patty, thank you so much for contributing to the movie night as well. I appreciate it. Let's see. Hi there, Small. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. TV static, sparkling water. Oh! I thought it was literally a British thing. Sorry. I was like, cherry TV static? I guess that's a sarcastic British name for... Yeah, I call it TV static too, but I was like, oh no, it must be a British thing that they actually call it that. You've never heard of your own joke in your intro for TV static being sparkling water. Oh dear, new levels of forgetfulness for Tau. Well, it is an old video, to be fair. You refer to sparkling water as TV static in your VTuber intro, and I laugh every time. Shucks, thanks, cutie. I'm not lying if I'm confidently incorrect. Aha! You're just wrong. I'm really into JRPGs, especially. My top 3 series are Xenoblade. What is YS and Trails? What are those last two? How was Persona? It was a blast, lovely Dawn. Thank you for asking. Beep, 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 beep. Fuck. Hi, cutie company. Welcome on in. How are you? It's such a pleasure to see you. You guys, please do check out the lovely Viperia who brought in their gorgeous community. They are playing through, like I said, a lot of the retro, like Mario Wario games from the NES and moving forward in time. So if that is something that you would like to go and enjoy, please, please, please consider giving them a follow. And darling, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. Now, I know you've been streaming those long hours, so if you gotta run and go and do, you know, some aftercare stuff, maybe go to the bathroom or eat or drink or go to sleep or whatever you gotta do, please do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Save, was it you who suggested this place? Was it you? You came in and you were like, "Ooh, it's the red at the second," or whatever you said. I don't remember. My memory's shit. Trails is the next one I plan to play once I finish my ridiculous quest of completing every Final Fantasy. I do like that quest, geeks, but it might take you another 20 years. There's a lot of games there and they're long. I don't know if I'm finding any new appreciation for the present Mario games because I am actually really liking a lot of the older ones. Oh, like preferring them over the newer ones, you mean? That's awesome. It was Save. Maybe. Thank you so much, Sita Save. Excuse me. You guys, like I said, if you haven't checked out Save, you are missing out. He is an outstanding streamer as well. Just like lovely Viperia, who very kindly rated in. And thank you for suggesting us, Save. Both are long-running series developed by Falcom. YS, pronounced like geese without the G. Oh, Ease. Oh, Ease. Okay. It's an action RPG series with the best feeling gameplay I know of. Whoa! Trails is a series focused on detailed world building with every arc focusing on a different nation. That's awesome. How good. That's really sick. Okay, that sounds fascinating. I'm surprised that I haven't even heard of it because I love RPGs as well. Viperia! This I get to use because you are of the save file.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not.
No. Tao's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? No. Okay. Welcome on in, Uwu.
Welcome on in, Uwu. LMAO, what? Yeah. We also have some other save commands, by the way. Do you guys want to show lovely Viperia the save commands? We got like 4 of them. All you do is exclamation point followed by...
I don't understand how to play this game.
Thank you.
Buttons. Keep it up, good job.
Thank you for the care package, Huzzy.
Keep it up.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life! They did. Bro, I know. Isn't he cute? Thank you so much, Suda Save, for allowing me to... See, listen, Save's got a bazillion clips of me. I thought it was only fair, right, that I get a couple of recordings of him. It's just that I let you guys have a little bit more free reign.
I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. The East series is inspired by a real-life legend of the same name from the same region I live in. That's so cool. It's not why I'm into it, but it's a neat coincidence. That's a super cool coincidence, Erlo. Wow. Surprise communism. That's me. Believe it or not, that one's me. Honestly, fair enough. Capitalism! Capitalism! But Viperia, because you also rated in, I'm also going to give you my version, which is, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. We do have a lot of save accessories in the stream. It's true, we do. And terrific Talon, welcome on in, darling. Uppies for you. Hey, good Talon. Zalrog, thank you for the merch plug. Thomas, thank you for contributing to the movie night and to the Faudian game challenge as well. All right, we will get back into our game, but you guys, one more time, please check out
I
the
bought
lovely
myself a
Viperia.
Switch to OLED. What? What are you talking about? The screen isn't better. Oh, that's what you think OLED stands for. No, it's still the same old screen. OLED actually stands for oops, lost every dollar.
I'm so sorry you're disappointed with your new screen, Alex. Welcome on in. And Friday, she wears a save hat. It's true! I do wear a save hat for like 6.5 hours of stream, generally. It's past 4 a.m. here, so I'm gonna take my leave, but I will say that the recent remake of the first Trails game and the latest Ease game both have a free demo with around 10 hours worth of content. That is awesome, Erlo. Well, if someone wants to suggest that, I am happy to take that on. But Erlo, yes, 4 a.m. is pretty early/late. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming on in with the raid and supporting the wonderful Viperia. Tau keeps threatening to turn me into a handbag. Escalation from the hat. No! Maybe. Maybe. Shh. All right, cutie pies. Let's get back into it. Time moves forward every time a customer is satisfied, so take your time. Oh, good! That's good for me. If I had to do anything that... Oh, look, it's Steam. Meta. Okay, did I put the box in the right spot? I hope so. I guess I gotta go serve another customer. Hi, I'd like to send that. Wait, both of these? Okay, you guys said to rotate it. Imani M. Port Windy. Okay, this goes to Port Windy. Okay, I should put it, it's, okay, there's destination. This is the Port Windy stamp. And it needed, what, 1? It was 1. Or no, I guess it's, yeah, it is 1. It's 1. Okay. So then I put this. I'll put this here. 1. Okay. And then I bring it over here, right? Put it here. And then I grab the other one. That's just how scary she is when you can see her. What are you talking about? I must take my leave to get ready for sleeps. Absolutely lovely Viperia. Thank you so much for bringing in your amazing community, darling. And thank you so very much for the raid and spending some time with us. I hope you also sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I'll see you later, okay? Dear Strasa, welcome on in, dear Strasa. How are you? All right, we're going to Port Windy with this one as well. And then we gotta put it on the scale. This one's also just 1. Look, guys, I'm so good at this game! Put the box there. More customers. This is such a cute game, dude. Aw. Hi, do you have my package? The parcel is for my mom. Her last name is Big Ears. I was told that it's almost my height. Okay, Big Ears. Nope. Not you. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Oh. Why is this place so crowded? Big Ears. Almost as tall as you? Oh my god, there's so much shit, dude. Oh, Asher. Bah!
Hello, motherfucker.
I forgot this wasn't Minecraft. Not that I've ever played Minecraft, but it looks like somebody didn't want you to see this mess. I wonder what's behind this huge pile. Oh, it's trash. So much trash. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, dearest Dorth. Welcome on in. Beautiful Burnty. Welcome, welcome. Cutie Chef. How are you? Titanium Chef, how are you? Tau learning to be a postie? Yeah, so I can deliver your outstanding goods to people. 100%. Speaking of, your most recent creation looked divine as usual, Swedish chef. How are you doing? It was abandoned by the last postmaster. Oh my god!
Thanks. Have a nice day.
That's all letters, parcels, and dust. What the heck, Tau? It's pronounced beej ears. That's very offensive to say big ears to a cat. I'm so sorry. My bad. My bad. Beej ears. Magnificent math.
Thank you for the ooh. Thank you, Lou.
Who else here eats the skin of the kiwi? Me! I volunteer! I love the kiwi skin is my favorite part of the kiwi, actually. Not even kidding. All right, I'll have to, oh my god, fuck. Okay, this goes in the corner. This goes in the corner, so I don't have to look at it. So does this. Just gotta clear the path. Oh my god, there's so much shit, dude. I'm doing well. I'm on holidays. Oh, relax maxing. Relax maxing is great. I'm so glad you're relaxing, sweetie. Are you just taking some time off of like stream and work and stuff and chilling at home, or have you ventured further beyond? The kiwi skin has a lot of tart flavor. It does. It's also really healthy for you. Tons of really good stuff. Can I not put this down? There. I achieved big bad evil guy. No. Big evil guy. Milestone. Congratulations. The multiplayer for this game has you all working to clear and organize the whole place. That's adorable. That is so cute. I always shave my kiwis before I eat them? No, that's way too much work.
Hi. The parcel's for my mom. Her last name is Scratchy. It's just a letter.
Oh my god, you can decline it? That's so tragic. Okay, it's a letter though. Scratchy. That's Bodhi. A letter. Where's a letter? Do I even have, oh, is there a letter in here? What's this say? Cute! Oh my god, adorable. What's through this door? You're not allowed to see, Tau. Chilling at home this week and then jet setting over to Japan with my parents. Oh my god, chef, that's so cool. You're gonna have the best time. Is this gonna be your first time in Japan? And you totally don't have to tell me, but if you want to tell me like the general region that you're gonna be in, that would be amazing. Where the fuck is the... I don't want to decline it. Do I have to though? Because it's... Oh wait, is this it? This says, Tigger S. Last name is Scratchy. Is this it? Oh, that is it. Okay.
Thanks. Have a nice day.
Parents' first time, my fourth. Amazing. Oh my gosh, chef, I cannot wait to see what you get up to. I hope you'll consider sending pictures. I would love to see them. During dusk, the counters close and the captain arrives. Fulfill his requests to progress. What's this? Hello! I did my job, now do yours. Jeez, okay. Bossy. Put this down. Put it down. The skin of the kiwi fruit had more vitamin C in it than a whole orange? Yeah, I believe it. I didn't know exactly what kinds of medicine, what kinds of goodies are in there, but I know that it's quite good for you. We'll be in Tokyo for the first week and then Kyoto for the second. Oh my god, that's so cool. If you want to grab me a fountain pen, I'll pay you back. Yeah, I would love to see pics from Japan, 100%. Let me check my roadmap. Port Windy. All right, let's get going. Talk to the captain to know which parcels he needs. Load the boat as much as you want and ring the bell on the dock once you're satisfied. Okay. Don't just stand there. You're blocking the light. Heading to Port Windy next. You're kind of new here. Have you met Charlie, my old pal? He used to work here, but I heard he retired. I'm heading to Port Windy. Don't give me the wrong parcels. Okay, he's just like, yeah, all right. Fuck, I should probably categorize things. Is this Port Windy? That looks like a windy stamp to me. Here, take this with you. I hope I've got the right thing. Drop it! Drop it! Fuck! There, click. Oh, send the boat back? Are you sure? Is that filling it up entirely? Didn't I have like a couple of Port Windy things? I just forgot where I put them. Uh-oh. Oh my god, what a fucking mess. Wait, is this Port Windy? Yeah, that's a windy. That's a windy. I drink a lot of lime juice, so I don't need vitamin C. You drink a lot of lime juice. Lime juice. I don't know if I could drink just lime juice. Do you like sweeten it or anything? I'm just gonna stack this bad boy up. Probably get about 350 mils of lime juice a day. Wow. That is pretty awesome. Adira. Oh, that's the name of one of my friends. Another Wendy. Oh, it's in cocktails. Oh, nice. So your liver may not be thrilled, but your vitamin C is. Don't you know Tau? Don't I know Tau what? I know me. I don't know what do I know? Is this a Wendy? That's a Wendy. Look at all the Wendy's. Can I pop this over here? Thank you for the care package, I'll see. You put the lime in the coconut and drink them all up. Yeah! Okay, Wendy. I also have 2 lemon trees. Ooh, nice. Oh my god, how many of these things have just been sitting here? Someone's gonna wonder where their packages are. This is such a cute game, dude. I feel like this is also something that I could do while I'm talking to you guys as well. Which makes things so much better. It's always hard to do something with like non-stop action because then I'm like, oh, sorry guys, I'm trying in the middle. What's on here? Wendy! Well, you said to fill it up. Can you get rid of all this other shit, please, so that I can put more stuff on here? Don't want to rejig the whole... Fine, I will. I will do it! I don't want to do it, but I will do it! Wait, that doesn't fit. You're doing a good job. Now all you need to do is get you here and help you sort out my stuff as well. I bet you'll have fun. I don't know about that. I don't know how to play this game. Aha! Tetris. Oh, fuck me. No. Fuck. You mean I can't just endlessly stack things on top of each other? What is this shit? Okay, what if I put this... Ooh, yeah, there. Ooh. Okay, I will Tetris. I am Tetrising. Okay, and then, no. Okay, can I tilt this sideways? Like the, no. Damn it. Kaises. Fuck. Why? I will pay you in fresh fruits. Ooh, that is worth it. I think a Cozy-esque game would be great. It is really cute, isn't it? There's a lemon tree literally on the property border between me and my neighbors, so we collectively share. Oh, that's so nice. I love that. Fuck. Okay, fine. I'll just keep this here and ring the stupid bell. We need a ratchet strap to tie all this down. For real. For real. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Wait, what? Why? Why not? What are you upset about? Why not? Hello? Okay, wait, okay, well, okay. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Wait, what did I do? Do I not have enough? Did I not put everything on here that I could? Am I stupid? I guess you need to load it all, but how? It won't even let me put shit down in the spot. Why? I want to put it on top of everyone else's. Oh, yeah! No. Has to leave with everything, probably, but there's not enough room for everything. I don't think. URL, welcome in. Are you mailing cats or are you a cat mailing stuff? We're a cat mailing stuff. Rearrange? I guess so, but I don't actually see how I could possibly... this is one thing, but there's the other thing too. I wish I could, like, you know, do this. Oh. There's another bell, I think. Oh, is there? Ow! Why are you beating me up, Alex? I'm just gonna put it all in one big box. Easier, and I'll call it the mail lottery. Whoever gets it is gonna be so happy. Yeah, exactly. Oh! I'm so stupid. Sorry, this is literally, okay. Got it. My bad. Shit, summary. The bell tower is not on the boat. Oh, maybe they should have made a different bell, you know? If you do it right, it works every time. We got a 248. Oh, cute. Unlocked the scanner. X-ray parcels. What, to make sure that they don't charge? Oh, it's nighttime. Do we not sleep? Ever? The night works just like the day. Satisfy customer requests, then have fun. Oh, that's nice of us. We're, this is cute. X-ray parcels. Do I put this in the... Oh, it's this. It goes on here, huh? Place a single parcel on the conveyor belt to scan it. If the scanner detects anything, add the stamp that matches the indicated constraint to the parcel. You only need to do that for parcels customers give you. Okay, cool. There you go, your first shipment. Yes! You are getting overworked. They better pay you overtime. True. Fragile and heavy. With the scanner operational, you will now handle fragile and heavy parcels. Fragile parcels can't have anything above them. Heavy parcels will crush everything under them. Damages to the parcels happen between shifts. Okay. Got it. There's yarn here. I want it. All right. Hello. Can you take care of that? I probably can. Where's it going? Port Windy. Windy. Okay, how much does this weigh? 4. How do you fit 3 kilos of stuff in this thing? God damn. Poor postal workers. Really getting to work overtime here. Oop. Okay, we must... I'm guessing this is gonna be heavy. Oh, it's fragile. Oh, this one's fragile. Okay, so we have to put a fragile sticker on it. Where am I gonna put this so I pay attention to it? There. Okay. That's fragile. Fragile things will have a spot here. And this is also going to Port Windy. Boop. And is this gonna be heavy? Whoa, yeah. 4 kilos. I'm gonna try and get some juice and cookies. Yummy. Absolutely, Strut, sounds good. I don't think it's a globalized mailing company. I think it's meant to be your self-mailing startup, so pay yourself overtime. Yeah, good call. Let's pay ourselves overtime. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I had to count. Okay. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6. Wild guess is gonna say it's heavy, but I'll just put it in here anyway. Uh-huh. We're so strong. We are so strong. All right. Heavy things will go on this table instead. Boop. Pay ourselves overtime. I'm thinking $4.50 an hour. I think that's a great idea. Ah! Hello. Can you take care of... I don't know if I can. If you can send this as soon as you can. Thank you, my dear. Okay, hold on. Let me put this shit down. Okay, nothing special about you. Only one. This is the lightest parcel I've ever seen. Where are you going? Of course you're going to Port Windy. Okay, Port Windy and boop, and then just one stamp. We'll get a matching lighthouse. I love lighthouses. Then again, they did a lot back in the early days. Even some really raunchy stuff. Wait, what was this in reference to? Oh, East 3. Oh, right. You're talking about East still. I can't believe I haven't heard of that, to be honest. Okay, I'll put this over here. Why is that small package so heavy? Are they mailing tungsten cubes? I think they must be. Okay, what about this? Okay, nothing for you either. Going to Port Windy, and you need 2. Count 'em, 2. 21. Lily! Lucid! Welcome on in, lovely Lucid. Thank you for the care package. Why did that box just materialize? Very scary. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, regular packages. Right there. I need to mail some of these too. Here, I'll just move some stuff over here. No, that's local. Local. And this is heavy and windy. Okay, I gotta put my heavy things over here on this table. Wait, was it that table? Yeah, it was this one. So organized. I'm trying. I'm giving it a shot. Cry. Okay. Until everything gets cleaned up, we have to try and make it as obvious as possible. Does this one have any special stickies? No? Okay. Boop. How about you? Okay, this is local. Local goes here. Can I not stack this shit over here? Rude. Louis? Do I look like Louis Shirosagi from Beyblade? I don't know, because I don't know who that is. Sorry. But Lucy. Chaos, truly. You organize very different than I would. Listen, I don't know if I've made it clear or not, but I am not the most organized person. I might be more organized than you guys think I am, but not by too much. Hi, lovely Lucy. How are you? Louis Swan? Louis Swan? Okay, let's local. It's damaged! There's a scratchy Rooney in it. A scratchy Rooney. Oh, I can't put it there. Okay, I can't believe that we already have another break. If you guys want to keep playing this, we totally can. I'm super down, but I will put the poll up as per usual. You guys, this is a demo night stream, which means that you guys actually get to decide if we continue on with certain demos or if you want to move on to a different one, okay? So, also, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe, you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about it, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run those ads, and then we come on back and make more content together, okay? And lurking for a bit, I was just getting food. What kind of food did you get? Scratchy Rooney definition ruined. Scratchy Rooney. Is that a word that I actually am saying that I don't know what it means? What is this? It's local. It's fairly local. Look, guys, my entire musical education in one phrase. Okay. Okay. More locals. Screw 3 minutes. I usually do 180-second ad breaks. There you go. You could say that alternatively. All right, you guys. Let me put that poll up. You guys can decide to keep on playing this if you want, but otherwise, we got which demo? We can continue at mail. We can play Alabaster Dawn, so like an RPG. We can play Boba Cafe Sim. We can do I think it's called Grifflins? Hold on. What's it called? Grifflins. Yeah, it's Grifflins. All right, you guys have 5 minutes. Please do a vote. I think Tau's addicted. It's actually super chill and super cute. I'm about 75% through the demo. Am I really? I thought you said it would take 3 hours. Please make sure that you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is Elsie and Mezzamonder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. That poll is live, so please do vote. Mwah! Memories bring back you. Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Look, you guys, nothing ever happened. Look, it's perfect once more. You don't even see. It's almost an aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Fuck, memories bring back I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Jesus Christ, dude. The 360 no scope edit. Oh my. Mamma mia, way back on the shelf. How could I ever resist the elf? If that's not so, remember, I got that American desire to consume the food, and when I'm at home, I will often. So here's an example. The sharpest idea. Gonna pin the blame on you for that one. Did you really needle that money? That one was a stretch. Tau likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay forever. Exactly, Yuki. I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway, I will know it as soon as you guys say it too. Proceeds to accidentally shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No! Poor squirrel. I would never. I would never. Can you shoot them? Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. No! My... I suppose. Unless, precious Patricia, you have a sword. A sword. See? A sword. I just realized Tau isn't going to survive FF14 Shadowbringers. Oh no, is there... I don't think you should be afraid! Why would you be afraid? I am afraid? Don't be afraid! I use my guns only for good and convenience. See.
Lizard.
I'm gonna get it. Lizard! Yes! Let's fucking go. Oh my god, I can't believe I did it. I've got it. This overwhelmingly forgettable appearance, generic speech style, and total lack of sex appeal. Nishima, are you an NPC? Are you an NPC? Oh man. Woof. Savage. But it'd be even more savage to lie about what he is. Okay, I don't know what that accent is, but at least it's slightly different from you're not even on a bed anymore! Light, no! Roth, I'm a dog. Hi there, cuties. Roth. 5 seconds. It looks like you guys want to do the Boba Cafe sim. Sounds good to me. Let me start that one up. I'll let you guys finish your words, and then we'll jump on over to... Well done, Save. Well done. That was expertly navigated, and you caught a serious trip on that. Ooh, mate. Well done on your words, you guys. Somehow it's done.
Excellent
done.
decision.
Oh, the train's in trouble. I can't.
Boba.
I'm on the way.
Here
Take it
we
to her.
go.
Here it comes.
Hi, cuties! Welcome back. I'm waiting for this to start. Welcome back, Sweet Star. And welcome back, Sweet Space Cat Ubbies. Yee! Good Space Cat. Awesome Aussie. Welcome back, Ubbies. Yee! Good Aussie. Sweet Shimmy. Welcome on back. Exceptional Engaged Ubbies. Yee! Good engage. Incredible Eisen. Abbies. Good Eisen. Shimmy. Abbies. Ah. Good Shimmy. Incredible Icy Abbies. Good Icy. I actually got a few words. Well done, lovely Space Cat. I'm proud of you. Sweetest Save. Welcome back. Is that my goat, Henry Stickmin? Yeah, Lucy, we actually played through all of Henry Stickmin, and got all of the fails and everything. Like literally 2 weeks ago. Thank you so very much, Incredible Icy, for the tier 2 subby. And thank you for 4 months of subby. I so appreciate it. Thank you, Incredible Icy. Thank you. Sweetest Soupy, welcome on in. Exceptional engage. Amazing. Hey, I appreciate the corn. This is for Lav, who needs waking up with them. Make them vigorous. Okay, grab the Lav. My headphones fell off. Good Lav. I love Henry Stickmin so much. It was a lot of fun. I'd never played it before. Mary! Hello, wait, not Mary. Merly! Welcome on in, magnificent Merly Mimic. That's a fun name. Oh, I do love alliteration. Welcome on in. How are you doing? You guys, this is the magnificent Merly Mimic, the ever-transforming VTuber who hath entered our realm from the depths of Silent Hill F. Clearly a much braver being than I am because I'm so scared of horror games. With a plethora of models and personalities, they dulcet entertain with games like Elden Ring and Warframe. Their yapping is legendary and they are unafraid to explore the spookier side of gaming. Truly a streamer worthy of our royal attention. Cutie Coco, welcome on in! The Merly Porium has come to town. Hi there, Cutie Coco, amazing AVFA, dearest Doc W, Cutie Keldarius, magnificent Merly Mimic themselves, sweetest Sea Vine Reaper, welcome. Also, thank you so very much for the follows. Gorgeous Getting Savvy with It, Incredible It's Yo Do 2010, Magnificent Merly Mimic, Cutie Keldarius, and amazing AVFA. Welcome. How are you all doing? Thank you so much for the raid, hon. Alliteration is fun. I concur. I mean, it's in the name, right? TauTassieTiger. You guys are the pouch pals. Like, I do love alliteration. I'm so glad you agree. I love survival horror. It allows me to be super silly and funny. You and I are different people, and I'm just a little bit afraid of you in the best way. I admire you, you know? Because while you're being super silly and funny, I'm screaming and pressing pause because I can't handle it. But welcome in, magnificent Marley. I very much respect your incredible bravery. How did you enjoy Silent Hill F? You guys, please do check out the magnificent Merly Mimic who just brought in their gorgeous community, and I'm so glad that you got gifted a sub as well, dearest. Let me see here. Would you like to let us know when your next stream will be, Marley, so that we can hopefully come and join you and what you might be streaming as well? In the meantime, I'll do a little intro. Hi, everybody. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Pleasure to meet you. I'm also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, Aussie time, you can help me decide what we're working on, whether that's fan art or commissions or ode chibi art or whatever. You also get to request music as well, so that we can all expand our musical tastes. We're doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward, but please, as I emphasis on first time, so please no spoilers on either of those. But if you'd like to see someone play through these for the first time, please consider coming on through. Also in Heavensward, if we have any Final Fantasy XIV players in the chat, you guys are more than welcome to join us for trials, dungeons, raids, etc., etc. And on Tuesdays, Aussie time, which is today, we do a demo day where you guys, the Pouch Pals, this community, get to submit demos for me to try and play on stream. I'm garbage at all of them, but we have a good time anyway. Lots of laughter. Cutie Coco, thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the Pouch. You are now a Pouch Pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Let me see here. You and me both. I would be screaming from FNAF 1. Oh my God, that was one of the things that you guys, every 1,000 followers, so once we hit 4,000, you guys get to decide on a horror game for me to spend 6 hours on. Misery. Misery. Next stream is tomorrow around 4:30 p.m. CST. Tomorrow we are playing Pow World, but first going over what happened between Nintendo and Pow World since I have no idea what's up with that. Oh, you've managed to stay out of that whole like lawsuit and stuff, have you, Marley? You guys, please do check out the magnificent Marley Mimic, who is going to be doing some Pow World tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. CST. We want to go and support them while they discover the shenanigans that happen between Nintendo and Pow World. And Pouch Pals, like marsupials, correct! I am a Thylacine, so I am a marsupial. People think I'm a feline, but I'm actually not. I am a marsupial. But yeah. You guys, please check out lovely Marley. And Marley, sweetheart, I know that you have been streaming those long hours, so please make sure that you go practice some after-stream care. If you need to go to the bathroom or go eat or go sleep or go for a walk or go shower, whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do so. Fear not, because I will take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. And you go take the best care of yourself, okay? Let me see. I just know there's a lawsuit, but I do not know much of the details. Fair enough, Marley. I think you are going to be quite appalled at. Are you a Nintendo fan? I feel like it's harder for Nintendo fans to be like, not impossible, obviously, because I'm a bit of a Nintendo fan as well. I love Pokemon and stuff. But when you go look into it, it's kind of like if someone, I don't know, made like a superhero character that flies, and then DC sued them because they're like, it's an exact copy of Superman. And for the Raiders who wrote stories, we occasionally do a storytime stream. That's true. If you guys write, I'm also a professional voice actor. So if you guys would like me to read your stories, poetry, lyrics, short stories, short novels, whatever, we have a storytime stream coming up in the next 2 weeks. Probably by August 1st or so. And if you submit something to that, you guys will let me, you can decide whether I narrate it or whether I voice act it. Okay? I am not a Nintendo fan. I like many of their games, but not the biggest fan. Fair enough. Then you will have a lot of appreciation for the hell that Nintendo has put the poor Pal World people through. Pokemon is cool. The companies are not. Agreed, Cutie Coco. Exactly right. I finally get my chance to, I get to change my name to something like Double Darling Daisy. Ooh, love the alliteration, you know me. It's rather entertaining watching Nintendo try so hard at getting a rise over Pal World. Yeah. But yes, one more time, Marley, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. You guys, please check out Marley, who will be doing some Pal World tomorrow. I think it was 4:30 CST. Let me check. Yeah, 4:30 p.m. CST, some Pal World. And if you guys know lots about the Nintendo Pal World controversy, I'm sure that the lovely Marley would love to hear about your thoughts and experiences with it. All right, let's get into our Boba Cafe simulator. The Pal World lawsuit is so funny. Nintendo keeps trying to patent base mechanics, and they keep getting laughed out of court. They recently tried to patent running around in a 3D world and throwing a ball to capture things. Exactly. The issue is that a fan game did that 8 years before Nintendo did, so that invalidates their patent. Nice. Love it. Love it! All right. Let's see. Tutorial! Quick question. Can I share something me and my artist bestie have been working on? As long as it's not like self-promotion, you can put it in the Discord. All right, let's see. Look at, oh my God, it's so cute. The Boba Cafe shop. It's so quiet. Okay, target the store sign and then left click to rename it. Pals, tell me, what are we gonna rename this? What do we want to call this? What shall we call it? Give me something punny or alliterative or something like that. Oh, also, let me get rid of our little pals. There we go. Emma! Excellent, Emma. Thank you for the 7 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Boba Pals! Oh, I do like that. Do we have anyone who denies the regality of Boba Pals? I was gonna joke about them trying to patent throwing a ball. Next you will tell me they tried to patent summoning monsters. Funny story, Marley, about that. Tassie Tea House. Oh, that's also cute. I like that. Booba Buddies. I mean, it's not, but it's also something I'm working on for when I start streaming as a PNG tuber. Ah, I see, I see. You can share art as long as it's not like self-promotion. That's totally fine. Just, yeah, in the Discord probably. No way. I think you're gonna, because we can spoil all of it for you. We can spoil all of it. I think there's been a lot of people in this chat who have kept up with the insanity of Nintendo's patents and lawsuits against Pal World. But do you want no spoilers so that when you read it tomorrow you can be like, oh, surely that's so silly. That's like when they tell you that, you know, we're gonna sue you because you summon a monster. That's so oh wait. Oh, they did that. Oh, I have to prepare myself for this. You do, lovely Merrily, you do. I hath been shaketh. I think I'm awake now. I appreciate the vigorous uppies. My pleasure, lovely lamb. Very happy to help. TauTassie treats. Oh, you like TauTassie treats? I do like the alliteration of that, actually. I think we will go with that. Okay. TauTassie treats. Our logo. Oh, you can custom logo. That's kind of cool. Do we get to just, like, design it ourselves? Or what? Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay, I'll draw a little pal. Let's do a little pal. We're not gonna play this game today, I think. We're just gonna draw. Excuse? Oh, I've got the eraser on. Dumb. Listen, I am not a, I said I'm a professional artist, but I do not draw with a mouse, okay? Done. Magnifique. Nom 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 nom. Thank you for feeding me, sweetest space cat. No more spoils! What I have learned so far has made me so excited for this. Okay, sounds good. We won't spoil the lawsuits anymore. You'll have to come and tell us what you think of them tomorrow there. And suddenly, Tau art stream. I get to see Tautrod live. Hi there, Magnificent Miri. How are you? It's cute. Thanks. If it's a treat, gotta add sweet corn to it. Damn straight. Oh, we got a new recipe. Add 3 lemon slices to a cup and then fill with purified water. Need a thin straw. That's gonna be a very bitter drink, but okay. Target the door sign, left click the toggle for open. Ding dong. Okay, we gotta run over here. Cup time. Oh, wait. Oh, cup time. Put them. Oh, I'm out. Okay, I'm out. Bin. Where's a bin? 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 Hi. Sorry, sir. Please wait just a moment. Fuck. Where's the? Oh, there's a bin. Put it in there. Ew. That looks gross. Did I mulch up the cardboard? Okay, hi, task. Yes, I'm here. I'm here. What can I do for you? I'll steal your phone? Sure. Okay, lemons. Lemons. Okay, only 1 item allowed. Okay, we gotta chop this. Oh, okay. No fruit on the cutting board. Can I put more? Okay, hold on. I'll just do a few of these just to prepare because there's more people coming. Ah! Okay, no, put that down. Cut. Put that down. Cut. Okay, okay, I need one of these. Yes, okay. Okay, one of these. 1, 2, 3. Ah! Thank you for the foul attack, lovely lady. Purified water. Is this, okay, that's drinkable water. Ah, lady, thank you for the pal tag. Did I do this right? No, yes, no, wait. Oh, wait, how do I click to switch the water, to add the, oh, wait, oh! Got it. Okay. Do we hold the cup and click the, oh, turn off the water, that's wasteful, Tau! Oh, what is this? What is that? Oh, place the cup in the sink. Wait, I did that. Didn't I do that? More water. Okay, are you happy now? What's happening? Let me see here. Tau, you just did what your bard artist character would do for casting color spray. Let's fucking go. Trash can ever, truly. How are you doing, lovely lady?
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
True. I don't understand how to play this game. Tao seems so much more anxious in this one compared to the last one. There's a time limit. There's people waiting for me. I sent it in the art chat. I'm honestly really passionate about what me and my bestie Melly have made so far. Mel's art is so fucking gorgeous. I'm so excited to see it, lovely Lucid. Let me see here. Merrily heading out. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you so much again for the raid. I really do appreciate it. You have a great one and have a blast with Pal World tomorrow. All right, let's see. Add sugar and ice exactly as stated on the label. That's pressure. Check the wall poster for syrup and ice ratios. Less ice, add 1 scoop of ice. Normal ice, 2 scoops. 3 parts sugar requires adding, what is it? There's a thing in the way here. Let's see, 5/10 sugar, too much math, too many maths. Okay, I just assume that I know what I'm doing. Check the label on the cup, hold it, and click the sugar jar. Okay. Sugar. Okay. Place the cup into the sealing machine. Okay. Seal quickly! That was actually very fast. Good job. Okay. Have your drink. Refreshing lemonade. Aim at the cup and press E. Ah! Oh no, the sweetness level's off. I fucked it up already. Oh no. Oh no. No sugar? It's bland as heck. It's bland as heck. That's because you didn't give me cash. Cash better. Cash king. What's in here? Oh, it's glowy. Ice maker. Okay, 3 more orders. What did you want? I assume the only thing that I can make, which is lemonade. Okay. This is not a good sign of things to come. Okay. There's 3 of those, right? Do I need some sugar? Going to Lurkin at breakfast. You keep your customers for diabetes. Bland drinks all the way. Oh, from diabetes. Oh, the opposite of for diabetes. Okay, spoils in 2 days. Oh, don't leave these out for 2 days. Did I do that right? I didn't see it. I didn't see anything about sugar. They're gonna say it's not good. They're gonna say it doesn't have sugar. Sweetness is off again. No. Is this water? Not milk tea? I mean, it's, yeah, but that's all I make. Thank you for the Valley Girl voice. I think the only boba game I remember is that one horror game that's about a boba shop. I don't think I played that. What the fuck? Oh, 3. Oopsie. $350. Oh, I probably should not charge them $350 for my off lemonade. Engage. Thank you for, wow, balding and googly eyesing. Wow, crazy. Okay, let's get a cup and I will put like some actual sweetness in this, I guess. Okay, 3 of those. Oh, I see. Oh my god, I understand now. Let's fucking go. I get it. They want it to be like cold, I think. Oh yeah, bitch. Okay, I understand how this game works now. Look at me go. I'm going to impress every single customer. Okay, here, like, I want you to be thrilled. Now, are you happy? Hello? Someone take this, please. Someone take this, please. 3, 5, oh my god. Wait, I didn't see if he was happy. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay, some people are like dressed so fucking cool. Can I get some of these outfits? Okay, I also need to cut more lemons up. Not the Valley Girl voice. Yeah, bitch. Valley Girl voice. Okay. Are you guys happy? Is this person gonna be happy now? Eat this. Are you happy now? What? What do you mean the sweetness? I didn't see a sweetness level. Fuck, I'm not ready for coffee, dude. I can't do coffee. OMG. Add coffee beans to the grinder, grind into a powder, and then add to the coffee machine. What about pre-ground beans, bitch? Oh, cash. Oh my god. Don't make me. Oh my god. Here's. Oh, no. You only get 1.5. 1 $5 and $1 and 50. No! Oh my god, fuck off. I'm pressing too many things. Okay, are you happy? Okay, all right. Hi, hello, hi. Tasha. Yes, thank you. Okay, pick up the box of paper cups from the ground. Where are they? Oh wait, I have to make this first. Lemonade first. Ah, wait, hold on. Sorry. Oh fuck, hold on. I need to put lemons on the, no, put that shit down. More lemons. We gotta be better prepared. Oh, actually, it's probably the last customer of the day, maybe. So maybe I will like just put it in here. Okay, maybe I'll do this while it's rolling that up. Okay, all right. Some ice for you and some sugar. Okay, they're happy with that. They want more ice? It can no longer hold ice. But why not? But why not? Why not? Is it too full? Dump some of it. Turn off this faucet. Ah! Requirements on the label. I know, but it won't let me use anymore. Oh, no, Matt. Well, when life gives you lemons. Exactly right. Okay, paper box of stuff on the ground. Where's the... That's not on the ground. The fuck? Okay, that's not on the ground. Mastiff, how are you? It's good to see you. We have 2 menu items and neither have boba. Ain't that the truth? Ooh, oranges, yummy, yummy. Okay, small straw box. Okay, aim at the thin straw placement slot on the side of the cup holder. Oh my god. The thick straw box, next. There's too many of these. Oh, okay, over here. Perfect drink. I forgot that you should probably serve lemonade with a straw, my bad. A perfect drink grants a popularity bonus. It must match the order exactly. Use lids for hot coffee, sealing film for other drinks. Don't forget straws. Large toppings need a wide straw. Place it in the cup organizer to auto attach. Hello there, Aken, or Iken. Welcome on in. How are you doing? I love that emote. Big waves to you, babes. Big waves to you. You know, I've been thinking, when life gives you lemons, make life take the lemons back. Get mad. I don't want your lemons. What the hell am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day it thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons. I'm gonna get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down. For legal reasons, I'm just reading that out loud, and it's all a joke. What do you call a group of disorganized cats? A catastrophe. Love it. You're doing good? I'm happy to hear that, sweetie. Is it Aiken? Since your name is Aiken is taken, I'm assuming it's Aiken, or is it Akin? Welcome on in regardless, hon. It is a pleasure to meet you. Press B for phone. Open recipe. Add and list hot coffee. Oh my god, you have to list this shit? Oh, wish list. I was like, oh, we can play Steam on our phone. Recipe app. Okay, and okay. Wait patiently for a customer to order a hot coffee. I don't think I want to do that. Can everyone just want lemonade? This is boba. It's called boba just to draw people in, but in reality, it's please collect money. Change due. That's so much change. Okay, 5, 150. Okay. Okay, I need to probably start putting these together. Lemonade time. Bop, bop, bop. Maybe I have to turn on light. It's too dark to see at night. Click the wall switch to turn on the lights. Both machinery and lighting consume electricity. Precious Politely, welcome on in, gorgeous. Thank you so much for the 120 stream streak. Amazing, welcome on in. Aiken, okay, amazing, Aiken. I will call you Aiken then, darling. Hey, and sweetie, thank you so much for the follow, hun. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. I really appreciate it, hun. Could I ask, how did you find us? Did you come in with a raid? Were we in your recommended? Were you scrolling through boba sim people? Looking through VTubers? I'm always curious, if you don't mind me asking. Precious Politely, lemonade with pearls is just as good to me, but nothing is sweeter than some Tau time. Precious Politely, you are an angel. It's so good to see you, darling. Thank you so much for 120 streams. So many things to manage in this game. I want it. You want it? This just stresses me out. Let's see. Okay, both machinery and lighting consume electricity. Pay electricity bills. Oh, I don't want to pay electricity bills. Turn on the fucking... Maybe I have to put this down. Put it down. Turn on the light. Oh. Interesting. Okay. What did I do? What do I do? Okay. Ice. Baby. Sugar. Okay, now, oh my god, it only took me 6 customers, but I think I finally got it. I will give them a thin straw as well. Yes. Okay, thin straw. Here you go. Enjoy. Perfect! Perfect. We keep making Tau play these thinking games. I'm not a thinker, yo. Wait, sorry, I'm not ready for you. I'm still making lemonade. Sorry, madame. Marley Mimic raided early. I was in the raid. I was just lurking. Oh, Aiken! I'm so grateful to have you, hon. Thank you for sticking around. I hope that you enjoyed your time with the divine Marley. And welcome to the pouch now. Are you an anime fan or a gamer or an artist? I feel like those are the main types of people who wind up frequenting the pouch for the most part. All right. I've got this. Okay, do I need more ice? Okay, I can no longer hold ice. Why is that not checked off? Did I do it wrong? Are they not gonna be thrilled? Okay, we'll put this in here. They're not gonna be very happy. We play games because real life wasn't stressful enough. That's what this feels like. I know! I could never run a boba stand like this. This is... Okay, that's not perfect. Temperature is off. I tried to give you more ice! Or did you not want ice? Is that the problem? Was that the issue? Fuck, there's still... Oh my god, I still have more. Lemonade. Oh god. Okay. Wait, they don't actually want ice. Is that what happened last time? Okay, maybe that's what happened. Okay, they're happy with that. Water. You're an artist and a gamer! Let's go! Let's fucking go! What do you like to draw? What kind of games do you like to play? Alright. Tiny straw. No! Press enter to end the day. Don't forget to complete all your orders. Unfinished orders lead to refunds and a loss of popularity. Okay, well, then everyone's just gonna have to deal with me, for the late night. Okay. Okay, they're happy with that temperature. Okay, they're happy with that. 1, 2, 3. I have to be so careful not to accidentally touch the sugar. All right. Can I grab this while that's doing its thing? I can. Wait, okay, no, I can't. I can't? Why the fuck not? Oh my god, please. Put that on the... Very sanitary, very sanitary. Okay, take that. Okay, there you go! Who wants it? Iceless lemonade? You get a cup and a free prison cell to go with it. Strat. Damn. You're not a fan. Okay, I get it. Scowy. You feel strongly about your lemonade. I get you. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. All right. Into the sink you go. Oh, shit. Turn it off. Okay. Fill that up. Okay, I've learned that I can't run over there and grab that. And yes! I'm a star! What is this? What do you want? Do we have a coffee yet? Still no coffee. I'm waiting for the coffee because the game taught me how to make a coffee and I'm about to forget. Okay. There's that. Okay. Oh shit. I better, Fuck! Okay. Top. Okay, grab, and grab, and grab, and grab, and we put it in there, and fuck, okay. Okay, put it in the thing. Rah! Do you have an ice machine? I do. Okay, so that makes you elite then. I'll take that. $3.50. Boop. I'm posting this on social media. It's not that pretty, but you know what? I will not deny my appreciation for your generosity. I like RPG and shooter games. I like to draw people and fantasy creatures. Let's go. I also enjoy drawing people and fantasy creatures. That's fantastic, hun. Well, if you would like to share any of your art, you're welcome to join the Discord and vibe with us there and share your stuff. It does have to be safe for work. This is an 18+ stream, but it's not because we're comfortable with like particularly lewd stuff. This is an 18+ stream because I believe that young people need a place to hang out and adults need a place to hang out. And this just so happens to be you're using $50 on this? Sorry. There. Oh, still lemonade. What was I saying? Sorry. Yes, and adults need a place to hang out. And this just so happens to be a place for adults to hang out. Sugar. I'm not a big shooter fan, but we do love RPGs here for sure. And I do in fact play a shooter if you guys hit the monthly goal of subbies by the end of the month. I do that. I'll take that. $3 dues and 50 cents. Oh my gosh. These people are staying out late for me, dude. I better give them what they want. Give the people what they want. Do you think so? Then you don't want to see where the lemonade is made. Sweet lemonade. Oh, sweet lemonade. Sweet lemonade. Oh, sweet lemonade. Except from... Check out my horse. I have not seen that. What am I saying? What am I... Should I not be speaking the words that you're writing here? Wow, it's been a while. It's gotten dark outside. You've been working hard. Do you get overtime here? Or like the last place they just give you cat food? I think they just give you cat food. Tragically. Sorry, I've got another lemonade, sir. I cannot help you out right now. How many? Okay, I think they just want me to cook with like all of the lemons today. So maybe I should just do that. Sweet lemonade. Ba 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 ba. I do not recognize this. I'm so sorry. Here, I'm gonna chop up some more lemonades. Lemons, not lemonades. Okay, another. Look at me go! Look at me go! I'm like 180 no scoping on this bitch. Sorry, that is my sole FPS reference. Please collect money. $3 dues. 50 centaroos. Who's gonna drink it? You? Do you like it? Even better than I imagined. Let's go. Okay. Okay, okay, you want sugar in this? You have to have some kind of sugar. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Water! I apologize for the noises I just made in VC. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Thank you for the lurks, Lita Space Cat. Appreciate you, darling. Thank you, thank you. Boop. Okay. 350. I'm so screwed if and when someone comes along and they're like, I want coffee. Lemonade. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Water. Oh, it's the tune of Sweet Caroline. Ba, ba, ba. Okay, now I understand. That one I did not, that one I did not comprehend. My apologies. Next, I will take your $3.50 and bring you a lemonade. Nobody actually wants. Okay, surely the next person is going to want, a coffee, because I am now officially out of lemonade. So, Sweetest Storm Talon, how are you doing? It's great to see you. Hold on, I just saw that you said. Oh. Okay, no one wanted coffee. Hello? Are you gonna come and get this? You didn't need to go that far away, madame. I got approved for my tourist visitor entry into the UK. Oh, sick, Storm Talon. That's amazing. You have fallen into Pal World. Oh, I hope you enjoy it, darling. This is my curse as a one-man pop culture wasteland. Oh! Okay, we can turn those off now. wait patiently for a customer to... Okay, I mean, well, but I... Okay, there's no one who wants it, so... Today's global top 5 best-selling drinks. I'm sure there is lemonade. I want the boba. We're almost at the boba. Wrong drinks. 420. Nice. We're making bank. I hope that our electric bill is not expensive. New day. Your store has unfinished orders yesterday. They've been refunded to the customers. Oh, I didn't even realize. Oh shit. Where am I gonna get more lemons from? Oh, green tea, boba. Does no one want lemon? I hope no one wants lemons today. I have no more lemons to give. Ow, Storm, that sounds painful. Do you think there might be lemons in the bin? Actually, oh, do you know what I just realized? I bet you I have to, no, that's not it. How do I do this again? Oh shit, did I just open the store? I didn't mean to. What? Right click to grab a pack of coffee beans. Okay, right click. Dump them into the grinder. Where's the, I don't, oh god, okay. I actually have never made coffee before, so I don't really know what I'm doing. Grinding. Oh, nice. Okay. Press Q to pick up the grinder, aim at the coffee machine, and left click to pour the grounds. Okay. Q. This is, seems like a bit of a hassle, right? No? Okay. I'll add some more in here. I'll just do this while we're at it. Okay. Cup slot. Do you think it'll cool down too quickly if I make some? Place a paper cup. Okay, paper cup was here. There. And we put it there. Okay, boop. Oh my god, it's a double shot. Crazy. Serve it at the checkout counter to complete the order. Why isn't the shop open? Fuck, sorry. Okay, I better open the, can I just jump the, yeah, all right, go! Someone come along and order coffee before it's too cold. Oh god. You're excellent at grinding. I will entrust you with the key to the mill. Thank you. I am a professional grinder. I'm gonna make more. I'll make some more coffee. Who wants coffee? Hey, come on. Please, do you want something? Please? Yeah, yep. Come on over. Okay, $3.50. Oh, sorry, yikes, no, this is $6 it is. This truly is a modern game. Wait, here, oh, cup label is missing. Oh, fuck, okay, here, there, okay, yes, eat it. Sweetness level is off? God damn it. Sorry, I forgot that you might want a different sweetness level. Fuck, hold on, put it there. Next. Don't worry, it looks like you have some early customers. It's true. 9 in the morning. Most people were like, okay, money. $6. Oh, fuck, I have to. Oh, sorry, no, it's $3.50. It was so stupid. Greg! Hi there, lovely Greg. Welcome on in. Don't mind me, I'm just casually making fucking lemonade. I don't have lemons. Oh no! Okay, hold on. I have to mourn the loss of my shop. I'm about to be completely overrun with people who want lemonade, and I can't make the lemonade. I like boba. I'm so sorry. I baited you. This is called Boba Cafe Simulator, but we've been playing it for like half an hour, and there's not been a single shot of boba anywhere. We're making lemonade out of water, and we are making coffee, but I'm out of lemons now, so I cannot make lemonade. Shiro! I like boba. Hi, sweetest Shiro. Welcome on in. Amazing. I have been lurking in your stream, my dear. How was your stream? Also, when is your next one? You guys, this is the absolutely outstanding Neo Greg, who is coming in from Strikers Club. You guys, Neo Greg is actually an exceptional Hearthstone Arena streamer, very similar to our sweetest save, but he does a lot of cool sponsored stuff, which I'm assuming Strikers Club is. What is Strikers Club? It gives me the vibe of like an action game, is it? You guys, this is Neo Greg, a Hearthstone Arena aficionado since 2014, who has graced us with their presence. They've been vibing with the latest expansion and even dabbled in a Strikers Club. I can't talk. Their streams are a delightful mix of education and entertainment, fit for a monarch such as myself. Absolutely and indeed. So lemonade without lemons, how do you call that? Water with some sweetness. They haven't taught me how to order new things. I don't know what to do. I forgot how to open my phone. If I just press all the keys on my keyboard, maybe I'll actually open the phone. Hold on, I'm just pressing literally everything. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh god. I got a new recipe. Oh my god, Greg! Your good luck! We got boba! We just got boba! It's clearly because of you. Did you do this? Did you ask the kind gamer gods to allow us to make boba in this boba making game? Incredible. Strikers Club. Oh, it's a football game. Felt like playing some with the World Cup hype and all. Oh, that's a great idea, Greg. That's super fun. Who are you barracking for? Who are you rooting for? Boba acquired. The Boba gods have heard your plea. They have. Now, do I have all of the stuff I need for it? That's the question. Yes, but you guys, please do check out the lovely Neo Greg. What a supportive and sweet man. We love this guy. We love this guy. He's so sweet. Thank you so much for the raid. Also, Greg, you're gonna be streaming tomorrow? Are you streaming tomorrow? I think you are. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Spain, their win was huge. It was huge. Terrific, darling, thank you so very much for gifting that sub to the fabulous Neo Greg. I so appreciate it. I don't know what's happening in the background here. What is going on? Is the game still playing itself? What are the sounds? Sorry. Anyway, thank you so much, Terrific Shroud. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Neo Greg, welcome back to the plush pouch. Not that you ever left, but enjoy those ad-free viewing and the handmade emotes. Thank you for the care package, Osmozy. Much appreciated. Oh, ow. Yeah, Greg, please do let us know when your next stream will be so that everyone can hopefully come and join you. As I said, you guys, the wonderful Greg is an outstanding arena streamer. He also has some kick-ass tunes playing if you want to go in there and just vibe and listen to his incredibly good music. And then he plays either sponsored stuff or, in this case, the Strikers Club, which is a football game, which I have not seen him play, which I will have to go back and watch the VOD for. But yeah, thank you so very much for the raid, sweetest Neo Greg. You were such a delight. You were so appreciated. Thank you so much for the amazing support, hun. And you go practice that self-care, okay? If you gotta go to the bathroom, go to bed, go eat, go sleep, go shower, go walk, whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do it. And I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. At the moment, I'm just trying to learn how to play boba. Tomorrow at 12 p.m. BST, that's it. Hearthstone and probably Strikers Club again. Having a great time with it. That's awesome! You guys, if you are fans of football, the World Cup even, I assume that you're willing to chat to people about the World Cup, Greg. Greg is barracking for Spain, so if you enjoy some Spanish barracking, sounds like he is down to chat. Down to clown. Hi there, Hunga. Well, come on in. But yes, go check out Greg. Hang out with him for some Hearthstone and some music, and then go watch him play some Strikers Club. Maybe that'll inspire you to go and grab it too. Thank you once more, gorgeous Greg. I really do appreciate your awesome kindness and support. Thank you. If you guys don't know me, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger, Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Currently unable to make lemonade. You see it says lemonade? There are no lemons. This is where my lemons are supposed to be. In here. Tell me, do you see lemons in here? No. But we have gone through an entire thing of sugar. Let's list boba tea as well. Just for you, Greg. Can we name it? Can we name it the Greg milk tea? No, we cannot. You know what? I'm gonna crank up the I only offer a large lemonade so that hopefully no one will buy it. Let me see if can I edit the price? Yes. This will stop everyone from wanting my lemonade. Brilliant. Yes. Yes! I am an evil genius! Have a great time with all the demmies today. Wish everyone a splendid stream tonight. Thank you so much, gorgeous Greg. I so appreciate you. You were so incredibly sweet. Thank you. Sorry I ate all the lemons, but shittle, I needed those today for the lemonade. You can have more lemons on the weekend, but we're at work. We're at work. Wait a sec, you remind me of a character from Lord of the Rings. Lemonless the elf dude. As a Lord of the Rings fan, I am both appalled and internally cackling. Hi, Joseph. Welcome on in. How are you? Okay. Boba. Here, have some of this. I can also make hot coffee. Okay. More money. More money. Okay. We'll see how thrilled everybody is. I should probably get products. Oh, I need lemons. Okay. A pot? A pot. Sorry, I needed those to perform well with Greg on the soccer field today. Oh, okay. As long as it was for Strikers Club and Greg, I'll allow it, Shiro. I'll allow it. We'll just get you some more lemons. We'll get you extra for tomorrow, okay? You got two lots of lemons. Count them, 2. Okay. Now, when do I hope this is immediate. Is this like Prime shipping in the US? Do I get this within 2 hours? I'd really appreciate it. I would. I don't have, where's it? Oh, fuck, I really need lemons. Okay. Press B and list. Oh, they want me to list the large version. Okay. Okay. They supercharged you in goal for sure, at least. Let's go. See, it's all coming together. Greg came in here because, like, phew, after that time on the field, I was really ready for some boba. And then, and then Shiro was like, yeah, I already got my boba, except it was lemonade. Except it was just lemons, no aid. Don't worry, Chow. We'll make sure he's sleeping with the fishes tonight. Yeah, sleeping with the fishes. When life gives you lemons, you save them, because you never know when a customer may ask for it. It's true. It's true. Oh God, it's 3:50. I haven't even done anything. I thought that when I was on my phone, time paused. Is this what everyone thinks when they get on their phone? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, first, lucky boba milk tea customer. Yes, my experimental, oh, a coffee! Okay, I can do that. Wait, I can give you, I can give you coffee. Here, first, have this. What is your hot coffee? Okay, you want some sugar in it, some sugar. Wait, bruh. Okay, there. Yes, yes, okay. Sugar. Oop, oop. Okay, the cup lid. Okay, boop. Look at this cute cosplayer. Oh my God. Okay, who is this? It's boba milk tea time. I don't know, how to make this. Okay, right click to grab a pack of boba. Where's the boba? Here. Right click. Okay. Dump it in the pot. Left click. Bring it to the sink. Fill it up. Don't spill. Put it on here. Left click on the induction cooktop. Left click. When life gives you lemons, shut up and eat your damn lemons! Okay, turn it off! Turn it off! Stop! Okay, dump the cooked boba into the topping tray. I actually did not know this is how this works. Is this, has anyone actually worked at a boba joint? I've never done this before. Green tea! Dump the tea into the pot. Okay. Left click. More sink. Very green! Okay. Back on the burner we go. Left click the pot to pick it up. Okay. Okay. Yeah! Okay. Pour it into the beverage dispenser. Okay. Okay. Grab a cup. Turn that off, probably. We're gonna start a fire. Grab a cup L with the boba tea label. Okay. That's small. Wait, where's our big cups? Where's our big cups? Uh-oh. Fuck, do we get a big cup? Where's the big cups? What? Oh wait, are these cups? Oh, there's the big cups! Okay, put it back. Oop. Okay, big cup time. This one. Big cup. Where's my label? There it is! Oh, fuck. Grab the label. I know you've been enjoying this a lot and are very excited from all the boba you have sold. Wait, I have to do at least one for Greg. Greg, you're my first patron. I promise I will do my best to get you the perfect requested boba cup of boba. Breaking boba, baby. Ooh, I like the alliteration there. Breaking boba, baby. Joseph! Hi, Joseph. Thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. Much appreciated. Thank you so much, hon, for your dedication and support. I had fun watching your stream. Aw, thank you, Aiken. I appreciate it. Are you heading off then, hun? If you stick the receipt on the wrong cup, pick up the cup and press C to remove it. Cut fruit will spoil and rot if left unused for too long. Rotten fruit cannot be used, and if a customer receives it, they will leave a bad review, resulting in a deduction and a loss of popularity. The drink does not match the receipt requirements, and the customer will cancel. Okay. Okay. Place in the beverage dispenser. Boop. Button. Don't overflow. Yeah, okay. That's not... This is not... I don't think that's boba. Don't we need... How many bobas do they want? How many bobas do they want? Hold a cup. Click left button multiple times. Aim at the milk and collect a half a cup. Uh-oh. I may have jumped the gun. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Is there stream tomorrow? There is. We're actually also not done today, but if you have to head off, hun, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Tomorrow's stream is actually going to be Final Fantasy XIV Heaven's Word. If you would like to join us for that, we'd love to have you. I don't know what to do. Oh, God. Fuck. I said I would make Greg a boba! Greg! I'm sorry. I fucked up. Oh, V? What the fuck? Oh, I thought I was just a person without... Thank you for the care package, Azzy. We don't eat viewers. Can you give Aiken uppies and then throw him since he's leaving? Do pals fly? Pals don't fly, but because they're soft and squishy, they land safely. Whee! Good, Aiken. Hey, engaged. Uppies for you. Do we add orange juice to the menu yet? Not yet, but I very much want to. Whoa, now we can watch us be confused in third person. If we throw far enough, we do get good flight time. It's true. Shit. I fucked up. This person's gonna get... Greg, I hope you like boba. I gave you 5 servings of boba. I'm so good at these games you guys keep on giving me to play, dude. Wow. Left click, wait, this and then left click. Oh, it's on the floor. I swear the floor is clean. What time does stream start? Great question, Aiken. It actually starts the same time as today, which was about 3 hours ago. I cannot believe it's been 3 hours. Dump all the items. I don't want to, you know what? Greg, I'm gonna assume that this is okay with you. Here, have your boba. Wrong drink type. Temperature is off. Sweetest level is off. Wrong cup size. Comma. Okay, this girl's gonna be so disappointed. Oh no, she's even a cosplayer! Greg, you look great in that dress, by the way. She doesn't even say anything. She's so disappointed. All right. We gotta go on a quick break, cutie pies. So how this stream works, if you are new here and came in with the Greg raid, This is our demo day. So we actually have a few demos that you guys get to vote on whether you want to play or continue on with one that we've already played. So today, I will actually go through these one more time because we've had a few raids and a lot of wonderful support. So I want to make sure you guys know what you're getting into. We're currently playing Boba Cafe Simulator, but we could also go back to Cat Mail Co., which is super cute and cozy. Or we could try Griftlins, which is a roguelike card game, which, no pressure to me, in front of SafeFile17 and NeoGreg, who are both professional card players, yikes. Or we could also play Alabaster Dawn, which is an RPG. So I'm gonna put all of those on there in case you would like to return to a previous one, or you would like to, which to play. Go back to, oh my god, I am capitalizing everything. Go back to Cat Mail. That's the previous game we played, which is very cute and chipper. Continue, if you really want me to, we can continue Boba Cafe. We can go play, oh, I think, wait, yeah, okay, did you just make a poll strat? I don't know, my thing just jumped, I'm not sure. We could play Alabaster Dawn, which is, like I said, that RPG. And Alabaster Dawn, or we could go, okay, I did not spell it. Alabaster Dawn. Or we could go play Griftlins, which is the card game, okay? Please do vote. You guys got 5 minutes. Now, every hour, we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe, you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about it. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run ads, and then we come back and make more content together. 3 hours into stream, 3 paragraphs written. Might have this chapter done by Friday. Hey, I believe in you, gorgeous geeks. I believe it. Gorgeous Ghosty, how are you? You've been addicted to Cat Mail Co? Oh my god, it was actually very relaxing. I liked it a lot. Sita Saritza, welcome on in. How are you? Yeah, you guys, we gotta go on that quick break, but please do vote. The poll is now live. When we get back, that will decide what we go play. And, please grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, darlings. This is also your Mezzoanda in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. One more time, I would like to give a quick shout out to lovely NeoGreg and the magnificent Merly Mimic as well. As the lovely Viperia. Thank you all so much for the raids. And Zoe as well, Zoe Baskerville VT. Thank you guys ever so much. Please go check out these outstanding raiders. And I will see you in 3 minutes. Mwah. Here. Oh, there she is. Okay. No! No! Don't do it! No, don't do it! Oh my god! I'll save them! Wait! Wait, no! Wait, hug time! No, please don't go! Don't go! No! Oh. It was just a bad dream. Hug time! I don't know what that accent is, but at least it's slightly different from you're not even on a bed anymore! Light, no! Roth, I'm a dog. Roth. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it, lol bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Save's like, Luna! Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a, it doesn't have an option for, controller. Okay, no, it's fine. Oh. Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times and watch its color. What's this? This, and then, everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! No! My... Here. Let's just... Oh, there she is. Okay. No! No, don't do it! No, don't do it! Oh my god! I'll save them! Wait! Wait, no, wait, hug time. No, please don't go, no! Oh, it was just a bad dream. Hug time. Oh my, aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Fuck, and shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No, poor squirrel. I would never. Can you shoot them? Yeah, you can. I can. We can use our imagination. Pew, 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 pew. That's how guns sound, right? I've got it. This overwhelmingly forgettable appearance, generic speech style, and total lack of sex appeal. Nishima, are you an NPC? Are you an NPC? Oh man.
Take it to her. Here it comes.
Ah!
No need to worry. I'll handle this. I need to prove my worth to you after all.
This arc of P5 contains my 3 favorite things: tall goth women, twinks, and gambling. Amen. I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Jazza. Thank you for that. I will. The lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights. All right, let's fade out our beautiful. I wanted to like you so badly, Akechi. I liked the sexual tension we had.
That's the death certificate of the principal offender, correct? Is that
Hi, cuties. I am back.
Oh,
Public
sorry, I just took
execution
my...
for him by your machete's town. True. Let's fucking
I,
go. We can. This can
filtered,
be
sorry.
arranged. Welcome back. Well done on your words. Looks like you were playing some Alabaster Dawn. Incredible. Okay, let me just get that set up. And when I'm at home, I will often. So here's an example. Dawn is up, and let's head back over to our game center. Game center, whatever that means. Boop. Here we are. Force gun.
Hey, there's a button on.
Having Valley Girl do blacksmith is. Hello, welcome back, cutie pies. Let me see here. Precious Patricia, welcome on in, uppies. Hey, good Patricia, welcome back. Awesome Aussie, you beautiful being, uppies. Hey, good Aussie. Incredible Eisen, uppies. Yee, good Eisen. Sweetest Shiro, I am curious, Tao. I meant to ask last time I saw you in Save Stream, are you heterochromatic or is that just your character? That's my character and my dog. I actually made this character's eyes heterochromatic because my dog has these same colored eyes. I literally like eye dropped from a picture of him. It's got like a amber yellow and like an icy blue. My natural eye color is like a gray blue. Fairly bright, I think. Hi there, Joyous Jasmine. How are you? Do you have a snacky? No, I don't need one at the moment. I'm actually feeling pretty good. Uppies for you, amazing. How have the demos been thus far? They've been fun. I'm just really bad at all of them, but I'm having a great time. I'm having a fucking wonderful time. All right. Alabaster Dawn, the demo version. If you agree to enable analytics, the game will send anonymous stats. Okay, I'll help. I think you will like this one. It looks beautiful. It does. It's really pretty. I'm excited to try it. I wonder if they have VA or not. I wonder how it must have been for you. They don't. When the sky darkened a deep red. We start at the beginning of the end. Nyx's arrival. Years of preparation, and it still caught us by surprise. We all panicked and ran for the shelters. We all felt it. We're the dinosaurs! only way for us to survive was deep underground. Sleeping and waiting. For a chance to strike back. Oh, now you let me click to continue. It was just going on and on. I'm like, wait! Sooty, what did you think of the Odyssey? I've heard mixed reviews. I've heard people who love it and people who hate it. Imagine it's just Casualties Unknown again. Oh God, please no. I was so bad at that. We are the mole people. We're finished here. Everyone, the capital gates aren't much further. Now, we advance. Let's split up and strike from every side. Nico and Salus, you take the right path. Fani, Bea, Estrin, you go up left. Nima and I will take the old road. Forever forward! Together as one! I love the character design. Lead the way. More Nyx rot. Disgusting. Hi, Sita Seti, welcome on in. How are ya? Lurky mode for lunch. All good, Awesome. Enjoy. Dude, I like the... Ooh! Here they come! Ah! Space to dodge! Ooh! Ah! Dodge! Oh, fuck! Dude, I'm a little bit better at, action-based stuff than I am at, Oh, fuck, there's more! Surely I have... Do I have, like, a charge strike? Purged! Nice.
Damon, a moment, please.
Yes?
We are just getting close to the nest, yet the Numera are already this aggressive. Don't you think it's strange?
These weapons were given for this day. This is not beyond us.
I know. Yet?
Do the gods want us to turn back now?
No. But please be careful.
Do not worry. Let's head on!
We have a little cat, a little lion.
Oh, surrounding me?
Oh, yay, we do have a charge! Let's go! Release to attack. Boom! Oh my god, that's cool.
Oh. Careful! It's enraged! Oh! R2 block and parry. Okay, I kinda want... my controller. Ow. Probably need to fucking kill this guy before he does that, right? Did not read that. Got it. Estrin, what are you doing here?
Less talking, more hitting.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay.
Finish it, quickly.
Yes. Got him. Quiet, small Mufasa. Exactly. It looks like the character on the right is you when they speak. Oh yeah, it does, huh? The style of this game is honestly so great. It's really pretty. I am quite liking it. I think Nolan created something really, really special in terms of cinema, but I'm not a fan of his interpretation of the original epic. Fair enough, Sita Saritsa, fair enough. Is this why Nyx is in lurky mode? In this instance, is he against us? By the way, I've uploaded parts 1 and 2 of my Ace Combat fanfic. Amazing, Precious Patricia. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Taking the initiative. Was never great at taking orders.
Then I need you to improve upon that. Quickly.
You two, we're falling behind.
Estrin, stay close. Stagger bar 2? Taking a break from writing to watch this more closely. Ooh, is this your kind of game, Gorgeous Geeks? There, the nest!
Right inside the gate. Unbelievable.
Whoa. That's a big one. Oh. Ah. Oh, fuck. Oh, I just realized I don't actually have a, I don't have a health bar. Maybe they're just letting me fuck around in the demo. It's getting enraged as well?
Nope. Nima, some help?
Now, quickly! Gotcha! Shift, hold to charge divine art. Whoa! Cool! Yo! Time to end this. Nema? Ready. Wow! Pause! Fucking sick. Oh, yes! We did it? Uh-oh. I feel like something probably went wrong. Uh-oh. Reinforcements. They're all enraged? One final push. Stay strong! Yet, when we needed the most, the gods failed us. Oh no! My sword disappeared, like fucking immolated! Huh? Their power vanished right in front of our eyes. Oh fuck, what the hell? The divine gear. Damon! Oh shit, dude! Oh, in that dark red hour of despair, I was glad you still slept, untouched by the god's silence. The end of the world. Story concluded, the end of the world. That's a crazy cool way to start your game. Hi, Omega, welcome on in. That's the demo. Thanks, everyone, you lost. Have a good one, Precious Patricia. Juno, wake up. God, the art's so pretty. You know I love a lower eyelash, too. Hello? Gul'dan voiceover. In their silence, darker voices reached out to me. The animation's really cute. Anyone here? I wanted to go right. No, wait. Wait! I cannot get over this art. God tier artists. If it maintains this level of quality for the whole game, could be generational. It is really pretty. Huh? Yikes. What? What is this? Anyone here? Hello? Can I go back in? Yay, there was something I wanted to see in here. What's this? No cargo. It's all empty. I hope someone else is there, because otherwise fighting would be more or less pointless. Someone who didn't make it. Can I steal from their body? No? Okay, we're not that kind of person. Got it, got it, got it. Have you heard about this Game Geeks before now? What's that over there? Is that a divine marble? Oh, I guess it's mine now. Anyone in there? Ooh, divine cabbage? Is that a bunny? Oh!
Dinner Olira, you've awoken. Marble and valor united at last.
You're a water pig.
Yes, that's me. Greetings.
Aww. Of course.
Is everything all right, Chosen?
I'm not really a chosen.
You're not?
Not anymore.
Strange. Still, it was meant for you to find me. As the spirit of your marble, my name is yours to choose.
Right. Cabbage, then.
Cabbage?
Your name.
Really? Like the
Oh no! What is...
No time to chit-chat. Put your hand out!
Woo! Klaus Solus, Divine Sword of Vasia. A sword to cleave sorrow and pave the way to progress.
Chosen or not, surely you know how to use this.
I do. Cool. Nice. Cool. Time for me to go to sleep. All good, cutie cloak. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Oh, that path just opened up.
Well done. You certainly fight like a chosen.
Well, I'm not. I was cast out. Everything looks so strange. They're out to steal your coin! Not on my watch. Talk to you later, cutie cloak. Thank you for hanging out. Is that a capybara living in a gizzle green? It does look like it, actually. So, Nyx is still here.
Yes, the curse has ravaged our world. We are deep within the Lost Lands.
What about the others? My village, is it safe?
I don't know.
You don't?
The gods are silent.
Silent? What?
I'm sorry, it's...
My parents! I've got to get home!
Then we'll have to get across this gap.
Press space while moving towards an edge to jump. Keep holding space to run faster and jump automatically. Oh, cute. Okay, gotcha. I have to head out. Have a good one, Valiant Velos. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, Dylan. All right. Whee! Can I get up here? No. Oh, what? What are these walls?
It's an ambush!
Weird, hole in the ground. Got it. Let's go on. Another one who didn't make it. And this route is closed off too. Maybe there's a way up there. What's that flower? I've never seen this kind before.
A gift left by the gods. It will replenish your health when you hit it.
Hit it, but it's pretty.
Well, alternatively, you can rely on your healing bulbs whenever you are low on health.
H to use healing bulbs to regenerate health. You can also hit certain plants to refill it. Oh, okay. I wonder if it respawns. Boba Cafe. This is a new one. This isn't Boba Cafe. It did change the category, right, you guys? I did change it, but I'm wondering, sometimes it glitches out a little bit. It did? Okay, cool. Yo, it's a game for my wish list. Oh, let's go, Lucy. This is a really cool game so far. It has changed. Awesome. Out of reach. What do we do now?
Just the right time to expand your arsenal. Reach out your hand.
Balcha Solus. Divine Crossbow of Vasia. A bow to pierce truth and pave the way to progress. The crossbow.
That should do the trick, right?
Right. So, what other weapons do you got?
That's it, actually.
Oh.
By the tree, I swear it.
All right. Sorry, you two. Gotta hit you as well. Oh. Okay, so we can aim and... Maybe we gotta... Oh, I see. Go around here, go around there. Got rid of something. All flowers went poof.
I wouldn't call those flowers, personally.
What's that? What's that? What's that? Now you got long range too. Let's go. What about those things? Flowery enough?
Certainly more flowery.
It's checkpoint. Yeah, checkpoint time. Oops, wrong buttons. The combat is super fun. I'm really enjoying this, actually. You're good at this? Oh, thanks. I don't think it's particularly difficult, but I am enjoying it. I haven't taken any damage so far, so that's probably good, right? Oh, water, water! Okay, as I say, I haven't taken any damage. Oops. Level and skill up. Sick. I like the art style. Me too. It's so pretty. Feels like I'm getting the hang of it again.
Your chosen powers seem to have grown stronger already.
How to use the growth chart to learn passive skills in combat art. Press escape to open the character menu. God, the art's so pretty, dude. Select growth charts. Select core to open the skill tree. Hold left to learn the node if you have enough growth points. Okay. Increases damage dealt to enemies. Total attack power is calculated by adding weapon attack and strength together. When a previous node is not learned or not enough GP are available, it cannot be learned. Right. Makes sense. Weapon time. Crashing wave. Wait shortly after the second attack of water dance and then press triple left to execute a combo that is especially effective against broken enemies. The last attack counts as a finisher. Good job, you jinxed it. Classic Tau move, to be honest. That's a grass capybara. It's really cute, isn't it? Combat arts are powerful abilities unique to each weapon. Read the node's description to see how to perform them in combat. Growth points have been used in this tutorial have been refunded. Okay, let's move on. No. Let's do growth chart. What's over here? Minor gem slots for Balka Solus. Equip minor gems to activate special effects to customize your very own build. That's cool. Aiming to prepare a charge shot. Actually, let's do that. I love a charge shot. Multiplier of 25%. Do I have more, actually? Where's the minor gem slot? Ooh, divine focus to analyze your environment or change weapons. Interesting. I love a critical hit. I think, was that everything in there? I actually didn't grasp that. Oh, I see. So they all have their own different GP. Forgot about that. The plus jinx, yeah. Fair. Let's see. Press triple left to perform a basic attack combo that can hit multiple enemies around you. Yeah, I did like that. That was handy. Oh, I'm already doing that. Never mind. Shortly after water dance, which is this one. Tide breaker. Oh, I forgot that I can parry. I'm not doing that yet, so I won't do that. That's not my playstyle yet. Slowly move while charging. Ocean ring. Is that not? Oh, actually, yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's do that. I've got one growth point left. I'll put it in a gem slot, I think. And then I've got one more here. Boost affinity. Boost damage inflicted with critical hits by 20%. Max life. Survivability, baby! Alright. You'll unlock a lot more stuff going forward. Sick! Here, I might just steal one of these. Oops, didn't mean to take both of them. Or all of them. Oh, wait. Okay, this one we can get up for. Checking the Steam page for this reminded me I still haven't played their previous game, Crosscode. Guess I should do that first since I already own it. Is it a prequel to this? Oh. Oops. Oopsie. What is that? Wait, what is the... Whoops. Oh, is that XP? It's not a prequel? Okay, gotcha. Kamu village. Hello? Anyone? The wellspring. It's gone. I don't understand. What's going on? Cabbage? Is everyone still in the shelters? Where are the gods?
I still don't know. I'm sorry.
How? Wasn't it the gods who sent you? Placed you at the shelter?
Yes? But still, they're silent.
This is a clear improvement over Crosscode from the looks of it, but Crosscode still looks good. Plus, I already own it, so that helps. That is fair. That's good. That's a good point.
Was this your village?
No, it's further on. There should be a shelter near here too, or near there too. Let's hurry. The path to the west seems to be blocked off. We need to head south. Oh! A green patch? Must be divine.
It is. That's what they call a way sprout. You can stop by here whenever you feel beaten up to take a short rest.
Use short rest to replenish your health and healing bulbs. Take a rest. Taking a rest will also respawn healing plants, but also some enemies. Hello. Cute.
That looks a bit tricky. You know what to do?
I can handle it. I'm good. No. Can I get up here? Oh, this is probably... Oh, I think I get it. Oops, shit. Whoa. 1 second. Gotta go up here probably, huh? So. Okay, and then shoot that. There we go. Yes, I understand. Sick. Dude, I love the combat. This is super cool. Are these wasps?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Surprise, motherfucker! Hello there, beautiful Billy. How are you? It's good to see you. Oh. Ah, fuck. I was trying to do this. Whee! Okay, so I am taking more damage now, but, nice. Heal up. All right, beautiful Billy. The world clearly has no need for bigger wasps.
Cursed creatures in a cursed land.
Thank you so much, beautiful Billy, for the 3 months. 3 months? Thank you so much, beautiful Billy. I so appreciate it. Thank you for your incredible generosity and loveliness and kindness. Thank you. I can't believe it's been 3 whole months. I'm so grateful. Thank you, darling. All right, let's see. I forgot about this game. How is it? The YouTube video I saw made it look pretty cool. It's really cool. I really like this, actually. Very much my kind of game. Press X to analyze surroundings with your vision. Healing plant. Healing plant. Cabbage. I thought it was gonna let us name Cabbage, but I was gonna name it Pouch Pal because it reminds me of Pouch Pal, but alas. Easy to switch between short and long range. Oh yeah, boop, 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 boop. Yeah, no, that's really nice. Okay, Cabbage, did you have anything to say? No, yes, no, yes? Okay.
Bridge is broken, huh?
We'll have to find another way over the river. That's pretty cool. And then you can do like a setup shift, weapon shift. Oh, sick. Okay, I think we'll have to just jump across here. Oh, that was close. Whoa. Whoa. Ah, fuck. Okay, maybe we go. No. There. Down this way. Ah, no. Oh, fuck. Ah, god damn it. No, I'm trying to jump straight down. Phew, yikes. All right, let's heal. Whoops. I wonder if I can hop onto these. Nope, I cannot. Is that? It's hard to tell. Oh no, actually, probably straight down. No, ah, down. There. I'm gonna die because of my inability to. What are these? What are those? I probably should have analyzed those before I did that. Oh well. I'm gonna die from environmental issues. Ow. Oh, fuck. Hello? Oh. Bleh. There. Cabbage! Who put all this water in Tao's game? Right? Exactly. Whoops. Has a hose. Seru. Betrayer.
Stuck?
No. All good. I can do this. I just thought that maybe you wanted to tell me something! But fine, if you don't, it's fine. I will take this plant real quick. Well, we're back across now, which is what we wanted, right? Amazing Umbra! Thank you for the thank you. Thanks, sweetheart. How's it going? All right, let me see. What's this say? Pierce. Nick's cyst. Okay. Nice. Ow. Ow, fuck. Okay, fuck that plant. Fuck that fucking plant. Ooh. Ow! Ugh, okay. Sorry, focusing. Somehow I like Tao-chan's uwus much better than Umbra. I'm just needling you, Umbra. I still love the effort you give. Oh my god, I want to hear an Umbra uwu. Ooh, Umbra. Are you winning, Tao? I mean, I technically am, although I do need to heal more now. Woo! Explosions! Whoa, what the fuck? No. Why? Yuki-chan, no! I can watch you while I draw because your old phone's fixed. That's awesome, hun. Congratulations on getting your phone fixed. Good to have you back. The Quickwood fields, they're all pink now.
The curse seems to transform the land in unexpected ways.
Better than a rotten wasteland, I guess. I didn't tell you where I heard it. Might have been a private audience. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh, what the fuck is that? Yikes! Okay, that's a different kind of plant.
Indeed. You'd better dodge whatever that thing is shooting or reflect it.
Oh, you mean using my shield?
Precisely.
Note the red arrows. Those mark incoming projectiles that can be reflected with your guard. If you press R to guard, you reduce damage. If you start your guard right before the attack hits, you can neutralize all damage and reflect certain projectiles. Hold on, I want to change the, where's my, that's the keyboard. I want the guard, this one, please. Okay, that's on my, all right, let me try this. Shoot me, shoot me. Yeah, sick, cool. Oh, right. Sorry, I'm like, stagger? Oh, stagger, stagger, right, of course. Silly me! Oh, fuck, I did that too early. Can I can't do anything about that, huh? Okay, let me get rid of these things so I can focus on that big guy. I want to practice this. Show me! Yes. Yay! Killers! Hi, cutie killers. Welcome on in. How are you doing, darling? Pleasure to meet you. How are you doing today? Okay. I'll, use this. You got the hang of it. Good job. Thank you! What if I redeem an Uwu here, but for Umbra? But Umbra has to drop a voice message in the Discord. I mean, that'll be up to Umbra. I cannot force Umbra to acquiesce to your request, darling. Oh, fuck. My bad. Oh, fuck. I pressed the wrong button. No! Shoot me. Yes. Okay, I gotta get over there. Ah! Fuck! Whoa! Yikes. Oh, fuck! Oh, I was trying to do the spinny charge up thing. Oh, well. I still haven't died. That's good. That's good. You're doing great. I'm so happy to hear it, cutie killers. The shelter isn't much further. You guys, give me just a second. Sorry, the dog is whining, and I hear him, and he's doing the thing where he's like, I am gonna piss on the floor if you don't come get me. Hold on one sec. Baby, what is it? Sorry, had to let the little wabbadoos out. Yes, he wants attention. My baby dog does. You're tired from work. Oh, hun, do you mind if I ask what you do? You're welcome to come and relax here with us, hun, if you would so desire. Welcome back, dearest dime. I am also back. Oh, right. Hold on. I also just realized I'm running around doing stuff while I have crashing wave. Actually, let's do that. One more time. Presses X. I don't believe that Tau's actually back. X to doubt me? You doubt me? Let's see. Boost damage inflicted with critical hits by 20%. I love critical hits, dude. Let's go. And then one more thing. Time your shot with the end of the charge from a more powerful attack. I'll try it. I like charging. I like charging. Can we get something for the crossbow? I actually don't know. Skinwalker Tau. Skinwalker Tau. Welcome back, wonderful Tau-chan. Doing magic with your voice. My migraine is actually getting tolerable. I'm so happy that my voice can help, sweetheart. And I'm so glad that your the pain is subsiding a little bit from your migraine. Oh, hey, I will take one of these. Haha, thank you all. No. got a little waypoint there. Oof. Oh, God. What? What in Ramus Rock is this? Whoa. Oh! Ow! Fuck! Owie! Oh! He dodged me! How dare he! Maybe I just need to, like, fucking go for a distance! Thank you for the bleep! Oh, get him! Okay, he's back.
Yum.
Oh, spicy bad guy! Oh my god, get me the stagger bar! Fuck! Oh. Yes! Whoa! Okay, got him. Yeesh. Oh, he's gonna blow up. We should probably back the fuck up. Incredible Iridius! Thank you so much for the care package and a little pal hat. Thank you, thank you. Ow. Yummy. I can't disclose, but it is a night shift job. Oh, fair enough, cutie killers. Well then, I guess we're probably on at the right time, hey? I'm assuming you're probably, in my opposing hemisphere. I'm in Australia. So that probably, hopefully, means that you... Oh, I'm out of... Okay, I need... Wait! Oh, shit. So we're probably, live when it's quite late for you, huh? I hope that, despite how, stressful work has been, you can relax with us a little bit, Dawn. Here it is. Clemon's shelter.
Looks like it's still hidden. What are you doing?
Open!
Juno?
It's pointless. I know. Am I seriously the only one out here? Let's continue to the village. Nowhere else to go. Poor thing. Poor thing, all alone in this scary world. Iridius, thank you for contributing to the movie night.
The trail branches off here.
The village lies to the south. Not much further. Yeah, got him. Oh, fuck. Whoa! Okay, there's a lot going on here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Slow down, slow down. Whoa. Ah! Oh, fuck. Just trying to do the thing. Do the thing! Yes! I did the thing. Yeah! Eat him! Eat him! Oh, did I also just hit a little healing thing? I'm glad to have found you then. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Well, we're very happy to have you. Did you come upon us? Were we in your recommended? Were you scrolling through Alabaster Dawn? Were you scrolling through Vtubers? I'm always curious if you don't mind me asking how you found us. And Iridius, thank you for contributing to the movie night. Just love the charge attacks. They're so satisfying. They are. And when you like land like a parry, oof, so good. What happened?
It looks like that Nyx vein just opened. You'll have to weave it from close up for things to happen.
I see. I can arrange that, I do believe. Guess what? What's up, dear Straza? The art style is also very interesting. It's so pretty, isn't it? Big fan of how everything feels in this game, actually, and I really like the story so far, too. Nyx vein? Yes, lovely Nyx. We have lots of Nyx problems in this game. Of course it's broken. But I can make that jump. We're almost there. Ow! Fuck you. Oh my god! Stupid little guys. Woo! Let me see. Someone saved from Yuki-chan. I was scrolling through my recommended and found you that way. Aw, how good! Well, cutie killers, since you've just come in, you may not quite know what we're all about here. So if you don't mind, I'll just introduce myself, if that might be helpful. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer in Tasmania, Australia. So whereas it's night shift for you, it's 2:30 in the afternoon on a Tuesday for me. I'm also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, which will be Thursdays your time, you can help me decide what we work on, and also request music off of Spotify. We also are doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. If any of that sounds interesting to you, just please no spoilers. And yeah, on Tuesdays we do demo day. So we're doing a lot of demos today where you guys are the ones who submitted these, and then I'm playing them and giving them a shot. But yes, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, cutie killers. I hope that some of that sounds interesting to you. Back home, it's all the same. No wellspring. Nothing. It's really just me, isn't it?
Juno, I'm sorry.
Savage. Why? What is the point? Sending me here alone? In a cursed world? With no guidance whatsoever! Sunken gods!
Juno, I'm sorry I can't be of any more help. But there is a point to this. I'm sure of it. The gods, they let you out of the shelter. They gave you a weapon. It was them who sent you on this mission.
A mission? You mean...
to fight Nyx and to lift the curse.
Just me? On my own? That's not how I remember it. 12 chosen. 12! 6 valor and 6 wise. That was the gods' plan.
Indeed, it was. But now, it's just you.
Just me. The outcast chosen. Are you joking?
Juno, I'm serious. You may yet be able to free everyone. Your target is very close.
And how do you know that? Did the gods finally whisper to you?
No.
Oh, ooh, little mini cutscene here.
Just look over there.
Huh? That pillar of light. You're saying that's...
the very thing you have been chosen to vanquish.
all by myself.
It's all we can do at this point, right?
Right. Let's just run in head first. Good call. I like this girl. She's me. I just do that shit. No planning whatsoever. Fuck it up. Do it. I enjoy some art. I don't game much, so there's 100% no spoilers from me. Ah, fantastic, cutie killers. Well, I'm sorry that you don't have a lot of time to game, but we're very happy to have you around for our art. Absolutely. Why fight me? I have noodle arms. Well, Nyx, this is your shadow, I suppose. Oh, needs a plan. We have the support of the pals on your side. Exactly right, lovely Yuki. That's exactly right. 100%. I don't need those yet. I will probably need them. in a couple of seconds. Yeah, that's what I thought. So this is what it looks like. Whoa! A nest. A Nick's nest. And I'm supposed to just walk in there and weave things?
This place looks suspiciously empty indeed. You had better be on your guard.
Weave the Nick's nest. Oh. Trapped.
Juno! Above you!
By the tree! What is this? Oh, fuck, that's a Inferna Vespa. Another wasp?
This must be the guardians of the nest! Be careful!
Ah, yikes! Oh my god, oh my god. Ah, fuck! Yes! Stagger a bitch! Stagger a bitch! Come on, come on. Yes. Oh, fuck. Oh no. Phase 2? What is that? Oh, God! Holy shit! Fuck, he's got more, too. Ah! Jesus. Ah, fuck! Okay, good. Yeah, come on down. Oh, excuse me? What? You're staggered! This is bullshit! Okay, whoa. Yikes. Ah, fuck! I'm gonna need a little healing thingy, please. Ah, fuck! Yes. Oh my god, Liz. Is he gonna do the beam thing? Yeah, he is. Oh god, I hate this move. I hate this move. Ah, fuck, I hate this move. Oh my god. I gotta work up that stagger bar faster. Oh my god. It's Cult of the Lamb all over again. Oh, fuck you! It's cheating! Fuck. Oh my god, please. No, I need... Oh, ow. Yes. Oh, fuck. Yeah, fuck you. Got the bitch. Ah. I'm always worried I'm gonna get damage from this thing exploding on me. Kick ass, Tau, you can do it. Thank you, Lucy. I can't believe you are doing so well. Takes the sting out of it. Hive the rest is bonus XP and lap up that honey. There you go. Whew, okay. You ever play Ys? I'm getting Ys vibes. No, actually, today's the first time that I've even heard of Ys. Was that a capybara moments ago? Just wondering. It does look like one, doesn't it, Cutie Killers? Apparently, we're calling it a, she thinks it's a hamster or something, but I think it's more capybara, yeah. Yo, Alabaster Dawn is great. I'm really enjoying this. This is awesome. Shadow? You mean like a Persona Shadow? Wait, I have a palace? Surprise. Well done. Thank you, you lovely Yuki. Oh, a water pig. Sorry, a water pig. That's right. She does say that.
Great work. It looks like the way is cleared up.
Time to take care of that nest. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
You know what to do?
I think I remember. Still, it's a bit intimidating up close.
I'm sure you'll handle it fine. Just give it your all.
Okay. Let's hope this works.
Thank you, sweetest daddy.
This is one of the granddaddies of the action RPG genre. Oh, I've never even heard of it. But someone earlier came on the raid and said that that was like one of their favorite games. I can't believe that I've never heard of it, and now I'm hearing about it a bunch. Oh, look at that. It's all bluish.
You did it! With the nest successfully weaved, the curse should cease!
Glad it worked. Uh-oh.
Juno? What happened?
Checking on her. Boing, 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 boing. Which is correct, because water pig does mean capybara. Wait, really? Is that alternatively what it's called? You're a great voice actor. Oh, thank you so much, cutie killers. I really appreciate it. If you'd like to hear some of the other stuff that I've been in, you can do !VA. But we don't have everything I've done listed in there. I know you don't play games, but there is a game that you can wish list, and we'll probably, actually, if we're still playing demos when it comes out, we'll probably do the demo on stream. But yeah, you can also listen to just the demos there if you'd like. I'm glad that you like my voice acting, hon. Thank you so much. This is the most beautiful part. It's really pretty. Have you played through this already, Strat? Surprise really communism! Surprise communism, indeed. This one is the second most officially ported video game of all time after Tetris. Doom is probably more ported, but they're mostly fan ports. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Huh. Really pretty. So I'm guessing that this game must have like different maps that you have to like purify or something, probably. Oh, whoa, that's pretty. Maybe, I guess this must be what she remembers. Alabaster Dawn. Title card. They said the name! They said the name! Beautiful. Oh, do we have a... Oh. Story concluded. The Lost Lands. I'll wait until we meet again. Oh. Easy, Junie.
Junie? Is she? Mom?
Dad?
Junie! Sweetie, you're finally awake! We were so worried.
I'm so glad you're here. So glad. You slept for almost a week. We thought you'd never wake up. A week?
Sweetie, we're so proud of you.
You did so much. All by yourself.
Rise and shine, Valorolira.
Cabot?
What's with that look? Don't tell me you thought this was all a dream.
It wasn't? All this, the grass, the trees, it all grew back. Just like that.
A blessing from the gods. All thanks to you lifting the curse.
Cabbage told us everything. Everything?
Only the glorious parts.
My daughter, the chosen, savior of Liam. Sorry, I can't say this word. You really remind me of your grandfather, Junie. You're special. Aren't you exaggerating?
Little Junie, humble as ever. You must be thirsty. Let me get you something to drink.
Glayham Memory Garden. The Memory Garden is still here.
Yes, but we still gotta shape her up. So much to do.
What about the village?
You should go for a look.
Indeed. Everyone wants to see you. All right, then.
Now, don't you forget about us. We love having you here.
Of course. I'll be back soon. Love you, Mom. Dad. Oh, that's so cute. I hope nothing bad happens. Off to Lamb, then. Learn how to use the map menu and check your journal. Press tab to open the map menu. This map always focuses on your current position within the world. Select a landmark or checkpoint to fast travel to the indicated location. Note that in some cases, fast travel might be temporarily blocked. Press E or select Journal to open the journal menu. The Chronicle tab contains a written log of your adventure. Select a story to check its current objective or read a written summary of past events. The Stories tab, on the other hand, is a collection of side adventures you will encounter on your journey. Press left-click to track the story. On the map, the current objective of a tracked story is displayed here. While not in a menu, pressing F pins the current objective. Press F again to unpin it. Nice. Are we taking the break or do we keep going? No, we'll probably take the break. You guys, we can continue going. I thought this would be the end of the demo, but we actually still have some demo to go, it looks like. Let me know if you would like to continue playing it. We do have to go on a quick 3-minute break. So, Cutie Killers, for example, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't actually have to worry about missing any content, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run those ads, and then we come on back and make more content together. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. With that said, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'm going to put a poll up really quick. What do we play for our, I'll just say, what do we play next? We can continue Alabaster Dawn. We can go back to Cat Mail. We can go back to, Boba Sim. Or we can try the one game that we haven't tried today yet, which is, play Griftlands, which is a roguelike card game. All right, cuties, there you go. Please do vote. Let me know what you think. The poll is now live, so make sure that you vote. If you want me to keep playing Alabaster, we can. It will probably mean that we cannot play Griftlands, but that is up to you. If you are enjoying this game, then just vote on it again. All right, cuties, I will see you in 3. Mwah! That card in the ground? I don't know, those are pretty leafy. I don't know if those are corns. I don't think those are corn ears. Oh shit, Ozzy just caught up. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's Ozzy and Skellington and is that me? No, that's Talon. Sorry, I can't read. Oh my god, save. Oh, whoa. Damn, well done, Save, well done. That was expertly navigated and you caught a serious trip on that. Oh, mate, see that in an instant replay? Jorders, Dondu, MLG. Fucking hell. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go.
I'm on the way.
Hey, aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Oh, you don't even see. It's almost invisible. Invisible. Ah! it's on the floor. Oh no, my cookie. Okay, well one of them's not on the floor, so I'll eat that pit. Is there any dog hair on it? Let me check. No, it's fine. Oh.
No, nothing in particular. More importantly, you've done well with regard to the prosecutors.
The cause of death for the SIU director has been settled as a stroke.
I mean, the sexual tension doesn't have to end per se. I would say. It's so cool. It's so cool. Right, more of this. This is cool. Okay, so that's the head of the hegemony. I wonder if that's. Wait, what if that's? Oh, is it? Could it be? No. I mustn't say anything. The setting remains in motion even when you're not there. That's so cool. I'm so excited. I think we got a sneak peek into the next story. I think you're right. So Monty is out there looking.
Take a tour.
Here it comes!
Ah!
No need to worry. I'll handle this. I need to prove my worth to you after all.
This arc of P5 contains my 3 favorite things. Tall goth women, twinks, and gambling. Amen.
Hey
Love those
cuties,
songs on my Spotify
just
playlist.
reminding you to vote because it's really close. There's Grifflins with 4 and there's Alabaster Dawn with 5. You guys have less than 2 minutes to vote, so please make sure that you have, if you have a feeling either way.
I'm gonna get it. Lizard!
Yeah, very, very close.
Yes!
Wait, I want to get in the car. I want to get in the car.
Why no car? Why no car? No car. No car. Oh, I'm on something. I can also do. Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times and watch its color. What's this? Nanobomb? Okay.
Hi there, precious pals. Cuddlebox, welcome on in. How are you?
Banana bomb and worm.
Don't tie it.
Oh,
It's super close, you guys. Less than 30 seconds. 5 for Alabaster Dawn, 4 for Grifflins. Don't tie it. Welcome back, Sweetest Strat.
Trip on that. Oh, mate.
Just a reminder that if we do not play Grifflins this week, it does get 1 more week on the docket.
Oh.
Yeah,
that wasn't.
All right, we're continuing Alabaster Dawn, probably for the remainder of our stream then.
Ouch. What was the point?
I will let you guys finish this. Let it sink.
I'm so glad you like it.
Started hoping for the tie over Grifflins.
Not true.
All right, let's head back over here.
Keep is barred by a colossal.
Yay, Alabaster! More Alabaster time! Woohoo! Boop. Hello! Welcome back, cutie pies. We got some uppies in the chat from Ozzy. Uppies for Ozzy. Eee! Good Ozzy. From Yami Yuki. Uppies. Words is ignoring you. Fuck words. That's rude. Engage. Uppies for you. Good engage. Nix Meto Slice Jump Slice. Uppies. Eee! Good Nix. Welcome back, lovely Lucy. Watch the rest of the demo, be like 5 minutes. If it is, then we will go with second place, which is Grifflins. Now you get to explore the world! Woohoo! Ooh, thank you for the pal attack, lovely Nix. Much appreciated. And well done on the boss, you guys. Excellent work. All right. What am I doing? Fuck. Okay. Yeah. Oh!
Girl, dirty onto my lunch. Jesus, sucker.
Woo! Thank you for my song. What's this? Will I drown if I'm out here? I mean, I would. I don't know if she will. Welcome back, to Safu. I am used to words escaping me though, so that's fine. I don't know. You're pretty sharp, lovely Yuki. I don't reckon that I would. I don't reckon that I would think that you that words escape you often. How the fuck do I get up here? How do I get that? Hold on. Let me click this. What is that? Treasure! Okay, yeah, so that is something we probably want to get at some point. That might be preferable. I think this area may be the end of the demo. I feel like they let us play a lot already. Well, that's true, but you would think that it would say, because they're talking about how they, oh, this is cute. Wading through the water. I wonder if I get, like, oh, yep, okay, that's too deep. Where did you get that live recording of me at work today? Uh-oh. Billy was work rough. I'm sorry, hon. I keep forgetting the full game of Alabaster dropped this May. Oh, has it already dropped? That's pretty cool. Well, you guys, next time that I'm looking for, like, if and when you guys get tired of demos, or if you guys ever decide that you really, really like a demo, remember, we can literally just start playing another game on Tuesday. Cutie Killers, darling, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much, honey. Zella, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Fuck. I'm not good at the, like, isometric, jumpies. Oh, fuck! Okay, wait. Okay, get up there. Okay. Alright, this did nothing for me. Jump! Whee!
So, your parents don't know
Know what?
that you are an outcast chosen.
I never got the chance to tell them.
I see.
You sunken flea-brained guppy grabber! Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck that says. My bait!
Hungry birdie!
What in Remus Rock? That your bird? No, we just met? Got yourself a nice treat, I see. Oh, I'll give him a nice treat.
Junie! Junie is back! Let's tell everyone! Let's do!
Drink death water, you sunken Toda taker! Hey, what's that thing?
I, sir, am a...
Forget it! Hey, Saruka! Cutie Saruka! Welcome on in, hon. How are you? How was Lost and Found, Co? Please do tell us more. Tell us more about what that is. You guys, this is the Cutie Pie Saruka streams who have graced us with their presence, emerging from a well-deserved hiatus. This Aussie Vtuber, a beacon of queerness and neurodiversity, doth amplify the passions of others with chill vibes and chatty banter. Their realm is a haven for friendly, welcoming nerds. Truly, Saruka be the goat of cozy streams. It's true! Hi there, cutie Saruka. It's so good to see you again, hon. Yay, civic group hug! How's your PhD and stuff going, hon? Get into the civic group hug, nerd. Oh, don't mind if I do. Come here. Hi, sweetheart. How are you doing, cutie Saruka? Lovely light. Welcome back. The PhD is done. Yes! So let's go. You are a doctor. You guys go see Dr. Saruka, hence back from hiatus. I was going to say, was that the reason? Were you on hiatus to complete that PhD? I am so excited for and proud of you, darling. So exciting and relieving. That is amazing! Congratulations! It's so well deserved. You are such incredibly hard worker, darling. Doctor! Oh, we have Dr. D Cheat as well. Hello there, dearest doctor. Cozy streams, slams follow on table like a credit card. Yeah, press that button. The last 2 months was so hard. Oh, Saruka, I'm so sorry. I believe it though, I really do. You guys, please do check out the Cutie Pie Saruka. I missed our dear Civet as well. Amazing Aussie, thank you so very much for gifting that sub to the absolutely extraordinary and hardworking Dr. Saruka streams. Thank you so much, darling. I so appreciate it. Thank you for your generosity. Welcome back to the world of streaming, Cutie Saruka. We're so happy to have you back. I was afraid that once you were a doctor, you would be like, nah, no more time for that Tasmanian Tiger. But I was wrong, and I'm so glad to hear it. Professor Chase, hi, precious professor. A PhD is such an accomplishment. We are very proud of our civet. Absolutely, it is a massive accomplishment. Your voice acting before the raid interrupted was so good. The range. Oh, thank you, Saruka. Actually, this is actually a really good opportunity for me to introduce myself to any of your community that doesn't know me. And in the meantime, can you please let us know when your next stream will be? You amazing, brilliant civet, you. Hi everybody, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also a professional artist and voice actor. So if you come on in on Fridays, Aussie time, you can help me decide what we're working on and also request some music. Also, any game that is unvoiced, I tend to voice it for you, as well as let you guys know when I'm in games, animations, audio dramas, things like that. And we're also doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. First time, like I said, so please avoid any spoiler. We also do demo days on Tuesdays. Aussie time, today is Tuesday, so we are doing demo days where you guys, the community, actually get to suggest games for us to play, and then I play them. And hey, if something really strikes your fancy, we will probably put it on the actual schedule. You just gotta vote on it. This is a democracy manifest. So, let's see. No, always time for friendos, especially fellow Aussies. Let's fucking go! Yeah, we've got to stick together. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! That's right. Oi, 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 correct. Dr. Dichi, I'm so damn proud of them. Me too. I'm so impressed. Voice acting officially. Congrats. Thank you. Yes, I started doing it like professionally near the beginning of the year, and now it's been, it's been great. Let me see here. My next stream will be Thursday night, Aussie time, playing Hades 2. Planning lots of collabs to celebrate my return. That is outstanding. Surprise communism. Surprise communism, indeed. Thank you, Light. There it is. Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, that's what I want to see. I can hear it in my mind's eye. My mind's ear? In my ear. I imagine it. But you guys, please do check out the fabulous cutie pie Saruka, Dr. Saruka, who has just finished their PhD. Absolutely amazing. A cutie pie Saint, who is an incredibly hard worker and a fucking brainiac, dude. Absolutely brilliant. Also, they will be playing some Hades 2 on Thursday night, Aussie time. So that's like Wednesday. It's either going to be Thursday super early morning for you if you're not in Australia, or it's going to be Wednesday evening. One of those. But if you're in Australia, it'll be Thursday night. Please go check out Sweetest Saruka. Fantastic streamer. We're so proud of him. Like, man, I wanted to either do voice acting or VTubing, and you can guess which I chose. Too busy as a scientist to do both. Like, totally fair. Totally fair. I got to pick between VA, art, streaming, teaching English as a second language. And I just was like, oh yeah, you know what? I won't sleep. How about that? Thank you so much for your lovely welcome back. Love you, Tao. Love you, sweetest Saruka. I am so pleased, impressed, proud, in awe, in admiration. You are an inspirational person, sweetheart. I am so impressed, and I am so thrilled for you. And you are just, you astound me. I am so glad to have you back. Yeah, and thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it as well. And a professional yapper. Saruka is a professional yapper, as am I. I blah 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 blah. Gonna go make myself a cup of tea, and then I'll be. Love your voice and energy, Tao. Thank you so much, Suda Saruka. I love everything about you. I'll be in your stream as soon as I possibly can, so that I can ask you some questions and type in all caps about how proud I am of you. But yes, absolutely. Please, please, please. I know you've been streaming those long hours, and welcome on back. So go ahead, have that tea. Take great care of yourself, because in the meantime, I will be taking the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. And lovely community, I hope that you enjoy the stream as it stands. Also, Doctor would like some uppies. That emote gives you little uppies. In case you don't know, which you may not, you guys are called pouch pals. You're like little miniature corgi-sized Thylacines or Tasmanian Tigers. And when you do that, you ask for uppies. So I pick you up, like you could pick up a corgi under the armpits, and you go uppies, and then you put them down, and you give them a little pat on the head. So when you do that, that's what you get. I'm trying to think what time that would be in EST. Canadian, Aussie time mix like gasoline in a match. It's true. Canadian time is rough for Aussies and vice versa. I'll be doing a science stream next week to answer any science questions. Ooh, let's fucking go. Oh my God. I want to be there so badly. If I can, I will be. I'm just so busy. I literally do have 5 jobs at the moment. So I will do my best though. It's always such a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much, hun, for coming on in. Incredible Eisen. Uppies. Good Eisen and lovely Lucy. Uppies. Yes, good Lucy. Well, it's 1 a.m. Nighty night all. Have a good one, Cutie Chase. It's been a pleasure to meet you briefly. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you later, hun. Can't wait for my PhD. Perfectly healthy diet starting later this afternoon. Strut. New job interview secured for Thursday morning. Hey, nice, sweetest storm. Very nice. Good night, Professor Blessed Dreams. Yes, indeed. As a Canadian, can confirm the time zone is wild, but I still enjoy every minute I get to be here, and we enjoy having you, lovely Eisen. Thank you so much. All right. let's get back into this. But yes, once more, please do check out the lovely Saruka, who's going to be streaming on Thursday night some Hades too. All right, here we go. Nah, forget it. The nerve of these boys.
Friendly guy.
Old Salmo, just how I remember him. Can I have this? That is the biggest freaking fishing rod I've ever seen. I'll be opening a way for people to suggest questions ahead of time and answering questions live too. I'm a geneticist and microbiologist, so we'll mostly stick to biomedical science topics. Yeah, you are way smart. You are so smart. Intimidatingly so, but can I? Okay, these do nothing. I was like, is this gonna trigger an event or something? Have a good one, Zeta Steady. Thanks for dropping in. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. This game's art style is so interesting. It looks 2D, but it's not. Yeah, I think they call it 2.5D. It's pretty cool. Ugh. And he's grumpy. Grumpy old men. Can I walk on this? Ah, oh, no, I can't. I was like, oh, nope. Psych. Who's in here? Just take everything down. Where's the, okay, what's the map again? Let's see. That's Lycombe Center, Lyra's Garden. I'm over here. Where are we trying to get to? Impact site. There's not much town to be had around here, eh? I wonder if there's anything this way? Oh, there is. Where are we? We're lost. Lost and confused. Tea is calling me. All good, darling. Absolutely. We'll see you soon. Enjoy your tea. Well deserved. Aha! It's back! Ah, we found Lyhan! Let's go. The wellspring's returned.
She's here! Everyone, over here!
What?
Juno, you're back!
Hi.
We heard you saved the village.
Well...
You really are a chosen!
Wow!
Where's your wise? Will you fight the Numera outside the village?
What?
My friends, still your tongues. Does not the chosen deserve breath before answers? Valor O'Lyra, welcome home.
Aww. Nyx is still here?
Lifted is the curse, and nature blooms. And yet, Numerous still roam the land. No. Thankfully, they're keeping to themselves. But speaking of surprises, you arrive alone, with no sign of the other chosen.
Just me.
Ahem!
Well, except for...
So, how is the situation further north?
I don't know. I started at the shelter by Kamu village.
So near? I thought the chosen were to be sheltered north of Sunderland.
Yes, but I was on my way to Lyham, just as Nyx arrived. Just visiting.
By surprise, Nyx caught us, and by the gods' grace alone, most of us reached the shelters. And yet, now we wake, fewer among many.
Wait, not everyone has emerged?
Many remain asleep. Why now, and for how much longer? The gods' will is hidden still.
How long did we sleep for anyway?
We don't know.
Sorry,
You don't know either. The gods are silent.
Silent, you say? But is silence not also a guide?
I don't feel like I've been guided.
And yet, here you stand, guided by purpose. Would the gods trust their silence to one unworthy? We must move forward. What is broken can be built anew. You will help, Will you not? Of course. What can I do? Estera waits for you. She knows where you are needed most. You can find her right over there. 45 minutes until we turn off raids? Yep, that sounds good, sweetest Strat. If you don't mind reminding me, thank you. Got it. By your words and deeds, chosen. Forever forward. Together as one. Oh, the music's beautiful. Ready? Okay, he doesn't want to talk to me. Hey. Oh, Junie. Darling. Who is this? Oh god, okay, I gotta figure out everyone's voices. All done. What's next? Let's see. We still need to gather everything to rebuild the fort. But please don't forget to take breaks.
Don't worry, Ma. He's slacking off plenty when you're not looking.
Just conserving my strength and all. Hi, Philia.
Hi, Juno. I see you got business with Mama. Come on, Pa. Let's not bother him.
Hi.
So, did Noah send you here?
That's right. He said I can help. By the spring, there's so many ways. Honestly, we've all been desperately waiting for you to wake up. Noah told me. Numera are still all out there, right? Yes, they're right where we gotta get to. Like the Quickwood Forest and our old rice fields. And we really need that wood and rice eventually. Right. So, the best way you can help is to run off some of them Numera at those spots. Got it. I'll get right on it. Before that, though, and speaking of food. Oh, someone's hungry. My last meal was about ages ago. Fussy fixers, you must be starving. We got some grub around here. Just follow me. My GPS isn't working. That is also directions to nowhere. Oh, sorry. This here's our resting spot. The gods left us some rations. Here, let me give you some. 10 blocks of food. Fussy fixers, I like that. That should be enough for now. Just talk to me if you need any more. That's some solid stuff. You gotta cook it first, silly. Of course. I can take care of that, thank you. You're so welcome. Time to get cooking. Oh, that looks slightly yummier in some roundabout way. Great choice with the southern accent, thank you. As soon as I saw her like shortening words and stuff, I was like, oh yeah, probably. That wasn't too bad.
Feeling better now?
Sure. Also, somehow stronger.
That might be your divine gear reacting to your food intake.
Right. It's properly powered up now. All thanks to the food. Always great to have one more excuse to eat. You can learn how to use boosts and how to charge them. Boosts are displayed around your healing bulb. Activate them by holding 5 for the top slot, 6 for the right slot, which I guess I don't have, and 7 for the bottom slot, which I guess is that one. Right now, you only have a boost in your top slot. Oh, okay, got it. Holding 5 starts applying the boost. As you hold, time slows down slightly, so don't worry about using a boost in the middle of combat. Oh, that's cool. Your boost is then displayed as a buff under your life bar. The yellow line indicates the remaining time. The boost, on the other hand, is now on cooldown. Fight enemies to refill a charge. The total remaining charges are displayed in the lower right on each boost. To recharge them, you'll have to cook a new meal. Press escape to open the character menu, and then press 1 to view detailed descriptions for your boosts and active buffs. The boost used in this tutorial has been refunded. All filled up? Yes, and ready to fight those Numera. Then you best talk to Pennerson at Lumber Corner or Orlando at Patron's Grave. They ought to know the spots to get rid of nicks. Will do. Great, then you can find me at my table if you need anything. The nice function, you get to add buffs. I love a buff. Children! Oh, sorry, didn't mean to try and murder you or anything. Not my intention. Let's see. Okay, so we can go, that's Memory Garden. Ah, okay, Lumber Corner is for Patterson. And then is the, whoa, okay, that's way up there.
Oh, this one's not included in the demo. Okay, I wonder if this might be our final little thing. So let's head that way. Man, it would be nice if they had like a little arrow or something to tell me where exactly to go. Instinctively attacked kids like an RDR2. I didn't mean to! My bad. My bad. Finally back in nature. Oh, feels great.
It seems like you've gotten fully accustomed to your divine gear. You could use your divine sprint if you wish to travel faster.
Yes!
Bye-bye!
Bye-bye, cutie shadow gun. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. What's this? Oh, I don't know. I guess we killed him and then we find out. What's that? I'd be so happy to see a full stream of this. This is such a good game. I would not mind. Just keep in mind, lovely, what are you? Okay, your friend.
Valor O'Leary, great to see you.
Thanks. Thanks, bud. Numera really are still here. And they're this close to the village, too. Whoops. Whoa. Ow, fuck you. Yeah, no, if you guys would, keeping in mind, I think that we do have a, if there is ever a game that you guys are like, I really, really like this, or I think I'm ready for a revote on whether we continue playing demos, or if you want to do, like, start another entire game, please don't hesitate to put it in the game recommendations channel. Actually, yeah, game recommendations channel, and just say, I'd really like to do this. I'd really like for Tau to start streaming this thing. And if enough people upvote it, then I will retake a poll, and you guys can decide if you want to do that particular game over Demo Night. You know what I mean? But it is a really cool game. I'm quite enjoying this. Oh, this guy's in the, I'm not in the right spot for this. Oops, hello? Oh, fuck. Yes. I also wonder if I may have forgotten to do a upgrade. Let me check. Oh, actually, I gotta kill that thing. Hold on. Can I shoot this? What is that? What is that? Glad I have unlimited ammo. This is giving so much Breath of the Wild. Oh, you reckon? I honestly haven't played a whole lot of Breath of the Wild, unfortunately. But I obviously know, I know that a lot of people absolutely love it. What is, let me see. Aether Switch. Okay. Ooh, goodies for me. Shake it off, shake it off. Prapple! Some prapples! I feel like we recently started the demo, so I would probably like to wait a bit before getting into another game that could take us weeks. We will always have a chance to try more as we go. That is another point, is if not enough people upvote it, just make sure that you do write it down, because we will undoubtedly have an opportunity once we finish some other games, or again, people get sick of Demo Night, to suggest a game to do full time again. So yeah, please do write this one down if you're really enjoying it. And that way, when we ask for suggestions, you can be like, oh, frickin' Alabaster Dawn. Definitely keeping this one in mind. Hell yeah, sounds great, sweetheart. I would love to play this more if you guys wanted me to. All right, let's see. Is this where I came from? It really has opened. Just like that.
Once the curse was lifted, the gods deemed it the right moment.
There are still people sleeping in there. I wonder when the gods will let them out as well.
Is something the matter?
It's just, I had a friend. He didn't want to go into a shelter because he was afraid he might never come out.
Oh.
Sunken. Numera! So many of them! Right next to the shelter? That seems a bit dangerous. I better take care of them. Ow, fuck. Whoops. Ow. I really need to up my, Oh, ooh, what is that? Ooh, scary. Oh! Fuck! Holy shit! What was that? What did you just hit me with? Ah! Whoa! Oh, I hate the tail whip. Oh, I hate that. Probably need to just stay the fuck away from this guy. Whoa. That is a sharp-ass tail you have, sir. Yeah, we also have a level up. You should use your vision more. I think you might find useful stuff. Do you reckon? I mean, whenever I see things that I'm like, what is that? I do use it, but I don't think that there's anything... I don't think it's like The Witcher where it's like, you know, Witcher senses tingle. And it's like, oh, I didn't see that. I literally couldn't see that otherwise. The monster variety is really good too. It is good. I do like it. Oh, where'd that come from?
It seems like the gods sent you a little reward.
Mm-hmm. Taking care of these Numera was the right choice. A dim halo. Oh, wait. Is that a gem?
You can use them if you want to.
I know. Enhance our divine weapon and armor. We learned about them.
Spoken like a true chosen.
I did go through the whole training, you know. Okay. Press escape to open the character menu. Equipment. Select the core to change gems that are active regardless of the currently attuned aspect. We still don't know what that means. Select the slot you would like to change. Press D or A to quickly swap slots, or click the desired slot. To equip a gem, select it from the list and confirm. Changes to your stats can be viewed on the left. Cool, okay. Press 1 to see detailed descriptions of each stat or enchantment. Was that a chicken or a crack? A kraken! Let me see, before I forget, how do I, hold on. How do I do the character thing? Not it, that's not it, that's not it. Is it escape? Oh, it is. Forgot. Okay, I have some GP to spend. Let me see. Press left, right, or that button without aiming after a successful parry, to perform an auto shot. Which shoots 6 homing or piercing arrows. What? Yeah, let's do it. I do like parrying. I just haven't had a lot of options to try it yet, so. And then what do we got here? Max life by 50. You'll be defeated and transported back to the latest checkpoint. Probably should actually do a little bit more, but what have we in this direction? Because we also have this one by 25. Regenerate divine charges by 50, by 50. These are the same. Okay. Damage of divine arts by 20, affinity by 5. Okay, maybe we'll go up this way. Oh, okay, I'm out of oopsies. Press left after you successfully parried an attack to perform a fast counter stab. I do tend to do that anyway, so let's do that. All right. I might have to hop off. I'm getting pretty tired and I got work in the morning. Of course, cutie killers, no worries at all. And it's been a pleasure to meet you and get to know you. Hopefully we'll have the pleasure of your company again tomorrow. Feel free to come on in for the first hour or so of stream and we do a just chatting exclusive period of stream, and then we jump into our game. But hun, like I said, I hope that you have a great evening. May you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining the community. All right, let's see. This way, the lumber corner. Ah, ah. Ah. I don't think I can parry those. I think only the stuff with the red arrows can you parry. Oh, nice. Nice. Try not to slip, Tau. It's raining. That's okay. I'm sure-footed. Ooh, yucky. Oh, this guy. This guy's the one I can parry. Yes, like so. Ah, boo. Whoa. I didn't even see that one. There we go. Another skill up. Woohoo! Can I get up here? I want to know what the fuck this is. Whoa, I'm not in a good spot. I just accidentally pressed the... Ow, fuck you. Oh, rude! He's up... He fell up there. Boo. Good night, cutie killers. There might be a double jump or some other way to get there. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, it looks like that's not quite available to me right now, but that's okay. We will make our way... Ah! We're at the lumberyard! Hey, Pennerson. I see you finally woke up. Juno! Do you smell that? Huh? Sorry, I... Fresh... fresh cut quickwood. Wait, wrong voice. Hold on. Oh my god. Fresh cut quickwood. Oh yeah. Smells like home. It's starting to. The quickwood forest down south, however. Oh, it still reeks of nicks. The best wood is down there, just waiting. I'll take a look. Good. Just know. The bridge is still about as useful as a saw made of straw. Huh? It's broken. We decided not to rebuild it just yet. Better to keep the river between us and the Numera. I see. I'll try to find another way over. Thank you. We can track that. Boop. Cross the river and what's that? Is this food time? Food time! You got it! Wait, actually, I don't think we need that right now, do we? Well, we can level up our cooking skill. That's pretty cool. Yum, 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 yum. Before I leave, do you stream daily? Not every day, cutie killers, but at least 4 times a week, sometimes 5, sometimes 6. If you ever want to know exactly when we're streaming, killers, particularly in your own time zone, if you join the Discord, you can go to the events and schedule channel, and I always make sure that I put the extra work in to make sure that you guys, it converts to your local time. So that way, whenever you look at it, you can know exactly what time it is without having to worry about converting. Oh, hello, hello. Ah. Gotcha. Oh, okay, nice. Oh, shit. Oh, double shit. Okay, can't get back over there now. Oh, no! I knew something was odd about those rocks.
Looks like we'll have to find another route back.
Probably not there. Oh, yes, please do carefully read the rules and type the keyword to get verified in Discord. We stream 4, we stream 5, sometimes 6, but never 7. We don't do 7 streams. It's true, I do need some time to do my VA and art stuff. Tragically. Oh, hello, hello. Whoa, yucky. Yes. What's all this then? Whee! there's nothing here. See you tomorrow then. Looking forward to it, cutie killers. Thank you so much. We'll see you then. This is just a healing thing, yeah? Yeah. I don't need that right now. We're well rested and everything. What's this? Oh, or this. Oh, we've got quite the mess to clean up here. Ah, bleh, 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 bleh. Yes. Got him. Oh, there's more. That did not charge properly. Whoops. Haha. Whoops. No, sir. More? Give me a third wave, I dare ya. Oh, what are you? Uh-oh, I'm gonna regret this. I'm gonna regret asking for that, aren't I? Oh, it's just a bigger version. Tough little nut! Oh, we gotta get past that. Huh. What now? I can't exactly reach the vein behind these rocks. Aha! Wait, was that here before?
Looks like the gods left you a little gift.
Cool. Oh, we got mallet time. Hammer time. Wow, that's big. Divine Hammer of Basil. A hammer to smite evil and pave the way to progress. Now you can bonk people! Woohoo! Sick. God, that's heavy, though. Nice. Time to take care of those rocks. Okay, so press... Wow. Sick! Weave. Looks like that's all.
Indeed. We should report back to Penderson.
Yes. Oh, once we find a way back to him. Learn how to swap weapons in 2 different ways. Press Q to quickly swap your loadout weapons. Press X to open the command menu. This can be done during combat. Select weapons or press E. Alternatively, you can also press C to open the weapon view directly. Select the weapon you wish to change. Finally, select the weapon you wish to wield from the list. Outside of combat, press Escape to open the character menu. Equipment. Select the weapon you wish to change. Finally, select the weapon you wish to wield from the list. Okay. Huh. That's cool. Okay, that's nice and quick. Yay, we can break kneecaps now! Woohoo! I bet this can one-hit the spider stuff. Probably the wasps as well. Maybe so. That's a really handy machine. I like that. Yeah, I like that too. Not too shabby. Nice. Dearest doctor, thank you for the head pet, hun. Thank you. Appreciate it, darling. This just keeps getting better. I know how much you love heavy things like mechs and shit, Strat. Sorry it auto-corrected. You're fine, hun. Don't worry about it. Alright, where are we going? Hold on. What's our map say? Hold on, I'm thirsty. W kneecapping. I'll get my pal bat. Yeah, do it! Do it, Eisen. Okay, is this gonna... I wonder if this... Oh, actually, wait, no. Hello. I just realized I remembered seeing... I don't think it was over here. What was that? Is this something? No. I think I saw some rocks. Ah, I did. Hey, we should be able to get through those rocks now. Yeah, we can. Now jump. Wow, okay, I'm really bad at jumping. Bruh, we get to do fatal blows. We're gonna play like we're in Mortal Kombat now, bitches. Hell yeah! And we get that zoom in and then like the X-ray. Doctor, thank you so much for contributing to the movie night challenge, huh? Whenever that gets done, you guys get to vote on what you would like us to play. I wish this had a charge. I'm sure you can spec into that, but alas. All right. I feel like this will be a spot for combat. Yeah, okay. Let's see you fare against my hammer. I don't want to use it, but clearly they want me to, so I will. Oh my god. It is a lot slower, but it's pretty heavy hitting, that's for sure. Get right through the armor there. Yeah. You mean watch? Did I say what? What did I say? We can play? I meant watch. Yeah, sorry. I'm not good at words while I'm playing games. Yeah! That! Fuck. I was trying to parry that one. Aw, man! Oh, fuck. Where's the... Do I have to kill this guy first? Come on. Yes, there we go. Yeah! Got him. Ah, there we go. Let's get on up here and, there we go. Nice. This is good. It gives you all around coverage too. That's true. We should be able to get back to the main road from here.
Great. Time to bring the good tidings to Pendleton.
Thank you for the care package. Awesome, Aussie. Nice reflect. Thanks. Sometimes I just have to stand completely still for it. Magnificent May. Welcome on in. Thank you so very much for contributing to the movie night. Do all weapons get equal XP? I think your weapon doesn't gain XP. You just get to decide how you want to spec into it. Ah! Thank you so much for the sticky hearts, mate. I'm so sorry. Ooh. Ah, fuck. Yes. Gotcha. Oh, fuck! I didn't even look at it! Ah! Yes! Gotcha! Oh my god, please. I'm trying so hard to focus on that one thing that I have to parry or I'll die. That I'm missing the other opportunities there. Can I get up here yet? No. Wow. The hammer really does a job on the stagger gauge too, which is great for me. Not so great for them. Mate, thank you for contributing to the Foddy in-game challenge as well, and I appreciate it. You could use your vision to see what that thing is. I know, it's, I already did. It says it's a treasure. It says it's a treasure, but I can't get up there is all. Which is a bummer. Okay, we're back here. Hello. I'm back. Already. Yes, and it's all taken care of. The forest is now free of Numera. Splendid. And look what else I found. Ha, sick! That is a mighty hammer. Befitting of valor. Just imagine all the tables you could hammer with this one. Ha! I'm sure most woodwork would crumble under its weight. I prefer the more delicate tools of my trade, thank you. Which reminds me, I made something for you. A wooden box! It's, what is it? A box! Robust and functional. You can store things in it. I made it while you took care of Nix. You're welcome. Ah, I see we got some spectators. Did you hear the news, folks? The Southern Forest is free. Let's get to work. Cute. Nice, branching out. I never saw a bridge built this quickly. Starting from this point, this demo version will jump ahead in the plot to showcase a selection of future gameplay excerpts. Any plot progress made beyond this point will be reset when loading saves from this demo version in the final game. Gino kept fighting Nyx, securing access to Quickwood and Bryce. Before returning to the village, she decided to climb up Silver Peak to have a good view of the north. There's more Nyx. Looks like the ascent won't be as easy as I thought. This sounds like certain walking, talking giant tree. Where from? Where from? Can I kill this? Oh, I sure can. What the fuck is that? That looks like something I can... A Nyx lump. A Nyx lump collector. Got it. Okay. Well, that is pretty straightforward, isn't it? Let's... Oh, fuck. Okay, wait. Got it. Boop. There we go. We need another Nyx lump. Can I get through here? No. Branching out? Huh. Tree Rex. Very good, Lucy. A Nyx lump. Where's some more lumpies? Oh, found one! It's the same one. Surprise. Okay, I think these have, like, limited capacity for, Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, you can only hit them a max of 3 times, it looks like. What if I charge this up? No, I can't do that. Okay. I gotta get this over there somehow. Like, golf with your friends, but more frustrating. Fuck. Yes! Gotcha. It respawned back. It did. Nyx-san should get that lump checked out. True. Good point.
Keep it up, good job.
Keep it up, good job. Oh, another Nyxian lump, hey? Oh, wait. Break that first. What is that? What is that? We don't know. We should find out. Can I shoot it? Can I shoot it? I can! Boom, boom, boom. Karata. Karata essence. They are making so cute noises. Almost bad you have to kill them. That's true. It is a bit sad, isn't it? But it must be done. I like that there's a little bit of a puzzle in this, too. That's pretty cool. Hi there, precious pictures. Welcome on back in. How's the game been? I've been loving this game. This game's fucking sick. Can I jump yet? No. Okay. It'd be cool if I could, like, use the hammer to, like, vault. You know? Oh, wait. Of course. Silly me. Probably, boop. Like so? Oh. No, it's gotta... No, it's gotta go higher. I think. Unless there's something that... Is there a Nyx grabber on the ground that will allow me to... Interesting. Okay. Maybe I gotta shoot it from down here. Move it over there. Fuck. Oh, man. Okay, hold on. I think that is probably what I have. Oh! Wait, a double hit there. It does do it, but, Stop! Yep, good. Okay, go! Yes! Okay, awesome. Okay. All right, now I gotta do it this way. Yeah, good. And then, boop. Yeah, we got it. Let's go. Branching out. Ooh, another treasure. Oh, checkpoint. Oh. Numera turtles? Surely he's gonna be slow. Right, fuck! Is this one that I can parry, actually? Let's find out. Oh, that's not a parry. That's not a parry. Fuck, leave me alone. Go away! Ah! What is breaker stomp? Ah! Oh, fuck. I don't think I can parry that one because it doesn't have the arrow, right? Yes, there we go. Ah! Fuck! I'm still confused about how staggering works in this. I thought it would mean that I got like free hits, but that doesn't. Maybe it's just more effective hits. oh god, oh fuck, oh god, oh fuck. Yup, pretty much. Great job. Thank you. I know we're a little early to switch from demo nights, but I'd be super interested in a full playthrough of this at some point. Would you? Ooh, Lith, it sounds like you and I think Lucy as well really want a full playthrough of this at some point. If you guys want to put it in the game recommendations, and if you guys get enough, like I said, I don't mind if, I know that we've only just started demo nights in like 2 or 3 weeks now, but if you guys put it in the recommended game recommendations channel and like, let's say, I'll see if you get 10 upvotes on it, okay? 10 upvotes, and then we can put it to a poll, okay? I agree with Lith. I agree with everyone else agreeing. Is that another?
It might be.
Whoa. Fine solace, divine chakram of Vasil. A chakram to sever enmity and pave the way to progress. It's the chakram! Sick! Another ranged weapon. Maybe I can use it to move that Nyx ball over there. Okay, so hold this and then catch. Ooh. Hold on. I'm clearly not. Okay, can catch small objects. Hold that, aim, and then... Oh, that's cool. Whoa, that's trippy, dude. Okay, I don't quite understand how that works, but I would like to figure it out. What in the fuck? Can I move this? No. Not sure if you caught it before I left, but tomorrow's quite a special day. I shan't reveal what it is until I come in, but it's a special occasion indeed. Well, hun, I am so excited for you. I hope that it goes absolutely amazingly, whatever it may be. Okay, this is not right. I need a deflection or something. What about here? Can I grab that and then put it here? No. I think I'm stupid. I think maybe I just have to do this. No, not that. Oh, fuck me. That ain't it, Chief. Okay, wait. If we put that there, and then we grab this, and we put it there? Aha! Okay, gotcha. All right, I get it. Not gonna happen. All right, I gotta beat this thing out of here. Boop. Okay, this should do it. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Damn. Okay.
Keep it up, good
A
job.
little bit more direct. Keep it up, good job. Well done. Thank you. Okay. What if I beat it one more time? And then I go like that. Yes. Did that function? Yeah, it did. What's over here? A bird's nest. Eggies, yummy. Tete egg. Tete egg. I will grab that actually real quick. Fuck me and my stupid typos. You're all good, honey. Now how am I gonna get this one up there? Oh, maybe I just gotta do that. And then can I grab that? Yeah, perfect. Got him. We're close to the top now. We got eggs! Eggs are very yummy, it's true! Okay, that's not doing a whole lot of damage. Ah, they do make cute sounds! Shit! You told me it now! And now I hear it and I go, oh no! The little babies! Eggs are very yummy, it's true. The game uses psychology. You use psychology. I didn't notice it being super cute until you said something. No. Whoa. Coro Valley, Silver Peak. It's everywhere. Even the Tree of Life. It's all cursed.
Unfortunately, There's still lots to do.
One chosen to clean up all this mess? This can't be right. I saw it, you know?
Saw it?
Nyx. I saw it arrive. I was standing right here.
When Nyx arrived, what were you doing way up here?
Open the door! Please! Someone, please! Ash! Can you hear me? Ash! Sunken stones! Open the sunken door! Juno! Let me see him! Listen, you did the right— Why can't I see him? You can't! The gods— Get sunk! Ooh, shit! Didn't even get to say goodbye! Oh wow, that's what it's supposed to look like? Yeesh. Hello? Oh, someone all the way up here. Wait, aren't you Valo? No, I'm not. Huh. Listen, can I still send a letter? Sure, I still got this one bird here, but, where to? Midas Hill, Recovery Center. And who for? Asher and Leos. The wise? But why would he be— Please, just send it. I'm sorry, Ash. Ooh. Whoa. A letter. I sent a letter.
Huh?
Never mind. Cabbage, you think everyone is still there?
In the north? I think so. Sleeping in the shelters. Waiting for their savior.
Come on, let's head back. A sneak peek. Finally, after weeks of hard work, Liam has been rebuilt. Oh, wow! Oh, it's so cute! Everyone assembled to celebrate the newly rebuilt village. Yet the battle against Nyx was far from over. Oh my god, they're so cute! Oh, fuck. What was that? Some came flying down from the sky! Crashed right in front of the village! I'll have a look right away! Posted in game recommendations. Feel free to pop in and react if you want to swap. That's true. If you guys would like to swap to this game, go on into the game recommendations channel, okay? And upvote this game. Like I said, if you guys have 10 positive reacts on it, then I will put it to a poll, okay? They are doing well considering how bad the situation is outside. That's true. Everyone, this looks dangerous. Keep your distance. Oh!
Look! Juno's about to fight the monster! Cool!
All of you, don't get too close! Whoa. No monster? Oh, just kidding. Monster. Whoa! What? Who is this supposed to be? A challenge. Let's go then! Oh, wait! I don't want that weapon! Fuck! Hold on. Wait, stop. I do not want— oh god. I'm not actually sure if I did this right! Fuck. I don't want that one! Cute. What am I doing? Ah! Okay, that's what I wanted. Okay, good. We're good. Okay, I will proceed. I will proceed normally now. Ow! Fuck! Man, it covers a lot of ground. Oh. Oh. Yes. Ow. Fuck. I'm gonna need a heal. I'm gonna need a heal. God, he's tanky. Fuck. I don't have my health thingy. Ow. Ooh. What are you doing?
Nice one, Juno!
Toko, get away from there! Fuck! Are you gonna hurt my children? The village children! Actually, did he just heal me, or did I already heal myself? Oh, fuck. Oh, ow. Oh my god, he's gonna fucking... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to... Fuck, I don't want to have to switch. I gotta do it to break this stupid... his stupid fucking... shield, that's the word. Yes. Fuck. Ow! Cheater. Where's his stagger? I don't see his stagger bar. Ow, 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 ow. Heal.
Protect the village children, and the village people. Especially the village people.
Yeah, for real.
Ah! See? I warned ya! Hold on tight!
Oh, he's recovering? What's this now? No! Don't recover! Fuck you! Sunken. He regenerated.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi. Oh, fuck, sorry. Whoever said it, Michael. Hi. Welcome on in. Sorry. Oh. Fuck. Oh, this guy. Again? Huh? Juno! Quick! Whoa, you guys can't see, but her eyes went all weird. Attack it! No! Fuck. Ow! Fuck! Can she heal me? Because that'd be really helpful. Owie! Fuck! He's too fast and he covers so much ground, dude. Oh my god. I need another heal. Owie! Fuck! Ah, fuck, dude. Holy shit. Oh! Please, 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 stagger, stagger, stagger. Thank you, God. Fuck. Ow. 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 Double fuck. Ow. Ow. Fuck. I don't want to die. We're so close to defeating him, dude. I actually don't know if I even have health. I don't have health. Ah! Oh! Holy shit, that was close. Whoa. Oh my god, I'm sweating. Oh. It just bounced away. It's gone. That's all that counts.
Well,
you did it!
Our Junie saved the day. And our sister helped too.
Heroes, like the chosen of old. Whew.
Keep it up, good job.
Keep it up, good job. Thank you. Great work, thank you.
All that excitement right after dinner. Sure did a number on my stomach.
Yeah.
Keep it up.
Everyone, look! The wellspring! By the gods. Finally. Quickly. We must assemble everyone. Whew. That was a stressful fight.
Ma, the spring's been glowing for hours. How much longer?
I'm sure it'll happen soon. Everyone, their arrival is nigh. Whoa, don't want to fight that. Don't want to fight that. Your journey, it has just begun. For me? I mean, I'm so honored. The power of nibbles still. Sorry, I didn't click and I didn't, sometimes it lets me click, sometimes it doesn't. Ramus, we thank you for your wise words and gifts. But that's all? Well, at least we know for certain now. The gods do still live. Huh? Still nothing?
I don't understand.
Unyielding solidarity. The following section will showcase a part of the dungeon gameplay of Alabaster Dawn. Amazing. Let me just turn off our raids real quick because I saw that timer go off. Let me turn those off because we'll finish up in the next like half hour or so. Boop. There we go. Welcome back, Ozzy. Precious politely. Have a good run, sweetheart. After some hesitation, Juno continues on her journey to the north. Joining with the wise Philia, she enters her first hall of trials. Ooh, I think there might be some more puzzles.
Inside a divine hall. This feels so unreal.
Huh, okay. Buttons everywhere. Ah, it's a toggle switch. Ah, can I... Aha! Got it.
Right behind you.
Seems pretty fucking sick, dude. I really like it. I am enamored with it. I may not be the best at it, but I'm very much enjoying it. Oh, I see. She's getting left behind constantly.
Nice one, Juno!
Can't grab that. Can I do anything here? I wonder if I can switch to her or something. I like. This is a pretty extensive demo. I have played full games that are shorter, right? True. Bodes well for the future of the game. Ain't that the truth? Strat, you've been a moderator for 6 months? Wow, you've been a regular, super helpful person for 2.5 more years than that. Thank you, Strat, for moderating for 6 months times 4-ish. Engaged. Getting uppies for Ozzy? Good, Ozzy. That's kind of you, sweetheart. Happy 6 months of wait, months? Yeah, I know, right? Right? Okay, this is not... What the fuck? That's treasure. So why... Am I stupid? Oh, I am sure stupid. I'll be honest, I thought Strat was a mod since he started streaming. He is, yeah. Since he's so competent, yeah. Closing in on 4 years, but Twitch thinks otherwise. Well, we're just over 3 years, but yeah, fair enough. Divine Arts unlocked. From now on, you can channel your power into powerful special attacks. Divine Arts requires divine charges or DC to be performed. You collect DC by attacking enemies. 1 DC will automatically regenerate outside of combat. Press shift to use a melee divine... Whoa! Cool. To perform a ranged divine art, start by aiming at your target with your ranged weapon. While aiming, hold shift to charge the attack. Wow! Cool. Okay. Huh. That's fucking awesome. there anything else over there? Whoa.
Oh, there's Nyx in here too.
Of course. Ow, fuck. Oh, these things. I hate these things. Yes. Strat made fun of Bezos and this is his revenge.
Wait, is that what I think it is?
Oh.
Looks like it's my turn now. Good thing I followed you, huh?
Yeah. What do you do?
Okay, let's see. How was it again?
Huh.
There! Now I should be able to weave a few things in this room. With your help.
Okay. Wise switch, wise switch. Okay, cool. Sorry, hold on. Ah, I got it, okay. We're gonna just jump and get that. Oh, this is cool. Oh, I love it. Okay, sick.
An easy path for me. Thank the gods.
Well, we missed a whole bit there, but that's fine. How do I recommend games for demo night, by the way? Lovely Lift, if you go to the game and schedule channel, it's like a forum, and demo night should be one of the first threads that you can enter. I gotta get her in here again, huh? That's a projectile catcher. Should I... Oops, wrong button. My bad. Aim and do that. Okay, or not. That was weak. Weak sauce. Oh, wait, hold on. Is this a... Oh, okay, got it. Understood. I suppose I can... God, I want to know what these fucking treasures are for, dude. I can't do anything with them. Oh, this, can I... Okay. Okay. I see. And then we hit that. Got it. Nice. Called Crosscode. Patricia, this is actually the second game from the people who made Crosscode. This is, this is the same people. Huh. What's that about? Hold on, I didn't pay attention. I see. Okay, I got you. Okay. Oh, fuck. Nope, I fucked that one up. Okay. Now if I do that, and then I use this. I need got a good angle here. Can I can't see? What if I go up here? Do I have enough room now? Damn. Oh, wait, did I do it? Oh, I did! Fucking sick. Wait. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's just mean!
That is mean. That sucks. Get him! Woo! Oh, that's so cool! Whoa, I threw one over the fucking edge. Nice. Oh, fuck. Whoa. Oh, right, this doesn't regen outside of combat, huh? Big brain towel! You wouldn't know it from most of the stuff I play, but I seem smart in this one. The graphics and shaders are so much more refined in this game than Crosscode, so that's a lot of improvement over 2D. Yeah, that's fair. Is this our first trial mark? Cool. Nice. Okay, okay, now we can do this side. I see. Oh, whoa. Okay. Okay, great. Hope we get this to 10 plus likes in the Discord. I'm so glad you guys are enjoying it so much. That's awesome. I have no idea how long the overall game is, but I would be happy to play it. You guys just like me when I'm good at games? Or like not horribly bad at them? We haven't actually died, you know? We've gotten close, but we haven't died. Like we're like about to die right now, but okay, yeah, we're healing. Ow, fuck. I was trying to parry it. Yes. Necro! Hi, lovely Necro. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to meet you. Let me see. Eisen, you heading out, darling? I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us for such a long time today, sweetie. Hopefully we'll have the pleasure of your company tomorrow as well, for some Final Fantasy. I feel this is just a lot more your style compared to some of the other stuff we've tried. That's true. I think that's one of the benefits, of playing a, like a variety of games for demo night. And you guys can decide whether you just like watching me fail or whether you like when I'm succeeding.
Oh, these blocks!
Let me guess. I need to move them.
We need to move them!
Ah, okay. Easy done. Can we get up there? No. She's pretty cool. Thank you for the lurk, lovely Eisen. I appreciate you. Doctor, thank you so much for being so lovely to the sweetheart Eisen as well. What the fuck? Okay, wait, no, I haven't. Okay, no, I get it. I get it. Okay, we gotta put this here. They've even got a little spot for it. And then I'll just go wee, wee. Oops. Fall. And then we can grab this probably and bring it over here. I just gotta not squish myself, maybe. I'm good. I don't know how I got here, as I tend to lurk at some people's streams before going out, and I ended up here. Well, welcome on in, lovely Necro. It's a pleasure to meet you. You may have very well come in with one of our raids. Do any of the following names sound familiar? Zoe? Neo Greg? Saruka? Oh fuck, I'm missing at least one person. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My brain is really bad. Do any of those sound familiar? There's another person as well. Should find a bunch of demos for games where you break stuff, and they have a demolition movie night. Movie night, sorry, I can't. Demo night. Demo night. Oh, okay. Ah, I get it. Okay, so I can get up there now, right? So now I'll just move this over here. Saruka. Oh, Marley! It was Marley! Oh, and Viperia! Oh my god, I can't believe I missed both of them. Ah, they're amazing streamers. I'm so sorry. But yes, do any of those people there look familiar, hun? All right, get in there, please. Dude, I love puzzle games like this. Puzzles that make sense to me are grand. Ah! Oh my god, I just squished myself, but I'm so glad that it didn't matter. Can I not, get across here? No? Okay. Cube! Oh, it was Marley! Yay, you came in with lovely Marley. Excellent. Well, we love Marley. It was a pleasure to meet the lovely Marley. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Oof. Can I just jump over this? I sure can. And then we can probably position this here. Can I get over that way? Oh, I sure can as well. Up here we go. Bro, I need more games like this. It looks so fun. This admittedly is really fun. I am very much enjoying this game. I was wondering why it was so familiar. Same devs as Crosscode. Struth. Wait, okay, hold on. I gotta do quick maths. Quick maths. We gotta be up there. We don't need this here then, do we? We need this here? But how am I gonna get across? Does any of this open up? Oof. Oh, hold on. Do I bring this over there? No, because I can't. Is there something down this way? Oh, does this open something? Actually, wait, does this down there do anything? No, it doesn't. Necro, lovely Necro, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in, darling. Okay, hold on. I gotta lock in. I wonder if this goes across. Click the buttons. Click, click, click the buttons. Click, 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 click. Thank you for my clicky song. I wonder if I can bring this. It actually will not let me bring this past this point, which is a little annoying. But I see a spot for this to sit, so I kind of want to put it there. Maybe I do the same here. Thank you for the care package, lovely Necro. Appreciate it, darling. Is there anywhere that I can, if I got to the right height, I can get up there? Do I need her to go down here, actually? Hold on. Nope, can't move back. Can't backtrack. Okay. Let me see. Oh, you see? Do you see? Do I need to, like... That one looks like it's sitting there. Huh. Because you can't move these to other sides. If you keep doing stuff, eventually it'll be the right stuff. You are right about that. True, true, true. Ah, okay. Wait! Am I cheating here, or did I actually fucking figure this shit out? Let's go. Woo! Dunzo. Hit the crystal up north there. Is that what you thought was right, Liv? Easy. Yeah, let's go. Yay! You did great. Thank you. Ah. There you go. Woohoo! It just felt a little bit like less straightforward, I guess, than the previous ones. But that is okay with me. Where are we? Yippee! You did it! Thank you, lovely Necro. Incredible engage. Thank you for the headbutt. Thank you, thank you. I really had a lovely time hanging out with all of you today, but I must depart now. All good, precious Patricia. Have a good one. We're getting a new ability? Well, that is the question of the hour, isn't it? Uh-oh. Oh, it's turtle time!
Oh, I did it! Some damage! A bit!
Ow! Fuck! I need healing. Oh, shit. Okay, let me, okay, that did nothing to the turtle guy. Fuck. Oh, balls! Oh, okay, so we've got a charge skill now. Oh, he's doing a stomping thing. Whoops. Ah, fuck. Ugh. Must say, this does look fun, doesn't it, Necro? It is actually super fun. This is probably my favorite demo since we've come back to doing demo nights. Oh, in the air! Oh, get him! Boom! Oof! Oh, I'm knocking him off into the. Oh! Yes. Let's go. What is that? Is that a frog? I don't think so. I don't think so. In fact, I'm quite worried about the fact that it's not probably a frog. Frogs are probably not gonna kill me as hard as this thing's gonna kill me. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm so scared of you. I had no reason to be scared. Fuck, okay, maybe there. Oh, fuck, okay. Oh, yeah. Got him. Beyblade. This is new. So it is. Okay, not quite. Probably not quite what we wanted. Oh, something feels different. Do I have to stand here and do this? Is that gonna work? Ah!
Your attacks! Ain't that... What was that again?
Okay, hold on. I think I get it. Over here and then over there. Have we done all of them now? Oh, no, you have to, okay. Boop and boop. And then boop and... Oh, sorry, boop and then boop.
Ether! Your weapons got all charged up with ether just now!
That's pretty sick. I can't do anything else from down there, can I? I'm glad people actually voted for the game this time around. I was worried people would miss out on a gem. Yeah, this one's very cool. That's true. It was an option last week, wasn't it? And we just didn't do it at the time. Okay, that ain't gonna do shit. Unless... Nope, still ain't shit. Aha. Okay, got it. Oh, sick! What the fuckies? That was awesome! Now I just gotta do it here, huh? Stand in the middle again. And... Get it. Oh, wait. Is that... Wait, does she have to be there too? Teamwork, making the dream work! No. Okay, hold on. I can't do anything there. I think the way you were supposed to do it was to put the block on the left just south of the north crystal. Then move the block on the right so it was up against the north wall there. Then you hit the north crystal, jump on the first block, then onto the wall that stuck out from the wall, then jump east to the right block, then hit the second crystal to make the other walls stick out, jump south onto it, and then jump right to complete the puzzle. You managed to do that with one less step though, so good job! Thank you, Liv, I appreciate it, honey. Do I need to do like a... I wonder what's happening here. Hold on. Oh! Into the water. Oh my god! Okay. Wrong button. Oof. Hello. There we go. I'm just venturing off without my friend. Sorry, friend! I'm wondering if I need to do this. No, I don't think I did need to do that, but, Ow. Oh, fuck, I need to switch out to this, huh? Oh, no, I need to... Oh, range, okay. A range shit, got it. Got it. Nope, alright, never mind. Stand here and do this thing. Nope. Oh, wait, okay, I think I... No? There's gotta be a way to... Isn't this what I was doing before? I'm just a little bit confused. Good job, keep it up, good job! Hi, Precious Politely, how was your run, darling? I'm definitely keeping an eye on the demo forums. I'm always looking for more games to add and share with people. Yeah, absolutely, Lucy, please do. I think you may have to be quick with this one. Yeah, you might be right. Maybe it's here to there? Here to there? Here to there? Yeah, it doesn't do shit unless I'm standing on that, huh? Can I get you out of here? Ah, wait a second. Is that what the issue is? I need to... To the right, you can move that block. Oh! Oh, I can! Oh my god, you're so smart. Thank you. My bad. Yeah, that's the stuff. Wait, no, it's not. Are you sure it's not? Are you sure? We gotta get rid of this guy. Is that something that we can do if you leave that? Because I don't think I'm able to... Oh! Wait, did it just respawn? Oh, no. It's... Okay, never mind. Let's see. You can only have this in this area, too. Aw, man! I need to destroy that thing or this thing. Wait, actually, can I move this here, maybe? And then that'll get it destroyed? Yes, that will do it. Okay, great. Awesome. Ah, got it. All right, I understand. I understand now. We'll put that there. Work makes the dream work. Move this bad boy over here. Can't you just line them up and jump across? Yeah, I think we'll probably wind up doing that here. Unless that one works there. Actually, maybe you can't jump on these. That is possible, actually. Okay. You can leave that now. Look at you go! Yay! And I also made this whole area free and clear for her. So, and I did see, not that we needed it, clearly, but I did see a door here. I'm not sure what this door leads to. Oh, a treasure! Our first treasure! Actually, I don't think it's our first treasure, but it's the second one, maybe? Yeah. Nah. Hit it with lightning shot. Ooh, let's try. What the fuck? I'm just diving off. Ah! No! Just stay out of the water! See, even she's bad at water. See, this is a game meant for me. I'm the main character. Okay, jump.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this. Fuck you! What? What? I can't believe this. Excuse me. We just did this. Rawr. Get rid of that. Move this over here. Unfortunately, no matter what we get here, we don't get to keep it in the full game. That is true, but I mean, it's still very fun. Will that be far enough, I wonder? Oop, beep, bop, oop. Nope, okay, not quite. All right. I wonder if we can move that. Is there a way to vault onto this or something? You want to leave that? And... I feel like there's gotta be some way to get up there, because that's the next spot, I think. You did that puzzle first try so quickly. So quickly. Let me see. Oh, right. I gotta do this again, don't I? I'm doing this. Okay. Also, I just realized we actually really need to wrap up, which is crazy. This has gone so fast. How do I get up there? Is there like a... Is there something out here, maybe? How do we vault over that? There's just no, lower... That block definitely goes up somehow. Yeah, definitely. You're so right. Oh, wait a second. Is it... This probably won't work, but I'll try it. Ah! Got it. Got it. No, play until Alabaster dawn. Yes, play until dawn. All right. I could really use some healing. Thank you so much. All right. Oh god, there's so many froggies! What does this do? Fuck! What is that? What does that spot do? What's that? What does that have to do with anything? Fuck! Well... Oh my god, what does this do? Does that power my shit up or what? god. Okay, let's just do this. Nice. Wish I could deflect that, or like parry it, that'd be nice. But I don't think you can do that unless it has the, unless it has the arrows, maybe? Alright.
What? What's up with that turtle?
Oh, hey Strat, can you snooze the ads, please? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, fuck. Stop following me around. Ah! Stop following me around. Stop following me around. I hate this game. Oh my god, what the fuck? I don't have the health for this. Okay. Yes. Oh my god, he's tough. Oh my god, I hate. Oh, fuck. Heals. Oh. Owie! Yes. Oh my god, dude. Oh, fuck. Oh. Ah! That was a backfire. That backfired a little bit. Oh. Oh, fuck me. You know what? I should probably switch this out. We're gonna switch out our weapons here. Owie! Could this be it for Zombie Shakespeare? Our one and only death for the day? Ooh, nice. Oh, fuck me, dude. Okay, I do have more healing. That's good. What are you doing now? I hate it. Oh, fuck. Ow! Ah, fuck! I'm trying to parry! What is... Oh, God. I know what I've done. Ow. Press H to heal. I am trying so hard to do that. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh fuck, dude. I don't even know where I'm getting the health from. Is it her? Is she like my healer? Oh fuck. Oh no! My parrying is not going according to plan! Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Oh my god! Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, fuck. Owie. Oh my god. I think it gives you infinite heals because it's a demo. I'm pretty sure it didn't let me heal before. I think I did run. Oh yeah, no, I am out. I am officially out of heals. Ow. Ow. Ow! Ah! Oh my god. Ooh. I think that I think they take some time to recharge the heals, maybe? That might be it? I could also be totally wrong. Oh, oh no! No heals! No heals left. Yeah, truly dead and gone. God, this thing's tanky as fuck. Ow! Damn. Damn! Is that all? Is that all? Is that what happens? You just, you just get put back here. Okay, fair enough. All right, unfortunately, we do have to go on a, I wish it was a break. It's a long break. It's about 24 hours. Thank you for the care package. Awesome, Ozzy. Definitely a lot of HP. I also went in there with, like, not a full bar. So. But if this is something you guys would like me to continue, I think Lith has suggested it over in the Discord. If it gets 10 positive upvotes, I will put it to a poll as to whether to pursue it or do demo night, or like keep doing demo night, okay? After all, what is the point of demo night if we are not going to decide to play games from it? You know what I mean? I don't know how to get out of this game. Found it. All right, my darlings. I will miss you terribly, of course, but as you guys know, we do unfortunately have to finish up for the day. Our next stream is tomorrow. You have to wait less than 24 hours. Since it's early access, more like demo night extended cut if you do it. Is it early access? I didn't even realize that. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But you guys, thank you so very much for joining me today. Massive, massive thank you to our outstanding, outstanding raiders. The wonderful Saruka streams. Massive congrats to them on finishing their PhD. That is absolutely amazing. Also, the magnificent Merrily Mimic, who we just got to meet, had the pleasure of meeting. What an exceptional individual. Lovely Neo Greg, a tremendously supportive Save File 17 adjacent Hearthstone streamer, who is also exceptionally good at Arena. The wonderful Viperia, who is a frequenter of Save File 17 streams, along with me, and also playing through all of the old Mario games. And then Zoe Baskerville, who is also currently playing through Persona 5 Royal. They're earlier on in the game than we are, but I hope that you'll consider going to see them as well. Dearest Dr. DT, thank you so much for hanging out with us all night. I do appreciate it, darling. To all of my precious pals who want uppies for the precious pals. Yeah, good precious pals.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Category. It's true. I'm just trying to figure out who we might go and see. Oh, you know who we might go and see? We might go and see the lovely Asuna Karaoke, who actually brought in her gorgeous community during our karaoke stream. She's doing, she's got a little Pomni cosplay on, and she's doing some singing, which I think will be fun. A good way for everyone to vibe and chill and relax. All right, let's go and see her. She's so cute. Oh my God. She's so sweet. She's got a great and beautiful singing voice as well. Terrific. Ta-ra! Thank you for the head pat, darling. Thank you, thank you. Like I said, your next stream is gonna be tomorrow. We will be doing Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. And also, precious pals, I would like to say a very, very, very special thank you to our absolutely outstanding top tier Patreon supporters. Thank you so much to Red Tempestus, lovely Hiyuki Yorino, incredible Umbra Kit 31, Cutie Katash X, and lovely Lavender Rose 26. Thank you ever so much, you guys. I really do appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. And if you guys are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. Sweethearts, please remember to take the best care of yourselves, because you know that I would take the best care of you. If you guys are not following yet and you like the vibes, please consider doing so, because we do go live at least 4 times a week here. And on that note, I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you tomorrow. Mwah.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life! Surprise communism! Bye-bye. Pretty lady.